But if you're at the same elevation, but you're on top of Everest, I don't know. There's more mass under you than you were in the air, so I don't know how that would equal out.
There's also more distance to the center of mass, Jeremy, so I don't see why it would make a difference.
But there would have to be
a good mass.
But
yeah, because you got more mass between you.
Hold on, take my scenario just now. You're in a airplane or something, and you got the weight of something, and then you have the same contraption on the top of Everest. When you're in the airplane, there's no. I don't want to say there's nothing underneath you, but it's just air. It doesn't there's not a lot of mass under you compared to if you were a mountain. It would have to weigh different.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but they're obviously different scenarios, right? So in the one scenario with the airplane, the mass of the air below you. I mean, again, I don't believe any of this. I'm just saying what I understand to be the global, right?
No, I know.
The mass of the air would be basically irrelevant, and that distance would make an effect. But what Beerman was saying, I don't know what your current name is to do with standing on Everest, and obviously the mass of Everest, being rock or whatever, would be similar enough in density to the rest of the ground below Everest, and so I don't, and obviously the distance is increased, but the mass is also increased. I think it would probably be more or less proportional.
But
you're saying if we go to the bot, if we're at the base camp amount of Everest or the bottom or whatever they call it, and we weigh something and then we go to the top, you're saying there's probably not even going to be a difference.
I mean, there might be, but I wouldn't expect it to be a lot. There might be, but according to them,
like an immeasurable, basically.
Yeah. So then, Crypto, if you weigh yourself on Mount Everest and you weigh yourself next to Mount Everest, if you take a helicopter at the same altitude, you should weigh the same. If you're hovering that helicopter, there shouldn't be a difference. For me, I wouldn't imagine that. I would expect, with my understanding of the model, there should be a difference. But yeah, it's interesting. It's an awesome.
I'd like to see inside the mountain. That's fucking neat. See, with my contraption, that clear box, you put a scale in it, a test mass on the scale, you turn it on, you pull a vacuum, you go all over with that shit. Inside a mountain, top of a mountain, bottom of a mountain, side of a mountain, Death Valley, you go all over the place to see what the shit weighs.
Oh man, if only we had those facilities. I would love to do these sort of things.
That doesn't even sound expensive. That doesn't even sound expensive to do. The contraption might cost you a couple G's or something, but other than that, all you gotta do is go places with it now.
Oh man, it's a fascinating topic. I love it so much. But I think it's still many discussions away from being solved. But yeah, let's see where it goes. Keep up the good work is all I can say.
Like, what if you were in the middle of the mountain? Like, what if there's a tunnel going through a mountain? You go to the middle of the tunnel, so the peak of the mountain's above you. Like there would have to be a difference.
Now you've got a tunnel. It's hollow. It's fucking nothing below you.
No, you got a tunnel through the mountain. So you're in the middle of the mountain, essentially. You know what I'm saying? Like there's mountain on top of you and mountain below you. You're just in the middle of it.
Yeah, but you have to go a little bit to the left or to the right to make sure there's something solid below you. To make sure that you've got solid below you. Otherwise, it's hollow below you. If you know what I mean.
No, there's a horizontal tunnel.
Okay, yeah.
Like a train track.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So now there's mountain on top of you and mountain below you, and you're just in the middle of it, kind of.
Yeah, fuck man, it'll be fascinating to see these sort of things. But yeah, I highly doubt it will be done. But yeah,
they have a test lab. There's a test lab. I think it's in England or Europe or some weird place, some kind of Middle Earth place you guys are living in over there. And they claim that they're doing gravity drops. They're checking gravity measurements nonstop. And this doesn't move. It's a building, right? It's a thing. It just drops thing. There's no movement. Well, except for the thing dropping, but the contraption itself isn't moving anywhere. And they get different readings. like wind will be blowing or they'll have a cloud or something, and they say they're getting different readings. So I forgot what the name of the. It's not the Bremen. It's not the Bremen one where that one gift comes from with the different metals and shit. It's something else.
So, Jeremy, back in the days, let's say 1500s or 1400s, do you think they also had schools where you'll be limited to doing this sort of research unless you pass a certain qualification, or do you think that you were allowed to do these sort of um, researches and present it to the public? For me personally, I think that you were allowed to, as a individual, present your research to the public, and then yeah, yeah, the outcome. With but in I think after the 1600s, I'd say 1600 and beyond, when the controllers, for me, I believe that the controllers took over in the 1600s. There may have been some sort of cataclysmic reset or governmental reset across the world, um, where you had to pass some sort of academic or qualification, if you want to call it that, before you could have a say. So my question is, do you think that pre 1600 you were allowed to say what you wanted to say, and then people took it seriously, or how do you think things occurred? Hopefully that made sense. What I'm asking. If it doesn't, I'll try to clarify it. Or if you've got any clarification questions, I'll try to answer that. Did I come through? Is my data up? Finished? Are you guys hearing me?
Sound clear to me. But
Okay,
maybe the
yeah,
people
no,
maybe the people you're
no.
referring to they're busy or something. So yeah.
Yeah, no, all good. I'm on mobile at the moment. Our electricity is off here in Cape Town. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Jeremy heard me there.
Hello, hello.
Hello, the person that just hopped in. Who was that?
It was me, Platypus, your local
Ah, it's
friendly
Platypus.
neighborhood guy. What's up?
What's up, man? I was having a discussion with Jeremy, and then he just decided to fuck off. So yeah, Jeremy, fuck you, buddy. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You're from South Africa, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, my China.
Yes. Or you could have said,
That's right,
"Nah,
but
I'm from
China.
Yeah, he's a hobby.
Nah, I'm from Brazil.
God,
No, in fact, I'm from Narnia. I'm from Narnia. The
Yes.
How's
place
it, my
that
bro?
no one's been to.
My brew.
Hey, bear man, how's it, my bro?
How's it, my bro?
Is that how they talk?
Lucky
Man?
you, my China.
In the building. That is a terrorist in the building. I don't know how they fucking say it.
Yeah, they have like a weird rhyming slang. So China, as in China plate, which means mate.
Yeah, I like it though. I do like it. Dude, okay, hold on. South Africans have big fucking balls. They're just gonna go to Africa and start living there? Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane,
No.
dude.
I would say the Dutch have balls, but it's more. They did that all over the place, man. Look at the history. They went to Australia, they went to New York, they went to South Africa. Um, I think just South Africa had a bigger impact on the rest of the world. But yeah, you would probably say some of us have balls. I wouldn't say all of us have balls. I would say emotionally, one of the guys called me a snowflake on here. So emotionally, I don't have balls, but I think physically I may have balls.
Dude,
I think
honestly,
The problem is nowadays is that the South Africans who live in the cities, you're just overrun with cucks now, aren't you? It's just kind of years of this delusional anti-Afrikaans and anti-English shit that's just seems to be flooded in the unis now, which is a real shame. But I mean, if you're talking about South Africans in the older generations, yeah, they had balls for sure.
yeah, I would say the Afrikaners, the Boere, they quite tough. They're quite tough motherfuckers. But I think we just like every other human. I think we're all just trying to survive and
well, you're not
yeah,
just like
be friendly.
No, hold on. You guys went to the most like I don't know how to describe Africa, but it's not like the rest of the world. It's huge. It's full of crazy predators. You know, the wildlife is insane.
I don't know,
got-
man.
you got
It's
sharks?
like the US. We got zoos and things like that. We don't have lions and shit walking around our neighborhoods. It's if anything, Australia's got fucking balls. They got these. Everything wants to kill them. Even an ant wants to kill them. We got the okay, yeah. We got the odd human that wants to kill us. Yeah, they will kill you for a pound just to survive. But I think we like every other place in the world.
Well, I watched
Yeah.
this Italian documentary called Africa Adu, and I'm pretty sure that it's historically accurate. So, like, after apartheid ended, and like certain things were given back to the Africans, like, and the what were you guys, British or whatever, or English, whatever you guys were, the white man was kicked out of power basically, and so all the nature preserves were left unprotected, and now like poachers went in and just absolutely devastated the wildlife. It's kind of crazy. It's a crazy documentary. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
that's
haven't.
not entirely dude. I mean, the history of South Africa is something I know an extraordinary amount about, and probably Beer Man and Plain the Truth do as well. The white, quote unquote whites, there's two distinct types of whites in South Africa, right? So you got the Afrikaans and the English. But fundamentally they were both grouped into this category of whites, but they're not the same people. So that's something that's really important to understand. Okay, but the second thing is that whites actually gave up that power. They weren't kicked out by it. They weren't like, there was a lot of pressure from people for them to do it, but at no point were they, it wasn't like an armed revolution or anything like that. They just gave the power away. And it wasn't even, and that was against the wishes of a lot of South Africans as well. Yeah. Like, so there's this whole, like so many narratives around that period of history that just aren't true, you know?
Right. Did I
Yeah,
say,
I would agree.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with crypto. In a sense, it was given away due to sanctions and stuff, but once again, it's money involved. However, the way the country was taken, I believe in pre 1600 history. I think there was a nation here before, and I believe that the Dutch came and they set up their shop and they created these slave camps, and they took over the land, and eventually it fucking bit us all in the ass. But I think it's biting everyone in the ass all over the world. But it's very interesting that you say that us South Africans are tough. It's amazing that you guys say that, because my brother and I actually had this discussion the other day. Like, we get by with the salaries we earn. We above middle class, but for you guys it's like poor. It's like, holy fuck, how can you live with so little money? And it's like we like super rich, um, in the sense of financially that way. But I think that maybe make us tougher in a way. I fucking don't understand it. It's two different worlds. I can't even imagine living in a first world country. My wife has been in the UK for 2 years, and yeah, she said it's a totally different world. But yeah, it's fascinating how you guys compare us to yourselves. I
Yeah,
would see you
Flappers,
guys.
there's one more thing I want to say because I've got to get off in a sec. Flatypus, it's amazing the amount of Khoisan history that has been stolen by non-Khoisan Central Africans, right? And so this is something that's kind of hidden as well, is that there was a people in South Africa before any white people turned up, sure. I mean, what Beardman's saying is different to what I understand about the history. But also there was a group of Central Africans that came down the spine of Africa and turned up in South Africa that also aren't native, but are now claiming to be native, right? So that's something really important to understand about South Africa. There was a people group there before what people now think of as modern day black South Africans, but the black South Africans are just claiming to be the natives when they're not. That's very important to understand.
Correct. There's actually a Khoi king, yeah, in Cape Town that's trying to take back the country. He's already claimed it, but it's falling on deaf ears, unfortunately. Amazing man. I can't remember, King something with a G. You'll be able to YouTube it. He's done a few presentations and stuff here on in the Western Cape. And he's calling it the Sovereign Cape or something like that, Cape Sovereign or something like that. A fantastic dude, and he's the native king of the Khoisan that's trying to take the country back for itself, the Western Cape at least. But yeah, it's falling on deaf ears, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I mean, the arguments that I've heard as well is like, oh, you know, whites should leave South Africa, blah blah blah, because they're not native. And you think, well, yeah, but a lot of the black tribes don't just leave South Africa. Like, how does this work? You know, what's the standard that we're going to apply here? You know,
Exactly.
Well, from my perspective, it's not just the South Africans that I think are particularly tough. It's basically anybody that is a remnant of the colonizers that are still there in today's world. And you know, we live in this sort of like Western woke society where, like, if you're a colonizer, you're bad. But the history is chock full of evidence to the contrary that these people are bad. You know, like, yes, bad things happened, but how we got to where they are today took a lot of blacks and whites working together to make livable areas on a continent where you have superpowers around the world throwing their influence and their money trying to destabilize the regions so they can just rape the land. And you've got these people, blacks and whites, caught in the middle of it, who end up in their wars, who end up in their guerrilla terrorist organizations, just like all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, like most things. No, you're right. I mean, like most things, the a lot of these kind of power dynamics are racialized when they're not really racial at all. It's a bunch of corrupt dickheads trying to put everyone else against each other, and then pretending that it's a race issue when most people don't really care about race. They just want to survive. They want to exist. They don't want to be in danger. They want to feed their families. This is the average person cares about this stuff, right? They don't really want to go around like racially abusing people. I just think most people don't care about it really. And the only reason anyone cares about it is because it's always in the news. And then, who's pushing that shit in the news? Well, it's the same people who are racializing the problem in the first place, right? So, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, saying that, we just want to survive. And then I want to agree with Platypus as well. How do I say this now? I believe that it was completely survivable before the Dutch came here. I don't think there was an issue before. There was no politics and things like that. As far as I understand, there was a king that ruled the land, and everything was fine. The people could fucking build where they wanted to build, plant what they wanted to plant. Now there's all these governmental restrictions. You can't build here, you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to work here, you have to do this. There's money involved where that wasn't there before. So I wouldn't say things have gone for the better. Yes, maybe for technology wise, for you to have little fancy things, but I don't think survivability things have gotten better. I would say survivability things were better before, but that's just, like I say, that's just me. I think it was a totally different consciousness those days than it is now. I think we're programmed to be materialists.
Yeah, I learned in the last couple of years about like the Rhodesia conflict and how it became Zimbabwe, and I had no idea how much China influenced that war. That they were like funding the I guess what the Rhodesian nationalists would call the terrorists. I can't remember their like little names or whatever, their little letter names. I can't remember right now, but it's just I had no idea that country was destabilized due to the foreign influence that China had, and due to the Western influence that wasn't there. The West turned their back on Rhodesia and just let it crumble. Tried to make it this whole thing about race when you had blacks and whites serving in the Rhodesian military together to try and keep their country a stable nation.
This is going to sound crazy, but I've heard stories of the white man cutting off Robert Mugabe's private parts, and that's why he hates the white people so much. That's the stories that I get here in South Africa. Any South African listening on this Discord now on YouTube can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the stories I've heard from the Xhosa South Africans. Yeah, very interesting topic as well. A lot of stories that come out of this, but yeah, once again, they're all stories. But if you look at the history on the maps, I think the maps tell a totally different story of what the verbal stories give us. And if you look at the history of the maps, I think this was I think the world was a totally different world pre 1600s. Something happened. At least that's how I interpret it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the interactions you can read about historically, they can generally be summed up to white people trading guns and gunpowder to different tribes so that they could either get some land or build a railroad or maybe appease a tribe that's they've taken a bit of their land and they want to stop the attacks, and then they go around, they turn around and they take these guns and they either attack other tribes or they just go back on their promises. And now there's a lot of people going back on their promises on both sides throughout history. I know that. It's a bit of a mess, but it is
a massive mess. It's a massive mess.
But I do. I mean,
we are,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, as I say, but we are where we are. So let's either try and make it better, or go with the flow and not fight it. It's like I said, let's try and make it better.
I think one of the best ways to fix that part of the world is to fund like massive grazing operations, and I think this is the way to fix the entire world, is just get a larger population farming, depopulate the cities by way of having people leave, not depopulation in the sense that people are dying, just make the city centers not so overcrowded. I don't know. Get people outside.
Oh man, there's so much open land and governmental land that's there for. There's nothing happening on it, and you can put people on there. They can farm on there. There's so much possibilities, but it's just fucking all control for slavery. For me, it's just modern slavery. It sucks, but I think someone else is calling the shots from somewhere else. I don't know where they're calling the shots from, but that's the way I see it. I don't see the reason for there to be any hunger in the world, let alone a country. Then let me say that the other way around. I don't see there to be any hunger in a country, let alone the world. There's more than enough land to plant vegetables, fruit, etc., etc. But you cock blocked everywhere. So fucking you want to build something? No, you got to buy this land. But you were born here. How? And the person's got no money, but there's this little piece of land, and you can't do anything because it's owned by the government, and nothing's happening on it. It's just, I don't know. For me, it's just ridiculous. I think prehistory, you didn't have all these purchases and shit like that. The people just lived off the land, and there wasn't any hunger issues and stuff like that. Fuck, I don't even know how to get into this conversation. Actually, it's just a complete mind fuck. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I've been on and off studying the history for I don't know, 4 years now. I started when I was watching this guy's YouTube channel. He's not very popular. His name is 5RR, 5 Romeo Romeo. You type in 5 Romeo Romeo on YouTube, you'll find this old chap. He was in the Rhodesian army. He starts off by doing these little videos about talking about his time in that conflict. And people loved his stuff so much that he started doing this whole history of Rhodesia and how it ties into the history of South Africa. And it's very good. It's very detailed. This man's a great storyteller. He's a great speaker. Let's see.
Over here in South Africa, it's not the people that are a problem. We still got the troublemakers, and you got the news, but the problem is the politics and the government. So,
right.
I mean, they're just puppets. They get run by. We know who they get run by, just like your government and
Absolutely.
every other government.
I was told by I have a friend. I have a couple friends who are in the military, and they've got friends who were in the military, and some of them went on to work for the CIA and stuff like that. I don't really like hanging out with people who work for the government, to be completely honest. I haven't spoken to a lot of these people in a long time, but when I was in communication with them, seeing them more regularly, I definitely would ask questions about, from their point of view, what they've seen in the military, what they've seen working for these intelligence agencies. What is Africa? And they told me that Africa is, they call it the Black Curtain continent because nobody really knows what's going on there in certain parts. And the governments kind of want to keep it that way. They want to keep it this place where they can go and do things and no one will find out. They'll never be held accountable for their actions. They can test out weapons. They can test out systems of control, means of control. I mean, and that made the most sense to me. You know, you've got eyes everywhere in the world, except for places like Africa. And Africa's huge, full of resources. So, you know, it's very beneficial to them.
And we used to be a first world country. So we've got the infrastructure, but we it's just gone downhill. But yeah, I agree with the other dude from South Africa. It's politics and government, and it's run from outside. It's like a business. Come on, man. Take Walmart for instance. There's divisions within. There's parts that they shut down. I think every country is a part of one big business. You know, they can do with what the fuck they want to do within their business, and shut things down, slow things down, pick things up. That's how they do it. Yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is. And like we say in South Africa, ons kap maar net aan.
I wanted to move to South Africa for a really long time. I was looking at all these different dairy farms down there. I thought it would be cool. I kind of already like live in a mini South Africa. Like I live in the ghetto, and it's just all my neighbors are black, right? But obviously, it's not going to be like the only thing that would really be translatable is just I'm a half white guy living in a black area. And I was like, oh, I guess it wouldn't be too different. You guys have great surf. You got beautiful women. And there's a lot of people in South Africa that really have access to land that is just unimaginably fertile. And different species of animals out there. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm fascinated with the place. I want to go so bad.
Therapus, you mentioned we got great surf. So you a surfer?
Yeah, I surf and I skate.
Nice, same here, dude. I'm in Blobergstrand, so yeah, I got the beach here like 700 meters from me.
So dude,
yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm a surfer. I've been surfing for 30 odd years. About 30 years. So it's part of my genes.
Surf J Bay?
I have surfed J Bay, yes.
Ever get up to Namibia and surf that long left?
That's Skeleton Bay. I haven't, but I would love to.
Yeah, I wonder what it's like even going up further up the coast of Africa, like to the Congo. I wonder if there's a lot of surf right in that area. Do you know?
I'm not sure. So I've only been to Mozambique. That's the furthest I've ever been in my life, geographically. And to be honest, fuck, wow, that water's warm. When I jumped in there, I thought I was hopping into a hot tub. But yeah, I have to use a wetsuit. Yeah, but I got a beautiful beach near to my place. It's Big Bay, and generally the surf is always decent that side. And yeah, that's my local surf spot, and been surfing there most of my life. And yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, I guess.
I've always wanted to go down there and surf. I quit surfing about 6 years ago, but I always wanted to go to that Namibia place. That left looks so good.
Yeah, Skeleton Bay is the name for it. So if you want to watch some videos, yeah, so it's Skeleton Bay. It's like a never-ending left. It's beautiful. I'm a natural surfer, so I prefer surfing to the right, to your left. Oh no, wait, fuck, to your right. So I'm not a big left fan. I like facing the wave, but I wouldn't mind surfing that spot because you can be in a barrel there for like a minute long at Skeleton Bay. It's a beautiful spot as well.
Yeah, I definitely want to go there someday and take a little surf trip, visit some farms, meet some nice people. I met some really cool South Africans in Bali. They had nice things to say about where they came from.
Oh, Bali is a place I want to go to. That's part of my business. I import product from Bali, so and then I sell it here in South Africa. So it's definitely a spot I want to go to. I order through a company here in South Africa. But yeah, I my main business model is Bali products, and yeah, I sell that in South Africa.
Very cool. Yeah, Bali was a beautiful place when I went there. And that being said, it was full of. There was a lot of ugly people there, man. I gotta say, kind of disappointed on that part. Some very beautiful local Balinese people, good hearts, strong, strong families. Like I didn't go and stay in hostels. I like went to. This was, jeez, over almost 15 years ago now. So it wasn't as developed as it is today. Like what you see flipping through Instagram reels. I remember the family that I stayed with almost 15 years ago now has done very well for themselves because I followed one of the family members on Facebook for a while, and they like completely built out their own hostel. Like when I went there, I just asked them if I could like pitch a hammock in between two trees on their land for a couple bucks a day. There's probably less than that actually. But yeah, that place is kind of scary to me these days. I don't know if I'd want to go back. I had some some people tried to like kill me out there, so it's not chill.
Really, I wouldn't have expected that. So that's one of my wife's scares. She says she doesn't want to go to a third world country like that for a holiday. And I really want to go to Bali or Thailand. You know, to the Indonesian side of the world. I think it's so rich in history and definitely in the path that I'm spirituality wise. I would love to go experience it, but yeah, my wife is a UK fanatic. She was there for 2 years and she's fallen in love. She would love to move there. But yeah, I would love to go to Bali. I never thought it would be so dangerous as what you're saying now.
I didn't either. It was I mean, the worst part was the danger wasn't brought to my attention until after it was like over. So I have this like retrospect of thinking I was completely fine. Basically, what had happened was I stayed in the busier part, like Denpasar and like Canggu, which were like kind of trendy spots at the time. I'm sure they're probably blown up now. But then I left and I went up the west coast of the island, kind of to the north area, like up past Nagara. And I found all these cool little towns that just had like no tourists in them, or like one or two tourists, and they were only there for the day or something. And I was looking for, secret breaks, secret waves that nobody knew about. But anyways, I ended up running into these European tourists, and one of the girls there was Austrian. Yeah, she was. I was going to say Australian. I always get those two confused. She was Austrian, and basically, some local boys had like a crush on her or whatever. And like in a few days, we ended up hooking up, and some dudes were planning on pushing me into traffic this one night, like because we were at this warung spot next to a super busy highway. And like somebody came up to me and they're like, "Hey, you guys need to leave." And I was all confused. My cousin was super confused. We left, and then when we got to where we were going, one of the girls got off who spoke Balinese, and she was like, "Yeah, these dudes were planning on killing you guys." So we just left. Like if those girls hadn't have said anything, I have no idea what would have happened. And these guys are super friendly. They come up to you, they put your arm around you. Like people are very touchy out there. I'm not a touchy person. I don't really like hugging people I don't know too well, but I like definitely let my guard down a bunch while I was out there because I was like, oh, this is the custom. It's not weird. This is how people interact out here. They're very touchy people, but yeah, I don't know. I'm very thankful that they said something.
Sounds dodgy, but I think as a South African, I'll be aware of that already. I think the what's the Plano guy here? Other South African, he would agree with me. That's everyday life in South Africa, so I think we're pretty much aware of that.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that was just one of many encounters that went really sour because I went and I traveled all over Bali, the island, and I saw things that a Westerner never ever sees. like a red light district that includes children. And there's nothing you can do about it. You see it as you drive past it, and there's nothing you can do. That's just what they do in that country, I saw people basically brutalizing a disabled person and just like fucking pushing them, kicking them, spitting at them, just because this young woman was she was mute, or no, she was deaf. She was deaf, so her voice sounded funny and stuff. It was crazy, dude.
Yeah, I think you haven't experienced, well, you've experienced it now, a third world country, but I think when you live in it, it becomes a reality. Plain Old Truth can probably agree with me, yeah, or back me up in the sense of what you're saying now is what we see every day. It's like it's normality. I couldn't even imagine living in a world or in a country where these things don't happen or happen rarely. This is every day. I can't even leave my house with someone not asking me for money, or where I see people sleeping on the streets, begging at windows, people fighting. Uh, on the odd occasion, you'll see stabbings and oh man, it's horrible. But it's in the corner of your eye, sort of thing. It's not like it's you walk into a mall and it happens, but on the odd street corner, you see these things happening all the time. Yeah. So it's a normality. So when you guys say these things, like it almost sounds like you guys are watching a movie and saying, "Oh wow, I saw this thing happening." It's like for us, it's like, "Oh fuck, that happens every day." Plain or truth, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you in Joburg, you probably see it 10 times worse than I see it in the Western Cape.
Well, I mean, yeah, we know who runs the Joburg over here. So, and the problem is in this country, a president that doesn't even have a grade 12 can, well, a person that doesn't even have a grade 12 can become a president. So
Yeah,
over here,
he's got grade 5 or something.
it's something like that. Over here, the problem is they will keep the older generation dumbed down. But look, the new generation is waking up now. The new generation of people that are what you call it, because it used to, I mean, South Africa used to be, well, also the history is also very, how can I say, there's a lot of lies about our history as well. So,
Oh yeah,
because
yeah,
what you see on the news is not actually what is really happening. So,
yeah, I actually
yeah,
don't know when last I watched the news. I get my information from these sort of discussions and research on independently, and then there's a few YouTube channels that I watch which share mainstream news with their perspective, and then you can go research those articles and put it into your own perspective as well. That's the way I do my research, at least. But general news, like if you had to watch CNN, Fox News, it's all the same fucking thing. SABC News, whatever, it's all the same crap that you're getting over. And there's so much more information. I didn't know there's earthquakes happening all over the world. And I watch these YouTube channels, I'm hearing about or seeing all these earthquakes happening around. I was like, fuck, how's this not on the news? These poor people are getting fucked by natural disasters, and we don't even know about it. It's shocking what's being presented on the news.
One of my favorite permaculturalists is Alan Savory. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him. He runs this thing called the Savory Institute. It's all about rotational grazing and holistic management of land. And he was, I believe he is a citizen of Zimbabwe today. I think that's where he lives. I'm not sure. But I was looking into him, and then I started coming across things that were happening to South African farmers that were very concerning if it was true. And I started coming across these numbers of people who were being like brutally attacked on their farms and raped and murdered and heinous stuff. Is that
stuff happening as bad as they're saying it is on the internet, or what's your guys' take on it?
I would say it's worse than what's being presented. That's my personal opinion, from personal experience as well. I don't know what plain old truth can give, but I would say it's worse than what's being presented.
Well, we've got far murders over here. That definitely is happening. How bad it is, and well, how really bad it is, we will never really know the bottom line, because they only show you on the news what. Well, they don't even talk about it on the news. So you only read it. Well, I don't watch the news anymore. I haven't watched TV for 5 years. So, but back then, if you like read in a newspaper, or but you won't hear about it on the news, on the TV. They're not going to show it.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
for
we even
me,
the thing is, you get our president that knows this is happening, and he says, "Well, it isn't actually happening," and he'll actually say it on television. There's no farm murders, yeah. So they
it's
lie.
strange that it's strange that happens because, for instance, I don't hunt anymore, but I used to hunt a lot from say 2013 to 2018. I used to do a lot of hunting trips, and out of the 25 farms that I hunted on, I would say 20 of those farmers have all been murdered. Um, at least, yeah, in the Western Cape side. So yeah, it sucks hearing these stories from the different farmers, and this is only the farms that I've been on. So, like I say, from my personal experience, these people that I've known, where I used to hunt with, I had a drink with, they don't even exist anymore. But it is what it is. It's unfortunate, but it is what, like I said, it is what it is. It's a reality that we live in this country. For myself as an individual, I can't do anything about it, and my small voice is going to do nothing.
We
Yeah.
got crime. We got crime like every other country. I mean, sometimes it gets the news also. Like I said, the news doesn't actually tell you what is really happening here. They make up. Sometimes they just make up their own shit. I mean, I've slept with my door open, and nothing happened to me. So it just depends on. Just like in America, there's people that I mean, you can be shot in the street. Just like you can be shot in the street. It's everywhere. So everywhere, all over the world, there's crime in every country.
Right, but
the
in my
problem
country, in my country, they tell us that the biggest danger right now is like white supremacy, or like
that's just
obviously that's insane. But hearing just now that it's worse than what I've seen on the internet and what's being reported on, which was kind of my intuition, and to hear you guys saying it's a reality of life, there's nothing we can do about it, it is what it is. I'm not mad at you guys, but that is infuriating to hear. That is absolutely unacceptable that is happening in this world, that people are being targeted not only by their race, but by their profession. And I understand that 80% of Africa's food comes from South Africa, and 80% of the farmers in South Africa are white farmers. It's mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me, because if we continue to allow this to happen and the white farmers just decide to give up and stop farming, it's going to create a food crisis in Africa that's going to have ripple effects worldwide.
So
like I
I
said,
want to
there's
add.
crime-
I just want to
there's
add
crime all
to
over.
what I was. Before I forget this. Sorry, buddy. What I wanted to add was as well is me dealing with a lot of these farmers, these hunting trips. Me seeing how they treat these workers is another level as well. I personally cannot blame. I could blame murder is a thing that I wouldn't myself. I don't think I would do it. But the way these farmers treat their workers, I can see how they can get pushed to possibly murdering. So that's again also my personal experience. I can't speak for every South African. I'm just saying I can possibly see why things are happening the way they are happening. It's the way the workers are treated as well.
Then that you're gonna get instances like that. It doesn't mean it's happening everywhere. But I mean, I don't even vote anymore. I won't. I mean, if you're voting, even whether it doesn't matter which party you're voting for, you're voting for corruption. That's what you're voting for, because they've all got all fall under the same umbrella. They're just playing the part. You know, that's how it is. If my I would just tell everyone, don't go and fucking vote. Then
I've never voted.
Shit needs to change. If you don't go and vote, there's no government. As easy as that.
From both of yours point of view, where do you see South Africa 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line?
For me, 5 years, I would say it's not going to be much different from now. 10 years from now, I think we'll see a little bit of a decline, but I would say within 20 years, I think we'll be close to where Zimbabwe got. But yeah, that's the way I see things. But once again, time is a it's just a concept, eh? If you had to put it on a chart and you had to actually physically put 20 years down those days, I can't even imagine or fathom that experience, that period of time. I've been with my wife for 18 years. It feels like I've met her yesterday. I can't actually put it down. But if I had to put it on a chart, I would say in 20 years from now, because like I said, 18 years with my wife felt like yesterday. It's difficult to say.
It is difficult to say. I don't think it is. I would say it's slowly going towards Zimbabwe, but the problem is South Africa is the hub of Africa. You know, this is where we the richest country in Africa. So I don't think they can like totally, take just make it go like Zimbabwe. So it will depreciate with time. You just don't know when it's going to happen.
Isn't Nigeria the richest country in Africa? I think we lost the spot, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we still the main. I mean, does Nigeria really have a what you call it, a tourist attraction, or does anyone really want to go there? I'm talking in that.
No, I think probably in that aspect, yeah. South Africa will probably be the hub, but I think Nigeria is richer than South Africa. But I could be wrong. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But
I would say it would be very hard to say which is the richest country in Africa, just because of how much money is being thrown around, like in regards to China, where they come in and they give these huge predatory loans to African nations to help build infrastructure and whatnot. And it just leaves the country like, yeah, okay, now they've got a bunch of shiny skyscrapers and a new rail system, but they're in debt to China, and they've got a bunch of Chinese companies operating on African soil, like doing a bunch of weird Chinese stuff. Or not Chinese stuff, I guess anybody can do it. Just shady shit, just shady human shit. So I feel like it'd be very, very difficult to say who's got the most money right now, who's the most advanced, just because there's been so much constant outside influence for hundreds of years. That's kind of culminating right now with these superpowers fighting over the resources in the land.
Maybe I'm overestimating, but when it comes to like tourist attraction, well, I mean, so that if most people who want to come to Africa, they come to South Africa. They want to come and see Cape Town, and because I mean it's a beautiful country. So, and there's a lot happening here, and it's more. How can I say? It's not. How can I say? You get like really poor places, poor countries in Africa where the people are literally dying day by day. Yeah, we still got civilization going on, whereas the other African countries are totally fucked.
Plano, you in Joburg, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know Michael Tellinger?
Who?
Michael Tellinger.
I might have heard of him before.
Oh,
I'm not
dude,
sure.
go YouTube Michael Tellinger or South African stone circles if you haven't heard of it. Dude, there's hundreds and thousands of stone circle ruins all up in Joburg. It's insane, and he's picked up frequency resonance and stuff like that with the circles, and reckons he's been chatting to the Mud Fossil University guy. Roger Spur. Oh man, it's so fascinating information with South Africa, and it's like this history is not spoken about, and there's so much how do I say it, history in this country that we don't even know about, and there's these ancient ruins all over South Africa, all over Google Maps. One day you and I can actually chat. I'll show you all about. I'll show you it. But check Michael Tellinger out. It's amazing. Stone circles in South Africa. Fascinating stuff. It ties in with the Anunnaki stories as well. Yeah, check it out. Very, very good stuff.
Sounds interesting. I'll have a look. But yeah, this is look, at the end of the day, this is still it's a comfortable country to live in. But the problem is, I don't want to say anything bad, but we got a generation which is still holding the country down. And unfortunately, that's because of that generation is running the puppets are running the country. So, are getting the puppets are here to control the people, and obviously we've got the ones behind the scenes running them. So yeah, that's it's a bit of, and how do you get rid of that? But that's like in every country. No government is actually what is a government? It's just it's a corrupt institution. So if you don't go and vote, well, then things have to change.
I messaged you. I DM'd you the Michael Tellinger channel. So check it out. It's really, really good stuff.
Yeah, cool. I'll have a look. I mean, yeah, in our schools have a pass rate of like 35% or some shit like that. I mean, that's I don't know how, I don't know what the pass rate in schools is in America, but I mean, yeah, it's 35%.
I think it's less than that, eh? If I remember
Probably
correctly,
less.
yeah, I think it's less than that.
So it's about keeping all the people dumbed down. That's that's what it's about.
Not necessarily, eh? The students weren't passing, so they were getting concerned. So they had to drop, as far as I understand, they had to drop down the pass rate just to allow more people to pass. Yeah, I don't think it's to dumb them down. I just think they're dumb already. I know it may sound a bit rude, but yeah, I think they're just dumb already.
Everyone dumbed down. You're not gonna if they're not changing anything. They're just making it worse.
But also, what if you don't agree with something? So I've always said to my wife, I'm going to go stop on a no stopping sign and say, I might have got that question wrong in my learner's license or my driver's license, to saying I thought it was a no smoking sign. So what if they don't agree? So let's give this whole globe Earth model. I'm myself not a flat earther, but let's just say I'm a flat earther and I 100% disagree with the globe model. And they say there's curvature to the earth. And I say, no, there isn't curvature to the earth. And I write that answer down in my exam and they give me wrong. Are you actually wrong? If that's your viewpoint, could that be why there's failures, if you know what I mean? I could understand with math where they're failing. Cool. They don't understand math correctly, but with the history and stuff like that, maybe the students are just filling in things that they believe is their truth. I don't know. I'm just giving alternative options here. Otherwise, you're correct. It could be a dumbed down thing.
Well, if there's no proper teacher, well, if there's a lack of teachers or proper teachers in the curriculum, I mean, it's going to be a disaster, isn't it? Because that's why. And the problem is, school is indoctrination as well. So you go to school to become a slave. They don't teach at school. They don't teach you. They teach you the way they want you to. The way they want you to go into the world. You can't. They don't give you the opportunity to, what you call it, think for yourself. They want you to think like them.
Your schooling experience was much different than mine, apparently.
Yeah, well, I didn't go into pseudoscience.
Nobody ever told me what to think, but they taught me how to critically think and how to evaluate things myself.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. But yeah, we two South Africans is giving our experience in our country. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's pretty cool hearing it from another South African as well on this Discord, because I've been told I'm a liar, giving our school experience, and I'm just letting him plain our truth. Actually, carry on. It's the second day I've met you on here, and you giving out exactly what I've given out before. And amazingly, I was told I was a liar about this. So, plain our truth. I'm gonna thank you for giving your perspective of our schooling system as well.
For sure, like I said, I don't. We got the troublemakers, yeah, no, but in general, the people get along here. There's no problem between the people the everyday life. Well, the people of the everyday life. It's the puppets and the criminals that run the country. That's where the problem is.
I 100% agree with you there.
What do you fellas think about the richest person in the world being a South African?
Elon Musk.
Elon?
That's right. African
I
American.
don't think the richest person in the world is publicly known. That doesn't even make you think the richest person in the world is publicly known?
That's fair input, but it doesn't really go towards the point that I'm going towards. It doesn't matter if he's not actually the richest person in the world and Scrooge McDuck is. The question still persists.
So, Kosho, did he make his money in this country, or did he make it in another country? That for me would be the answer with a question to your question. So my answer would be fantastic. He's from this country. However, he didn't make his money in this country. So my thoughts is he made his millions in another country. Well done to him.
I don't know about just family history, but I've heard things like his family made money there. I don't know in what kind of business, but
yeah, there's a lot of families. There's a lot of families that have made. There's a lot of families that have made money in this country with historical support, purely because it's quite a new country as well. But yeah, he might have inherited something or had some sort of privilege, but I don't believe that he made his money in this country. He had intelligence, and he left this country, and he took that knowledge and made his millions where it can actually happen. There's software developers that don't even work in this. South African software developers that don't work for software developing companies in this country, because you'll earn 3 or 4 times more for an overseas company working from your house in South Africa, doing the same work. So you won't always make a lot of money in this country, but you can be from this country.
Yeah, I'll just say you have to look into the history of Elon Musk and his family and where they come from, and then you can have a more detailed view about the whole situation.
what do you know about his family?
Right?
What do you know about his family? Because I don't know very much.
His dad's married to his sisters and shit.
Are they Freemasons?
I didn't know that.
I mean, just look at all of Elon Musk's so-called successes, which are all fucking scams. Like an electric car. My building is full of people who own Teslas. You know where all the electricity comes from? Fucking diesel generators. These people put their heads down on their pillows at night thinking, oh, my Tesla's charging. It's using electricity. I'm saving the environment. It's like, no, you're not. All the electricity in this building comes from diesel generators. By the way, well, no, I can't say that. Then it doxes myself. But I will say, SpaceX ain't far from me, guys. I'm all my neighbors are SpaceX employees. And then look at what else did he do? What else did Elon Musk do?
How does that? Hold on. Let's.
Oh, he did
go back to
SpaceX.
electric cars.
Oh yeah.
Well, how does that make that a scam? That because your building uses diesel fuel.
Well, the whole allure to going electric is that you're getting off of fossil fuels, right?
Yeah, I mean that's not even really that wouldn't make it a scam because you're building diesel fuel. He also owns or his brother owns a solar panel company. So if your building instead used solar panels to get their energy, then
there's some solar panels involved. Okay. There's how much? Okay, go ahead and find out how much of the United States runs off solar.
But my point is that that's just not a good point. That because other people get electricity from diesel fuel or whatever, that makes this company a scam. I mean, that's sort of a separate issue.
No, I don't. I see the issue completely linked. Another thing about these cars that's a scam is their batteries, the materials it takes to create them, and then once the batteries are done with, how they're disposed of, and how long it takes to, what if they end up in a landfill, how long those batteries will take to, sort of return to the land. It's insane numbers, hundreds of years. And yeah, dude, we're not on solar yet. We don't have mega cities that are running on solar right now. It's an idea, but it's not being actualized. We are 100% dependent on fossil fuels. Anybody with a Tesla has to be charging their Tesla 100% from solar power or from some other thing, some other way other than fossil fuels in order for them to be quote unquote saving the environment. And even then, they better have a plan for when their Tesla's, broken down and done with, for them to get rid of the batteries. It's a scam, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like you're making these points. Points are fine. They just don't provide anything towards what your actual point is, which is that it's a scam. Like I can see why it's like, okay, it's a little naive to think you're saving the environment by driving a Tesla. Okay, so I understand that. I just don't think that throws anything to the argument that it's a scam, like that his companies are a scam. You know what I mean?
No, Kosho, for me personally, I think that I think he's got a clever mind, and he pitched to investors, and investors in our country, we don't have the money to invest to do what he's doing. He can't do what he's doing in this country, for instance. But there's money, at least in the USA, there's money to invest in what he's doing. And he was able to do that, and I think that's how he's made his money, through investment and through his knowledge. He may not be the smartest person, but he isn't a dumb dude, at least in my mind, or my understanding. He's not a dumb dude. He has some sort of knowledge where he could have got that investment, and he's made his money overseas. For you guys, it's not overseas; it's your own country. But for us, it's overseas.
Just real quick, 3.4% of America runs on solar energy. 3.4%.
Listen, man, I agree with what you're saying. I'm just telling you that it's almost like it's being masqueraded as something that helps what you're claiming about Elon Musk and his companies, but it's just a different point. Like, yeah, I see. That's right. It's naive to think that you're really saving the environment that much by doing that. I agree with that, but it doesn't make him or his company a scam. You know what I mean? But that's not the point.
Time will tell.
Well, no, but time would tell. Maybe you would have to have different kinds of evidence for that. Is what I'm saying. Like, it'd be like, oh well, he's he's fraudulently doing this or that. He's scamming these people in this way. But
here's a scam.
His cars really are electric.
Dude, he tweets about fucking Dogecoin and pumps the price up and then goes on SNL and dumps that shit. Come on, dude. This motherfucker's pumping and dumping the world. And you think his companies are not scams as well? You think the way he got his millions, his billions isn't a scam as well? Watch. I'll tell you when you're gonna.
Just another
when the
point.
When the Tesla price dumps in a couple of years because they're fucking useless and there's no real world application to a car that claims to be energy efficient when fucking only 3.4% of the population is even using solar, you'll see.
I mean, okay, so the car being electric or not electric is neither here nor there. The car runs. People buy the car. They're paying for a car. The car runs. They get what they paid for. I think the Tesla Model S, I think, is the fastest sedan, hands down, or 0 to 60 or something along those lines. So I mean, it's not like they're scamming the people who are buying their cars. They're getting real cars that run. Like I said, and then the pump and dump thing. Yeah, I agree. Also, that's technically illegal. It's crazy how he can get away with that, where other people would probably be charged for the same thing, at least investigated. But that's also just a separate issue. That's like the Dogecoin crypto thing. It has nothing to do with his companies.
Well, I think the way that a man acts in the financial world absolutely can be used as evidence to a way that he could at least, you could at least envision him acting with the way he runs his own companies. And just to further the point of the Tesla cars being scams, I don't know if you remember when there was some natural disasters, they were able to remotely allow the car to go further on the same amount of energy that it had. Have you heard about this? Like they've turned a vehicle, which should be an internal combustion engine, fucking 4 wheels, and a fucking steering wheel with places to sit, into a highly advanced surveillance tool that turns various features of your car into a subscription service that has you telling people that you're fucking saving the planet, when chances are you're just using a diesel generator to charge your vehicle. They have the ability to restrict where you go, when you go, at any point in time. People who don't make payments on their Teslas, Tesla company can just have the car fucking drive itself out to the street where the repo man will come and get it. I mean, it's a scam, dude. I don't know how you're not seeing this.
Hold on.
What's your issue
How
with
is that?
though? Like, why do people always want to hate on people that are better than them?
Is that Branch? I would fucking recognize that voice anywhere.
This ain't fucking Branch. It's Hellboy.
What's up, dude? It's been a while.
What up, Hellboy?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, Hellboy?
I don't know, man.
Elon Musk is a fucking.
There's one reason
he's definitely not better than me, but that was good. That was good bait.
Can you imagine this though, right? He runs this whole company that's all about fucking renewable energy and fucking all that bullshit, right? How can he invest in Bitcoin, which is fucking energy dependent like a motherfucker?
You can meet this guy.
He can't.
Yeah, you want to mute him? I mean,
he had to pull out Bitcoin because it's too energy intensive.
Here, hold on, Brent. Hold on 1 second.
Problem.
Hey, Brent.
He's gonna fucking.
Okay, never mind. Coach, do you want to continue our conversation?
Oh no, I was just.
If not, I'll unmute Brent.
But I think again, like with the whole surveillance thing in the car, that's sort of a after effect. I don't think that's a motivation for the purpose of it. I think just like smart devices or what do you call it? The web, what do they call it? what they call it, but it's it's just part of that whole world where it's like, yeah, you have these smart devices, these computers talking to each other, doing this thing, and the whole thing with the repo, that's not a scam. If the scammer in that situation is the person not paying their car. I mean, the repo man is going to come repo the car as
No, I'm not
best he
saying
can.
that's
In this case, they have the opportunity. They have the opportunity to help
that's
the
not the
repo man
point.
get the car back.
That's not the point that I'm making. I'm talking about the whole reason I even illustrated that scenario is because I'm talking about them. They're not selling a car. They're selling a highly advanced surveillance device that limits where you go, when you go, and how you go there. It's a control device. If you want to truly, dude, if you truly want to have freedom, right? You need to be able to accomplish these various feats like finding out where you are or researching something or communicating with somebody. You need to figure out how to do that without the help of this so-called smart technology, which is really just surveillance technology. You don't have a smartphone, you have a surveillance phone,
I know, but that's another, okay, so I understand what you're saying, but you're describing it as this is the purpose of it, and it's being sold to us as this, when the truth is the purpose of it is the thing it's being sold as, and it is true that it can be used, and is used often to, with ulterior motives, but that's not the motivation of making the car or the cell phone. So I just think that's just representing.
How do you know?
How do I
you know what the
know? 'Cause
motivation is? Yeah, were
think
you in the boardrooms
when cell phones were made?
No, for Tesla, dude. When they're saying, yeah, we're going to put like 20 fucking cameras in this, and we're going to be able to limit how far people can go with specific amounts of charge to the battery. When they knew they were releasing a product to a country, I'm just speaking Americentrically right now, that this thing runs on electricity, right? 100% electric. You're saving the environment, but they also know that only 3.4% of the population has even got access to solar power or to, alternative forms of energy. I mean, why didn't they? Here's a good question. Before releasing the Tesla cars, why didn't he create a company that got us off of fossil fuels first? Wouldn't that have made more sense? He's a billionaire after all. Oh, really? I mean,
He owns a solar. He owns a solar panel company. His brother runs it. I don't know
what's it
which
called?
one was made first. It's called Solar. I don't know. Branch right now, but he's muted. But
I mean, if you want to unmute Branch and do that, dude, be my fucking guest. I'm gonna dip out. I can't stand his voice. I can't stand his attitude. But
oh yeah, you might know the name of it. Yeah, but I think it's like Solar something. But yeah, and I can't tell you which one was made first, but I know that they often work in conjunction with one another. Like he uses the batteries for the car, like he has a battery farm or whatever. He uses those, or a battery factory place. He uses some of those batteries in conjunction with the solar panel company to put that batteries in like people's houses so that it charges up those batteries when it's over.
It's called Solar City, Kosho. Solar City.
Okay. Yeah. Also, so there's a couple things, but because you said about the car, the cameras, and all that. That's what I'm saying. It's like I can see where your argument would be coming from, but I don't think it has much merit because, yeah, it's very possible that he made the company with cameras just to surveil people, and then after the fact, decided to make it, so that it could be automated, automated driving and all that kind of stuff. But that seems a little bit too far-fetched for me. Where it makes more sense that the cameras have a more specific function with the automation, and like you said, it is true. It could be used for the other, but I don't think that came first. I think the obviously the form or the purpose of it is obviously to made for automation.
Yeah, I mean, I can just point to other things that he's done, like spending multiple billions of dollars to acquire Twitter when he could have used that to, I don't know, maybe redo the power grid of a city or something like that. You know, like he buys Twitter so you can fucking get a blue check mark for $8, but does nothing to increase the amount of people that are using alternative energy in a country where his product that is supposed to be running off alternative energy, and there's not a lot of it, is being sold. It just doesn't make sense to me, dude. And if that makes sense to you, if those seem like the actions of a genius billionaire, then maybe we just have different definitions of what genius is.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
All right. So, Coach,
It's just me personally. Mic checks annoy the hell out of me, dude. Some cases they're necessary. Like sometimes I do it out of city, but often people are doing it just to make their presence known, and it annoys the fuck out of me, Jeremy.
or
damn, that
I'm
sounds
doing
like a
it
you
to see if
problem,
my
bro.
mic works.
Okay, well then, okay, fine, you're fair then. You're
We
in the
spent
camp.
longer now talking about the mic check. It took 1 second, and now we're in a 5-minute ordeal over this.
Yeah.
Over this
I'm
mic
just
check.
busting
Why
your
don't you
chops,
respond dude, why don't you respond to what I said, Kosho, about Elon Musk buying Twitter instead of, you know...
Yeah. Well, no, but
You could have
that's what I'm
ended
saying.
homelessness.
Okay, but that's a personal decision. You didn't give him the money and then say, do with this something altruistic. That's his money. He decides to do what he wants with it. He bought Twitter. The reasons that he claims to have bought Twitter, I think actually it makes sense to me. He thought that Twitter was a valuable resource at one point, and he thought that that truth is being sort of silenced a little bit, and this kind of thing, and he just wants it to be a more open. He wants it to be more to where he visioned it to be, which is like a resource for people to quickly share information and that kind of thing, which is reasonable for me. I mean, I don't see a problem with somebody spending their money, however they choose to. I don't know.
I mean, this is my own personal opinion. If I could have bought Twitter or ended homelessness and world hunger, I just would have ended the homelessness and world hunger thing. I don't know how much was this Twitter thing. 100 billion, 10 billion. How much was Twitter? Do you guys know?
It was like 50, I think, but...
Think about, you would go down in history. You ended homelessness. Holy shit, bro. All the people's lives you could have made better with that. You could have turned all of humanity around. But now we just give
solving the homeless problem. What if he just changed the fucking power grid in the place where he's selling his fucking electric cars so that when they charge those electric cars, they actually are being charged by some alternative energy source and not fucking fossil fuels. This to me is the most obvious scam I've ever fucking seen. The fact, Kosher, that you're kind of like coping with it, like for this, is blowing my mind right now. Like he spent 54 billion or some shit to fucking acquire Twitter. How much would it cost to redo the power grid in just one American city? Would it be $54 billion?
If he's charging people to charge Teslas, wouldn't it have been an awesome investment if he just around the where the charger is, you just put some batteries in, you throw some solar panels and some wind turbines, and now you don't even have to buy the electricity anymore. You're just charging people for charging their cars, and you don't have to buy it.
Yeah, dude, I know. And that the fact that the car is programmed to like allow the controllers to limit how far the car can go on a particular charge. Dude, that's the biggest. Can you imagine you got your diesel truck and you go to the gas station and you fill the tank, and then somehow somebody could remotely make it so that your truck goes half as far on a full tank? Would you ever buy that fucking car?
Oh, hell no. However, I do love the autonomy. I love the autonomous part of the whole Tesla thing. That's absolutely crucial in our technological evolution
Yeah.
on Earth. Because let
To
me
be
tell
able
you
to drive
something.
wherever you, yeah, it's nice to be able to
That-
drive wherever you want, but yeah, it's definitely going to be better for the world when, you know, like the highways at least are automated.
That'll never
I
happen.
mean,
There will never be wide scale automation of vehicles. 100%.
why?
Because it just can't be done. Not well, not efficiently enough, and you're not gonna fucking destroy the middle class without they can maybe do it if they kill everybody. There's nobody to fucking drive the
What?
trucks.
Why?
Okay,
wait.
we use.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
am I cutting?
No, I don't know what's going on here. Why can't we make all the cars autonomous?
Well, it'll be a disaster. You're gonna push out the American middle. You know how many people drive for a living?
5 million Americans make their money from driving. Yes, I know exactly how many people drive.
Where'd you get that number from?
Google, and maybe 3 million. It's probably an estimate, but it's about 5 million Americans get money from driving.
I've heard, yeah. Although I think it's more than that.
Are you including truck drivers, Uber drivers, delivery drivers, Amazon drivers, U.S. Postal Service, UPS, DHL, Federal Express? Are you including all U-Haul, moving companies, farming, people who transport farming equipment and feed and livestock? Like, are you including all of this into your 5 million or 3 million?
I'm not sure exactly what they included into it. It's probably a lot of that. I don't know if it's every single thing. What do you think the number is?
I think that's close to the truth, man, because that's the number I heard for truckers was 2 million, and that would be obviously the biggest chunk of it, the biggest single chunk of it, and you know all the other things put together. 5 million sounds reasonable.
Let's say it's 10 million. All right, and these are all middle class people. I'll give it to you. Let's say it's 10 million. Then what? Bro, I'm talking about where the money's
just cutting. You're talking about cutting out the source of income for what, like almost 3% of our population.
Bro, I hear you about the money thing. That's a whole nother issue. But but can it be done though? This would obviously have a huge financial ripple. You get rid of car accidents and shit. There's 16,000 car accidents in America every year. You know how much money that generates? Tons. There's lawyers, doctors,
So you're thinking just about
mechanics.
automating the trucks. You're talking about automating all vehicles generally.
Yeah.
I'd say at least on the highway.
Everywhere. No, why?
No,
everywhere.
You're also talking. I'm assuming these cars are not going to be running on diesel, fossil fuels. You're imagining them being electric, right?
Well, they can be.
I don't know. Can you automate a car on gas? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Don't we have yeah. So whatever it takes. I feel like it's an absolute necessity to automate these vehicles. We're never going to get flying vehicles. We're never going to get flying vehicles until we automate this shit. We can't be driving in the air. I mean, that's fucking that Star Trek fantasy they sold you about driving through the air and shit in your car. No, that's never going to happen. We can't even manage that on a 2D road, let alone when you start introducing another dimension into our movements.
Well, all right, I'll tell it to you like this. I went to the grocery store the other night and I used the self-checkout lane, and they can't even get the fucking self-checkout robot to work right. You got to have a human come over and punch in a code and tell me that they're sorry because this thing's on the fritz. I have no idea how they expect to automate all of transportation and all cars. They can't even get the self-checkout stuff right. So I think it's a little far off. It might be kind of like wishful thinking if you think that you're going to see the automation of transportation within your lifetime. But I could be wrong.
Well, they're pretty good now. Those self-driving Teslas, they're good, right?
Yeah. The only so there's been issues in some case. Like I think there was an issue with like the size of a truck that was nearby it or something like that fucked up one of the computers. But there's going to be issues like that, you know, in the early stages and shit. And there's also issues with people purposely fucking with somebody's automated car Like if you're in a different car and you
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
ability to fuck with it. But yeah,
I mean,
that goes without saying. Yeah.
right now, as it stands, there's about 16,000 car accidents a day in America. That's fucking crazy. Crazy waste of time. Like, we need to stop that shit. If you get it down to like 60 or something, that'd be good. Or 0. I mean, if you have all the cars driving with each other and you have a map and each car is a dot and you make sure none of the dots ever collide, I mean, like, how hard is that? I feel like Kosho could program that in a couple days.
Yeah, you wouldn't want me to do that though. But you remember that movie with Will Smith? What's it called? iRobot.
iRobot.
Yeah, because they have automated cars, but he has like I forget if it's like legal to do that or if he just has like a way to override it or something, and he like he's able to drive. He's able to control it himself. I think that's cool. Like, because it'd still be cool to be able to, if need be, control your car. But I think definitely on the freeway, on the highway, you have to how it's traffic. It would eliminate traffic completely. There actually be no reason for there to be traffic unless there was an accident, because most traffic, like most stopped traffic on the freeway, doesn't happen because there's an accident or anything like that. It just happens basically because of the miscommunication between people changing lanes and shit like that.
Real quick.
And that's crazy.
Do you even need stoplights? Do you need stoplights or stop signs at that point if all the cars are automated?
Yes.
Why?
Even for the are you saying like the cars even need to stop at that point? I mean, it depends. Like, not.
No, I'm saying if the cars are driving themselves, if the cars are all driving themselves, what do we need stoplights for?
For the robots. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you're not driving your car, if there's still going to be there's still going to be intersections. So but I think on the freeway, I think that's why on the freeway it's the easiest way to describe it and at least implement it first, because it's definitely more complicated on the main streets. But on the freeway, definitely, if you just had it to where the cars were evenly spaced, or like there was a minimum space required between vehicles, and there'd be no issue with changing lanes and entering or coming onto the freeway or anything like that. And then also I mean, once you're on the freeway, you could just like shut off, like autopilot it and do whatever the hell else you want.
I think you could cause multi-millions of dollars in damages to infrastructure or just to the economy with fucking fishing string, balloons, and fucking sheets. Fucking blow the balloon up, you fucking tie the fishing string to it, you put a little hole in the fucking sheet, and you run the sheet over it so that the fucking AI cameras pick up this image that looks like a fucking person standing in the road. You just toss it over an overpass on the freeway, a couple of them, and all the cars are going to pick up that there's a fucking person standing in the middle of the freeway, and now you got a traffic jam until somebody gets out of their car and like tries to fucking, pinata this fucking balloon away. The cars aren't going to fucking move. I mean, dude, I'm already thinking of so many ways that you could just absolutely fuck with the economy and infrastructure if all the cars are automated and they don't have actual people like thinking, using their fucking heads. I don't know.
Oh, well, if you were to do this, it would crash you'd have no more car crashes, but ironically, it would crash the economy because, like you said, 5 million people out of a work. That's all middle class people right there. What do you do after that? Not to mention, that's just the amount of people that get money from driving. The 16,000 daily car accidents is tons of money flowing. You got lawyers, doctors, judges, car mechanics,
That's a good point.
medical personnel, all kinds of people, tow truck guys, all kinds of people. Well, that might be automated. I don't know. It's nevertheless.
Right. You're right. There's a huge economy behind it too, but those sort of things, like that's the kind of thing that you have to look out for, because that's going to be a byproduct of that. But I think that what we're talking about, these sort of things, are inevitabilities. Like the only thing you can do is forcefully stop the technology from advancing, but you're never gonna do that. You're only gonna artificially do that for as long as you can, and eventually it's going to happen. And these jobs are going to. So if you can tell that a job can be taken away by automation, trying to save that job is a futile effort. and it's eventually going to be automated. So
Yeah, I'm not even worried about the jobs because they're about to automate the fast food industry. That's 3 million people right there. I've seen 2 different ways robots can clean a bathroom with no human involved. There's another million jobs. How many janitors do you think there are? They got Roombas, self-cutting grass mow, like all type. The automation is coming, so whatever. Like the jobs they're gonna have to do universal basic income or something eventually. That's inevitable. That's like Judgment Day shit, Terminator.
Well, let's just look at what happened in the 2008 market crash. You had roughly 9 million Americans lose their jobs. You had estimates of up to 1 million Americans becoming homeless as a result of that. Then all the health issues, the crime, the suicide that's associated with 9 million Americans losing their fucking jobs, 1 million Americans becoming homeless. I ran some quick numbers. Yeah, no, it's this. Sorry, no, it's fine. It's a bad idea. That's all I'm gonna say.
What's up? What's your numbers? What numbers you got?
Oh, just like how many people work in different industries that involve driving. So it's like 1 million Uber drivers, 3.5 million truck drivers. I was hold on, I gotta read.
Yeah, it could be like 10 million. It's somewhere 5-10 million people drive or get money driving. Yeah.
And then all the people that repair the trucks on the road, all the fucking hotels that people like, all the restaurants that these truckers eat at. Like
the trickle down is amazing.
Effect.
Yes, the trickle down effect is out. You can never even calculate it. It's so much. I know. That was a good point.
Truck
the restaurants
stops,
they stay,
gas.
the restaurants they stay at, the hotels they stay. Yeah, tons of shit. I know.
But don't you think? Well, Flatbush. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
I was going to ask you, Flatbush, because this whole thing that we're talking about is like the reason why I wanted to study physics, and then I thought that it might be more practical to study computer science because of these implications of like the future economy and stuff like that. But that's what I want to ask is, do you also? Do you mean because you said that that's not going to happen, whereas I see these things as being inevitable. I forget what my question was going to be, but right. Even though that these things that we're talking about, we're going to have implications for the market overall. Lots of jobs that will basically disappear or at least transform. Lots of people who aren't prepared, losing, their, their money, their jobs and shit. But do you think that this sort of thing should be protected against, or do you think that I think that it's something inevitable, and so the best that you can do is look out for it and then act accordingly and maybe change your job or something?
Gosh, I had this discussion with this one chick.
No, it's a good question. Branch, you literally came in on a fucking different account to avoid the mute I gave you earlier.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So, to answer your question, Coach O. Okay. You could kind of see me in my position as being like somebody in the early 1900s who sees a vehicle and I'm like, no way everyone's going to be driving cars. That would mean you're going to have to build roads all across America. That would mean you're going to have to build these new plants to build these vehicles. You'd have to like put lines on the road. Like, no way. No one's going to do that. They can't even really go off road. You'd have to fucking build roads across the entire country. That's not what I'm saying, because that involved creating infrastructure. This automation involves removing infrastructure. It's totally different. It's like the roads are going to change. The ripple of the trickle down effect of losing, millions of jobs. It's not the same thing. This is not going to create jobs. This is going to make us lose jobs. I also don't think our grid could handle it. I don't think we're off fossil fuels yet. I don't know if we can.
The job thing's over, bro. That shit's over with. This whole job thing. Like I said, they're automating the fast food industry. That shit's not gonna stop. They don't want to have to pay people. People calling sick, they get hurt. They have workman's comp. They're a fucking liability. They want the fries to just be
hold on.
automatic.
I'm sorry. Actually, Kosho's right. It is inevitable.
It's inevitable, dude. This automation thing is coming regardless if we want it to or not, because
Well, I know. Here's how it's going to happen. You can't do it overnight, right? And you couldn't even really do it, like ease into it, just because of how much life would change. But whenever we see an advancement in technology amongst the civilian population, it always comes after that advancement in technology is used during a war. So as far as automation and drones, we're seeing a lot of it being used in the conflicts today. And I think if there was a conflict that was large enough, maybe on a world scale, in which the governments thought the best thing to do to preserve human life would be to advance automation and drones to the point where the wars could be predominantly fought that way, well, that's how you would lose all the infrastructure. The roads would be bombed, the bridges would be bombed, the gas stations, the petroleum facilities, those would all get bombed out, right? To keep humans from driving tanks and driving around. But the drones would still be working just fine. And they would protect those facilities a lot. They'd protect that technology a lot more than they would this old fossil fuel stuff. And then once the dust settles and they rebuild, well, we saw that, the drones and the automation is what helped us win. So why go back to anything else? That's the only way I could see it being inevitable, is you have to have this massive change.
No, I'm telling you, listen. No, I'm telling you, listen. The fast food industries, they are trying desperately to automate their restaurants, right? Because obviously it would be cheaper to just have one employee there instead of 10. You know what I mean? So you want all the burgers and the fries and chicken nuggets cooking themselves, getting packed, and then there's just like one guy there instead of like a crew of like 10. The janitor thing, that's going to be automated soon, bro. People don't want to pay janitors. They want shit to just be automatically done without. People are a liability. When you have to have employees, first of all, it's hard to even find good people. And when you do find people, even they get injured at work. You have there's a huge expense in having people. Where if you just had something automated, I mean, look what happened after the Industrial Revolution. We were working 60, 80-hour work weeks. They lowered it down to 40 because of the automation. Like, I heard they were putting a bill through Congress or something where they're trying to lower it to 32-hour work week. What, your robot?
Trap the car and the road based on a percentage, right?
Oh, you cleared up it then. You cleared up. Go ahead. Say that all again. You're good.
Okay. We have to go into the whole situation where we're putting robots in a position to make decisions based off of numbers and statistics, which sounds good, but as illustrated in, I know it was a silly movie, but in I, Robot, where Will Smith, the bridge collapses, he's trapped in the car underwater, and the robots are coming to save people, and the robot has the choice to save Will Smith or the little girl, and the robot saves Will Smith, and, it's like, how are we going to let robots make decisions like that? I think a human world requires human decision makers.
Yeah, but
once we start giving up our decisions. Sorry, let me just finish this last sentence. Once we start giving up our decisions to robots, it's no longer a human world.
That decision in that movie. Jeremy, go ahead. I know you're trying to say something.
Thank you. I'm just talking about. Like, these aren't like life and death decisions. This is like robots puts chicken nuggets into a fryer and then into a bag and then hands it to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are just going to be like simple things. The janitor robots. It's not like.
No, he's right though, man. It doesn't end there, obviously, especially when you're talking about robots that have control over people. It's just like the trolley. That's actually why. That's why the trolley test is the trolley dilemma or whatever. That's why that's a topical thing in AI, is because that's basically an AI type question. It's like and it actually the trolley dilemma is the same as that dilemma in that movie, I, Robot. Well, that's not the same thing, but it's like save this
Same question.
girl or save this this grown man. But I think in the movie, the one thing that obviously him as a person, his personal experience is that was a bad decision. But in the robot's mind, he had a more likeliness of saving him than saving the little girl, and so it made the most pragmatic decision. And had he tried to save the girl, he could have maybe they both. It could have been the case that they both died or something like that. And I think that's what behind the decision making, and that makes sense.
Rewatch it
to me.
Rewatch it. The girl
Yeah,
had.
but by the time-
I believe the quote is like the girl had a 12% chance of living, and Will Smith's whole argument is like 12% is enough.
Yeah, but by the time
and there are. Go ahead.
by the time we even get to that level, it's already all the jobs are already gone. Like by the time we even get to robots that are walking around and shit like that, like all the jobs are already gone because they've already done it with the chicken nuggets and the janitor shit and the driving. It's inevitable.
Okay, hold on.
Dude.
I gotta address the chicken nuggets situation here. Okay, so when you say that they're gonna automate everything, do you mean that there's no longer gonna be any humans working in a fast food restaurant?
There may be one there just to make sure things are going smooth, but you're knocking down a crew of 10. Go ahead.
No.
You're knocking out a crew of 10 to 1. There's still going to need to be a janitor there, but right now there's a crew of 10 janitors, whereas with automation, you're only going to need 1.
And chances are, in my mind, if I was McDonald's and I was going to automate everything except leave one person, maybe to like take the orders, or like, I think a human being handing you your food is still important. I would probably assume that it's going to be a lot of young women, or probably more young women than young men working that job, right? So now you've got one person in a facility. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not McDonald's model. Like they're not worried about who. Like they. I don't know if you've been there lately, but they're not really worried about.
Okay, man or woman. There's one person, man or woman. There's one person working at this facility, right? And everything else is a fucking robot beeping and booping around. If somebody comes in there, there's nothing to steal, right? But there is a person alone by themselves. You know what I mean? Where that person can be harmed. And what are a bunch of fucking mopping robots going to do to help that situation? You guys, you're taking the human element out of human life, and it's going to be fucking disastrous.
Hold on though, that's a threat anywhere. Look how many gas stations there are and shit where there's just one woman alone in a place. You know what I mean? Like that's a thing now. And there's security measures there's security measures you can undertake if it's a problem. You can put some bulletproof glass up, give them a little life alert button and shit. Like it's not a big. You can make it to where the guy, people can't even get at the human. Look what they do.
Do you realize how dystopian what you guys are describing is, though? Do you realize how dystopian that is? Where it's like, I'm just gonna go to my job where I work in a fucking glass box with a big gun to defend me because everybody around is a fucking robot. There's no people for miles. I don't even know who are fast. Dude, if everything's automated, who's going to be even going to a drive-through? Who's even going to be fucking sitting in a fucking... You're just going to have little drones delivering you fucking chicken McNuggets right to your window.
I don't know, but I could go into you could pick a McDonald's at random right now. I could probably go in there and knock out everyone in the store and then just leave one person standing. So it's not right.
Go to McDonald's and come into America and try that. Remember that when Sam Jackson goes?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but I don't know if you guys have been to Walmart lately either, but Walmart they've already said their model is because they're trying to compete with Amazon. Oh, by the way, let me just say something real quick, Flatpuss. Because I DM'd Branch and I gave him the offer. I told him participate normally or whatever. Because I don't think it's fair to just mute him just because of what he might do. But let's at least give him the chance to participate. And I'll take responsibility for, if
do you really think that that's going to be beneficial to the conversation? I think that's going to be.
He often adds great input. And
why do you think he was muted before?
What?
He was here when I muted him, dude. You were here.
Yeah, yeah.
He just
That's
immediately.
what I'm asking you, that's what I'm
He
telling you.
literally. He said why. He literally said something along the lines of like Elon Musk is better than me, so why do I think I can like say something? Dude, it was just some fucking odd. Name one time Branch has fucking contributed anything beneficial.
I can name 1,000 times. He's taught me a lot. So
Just
I don't want
one.
to get into any personal stuff with him, but I'm just saying I've already told him. I said, hey, participate
Dude,
just as cordially as we are.
Now we're having a conversation about Branch. You see this?
If
He's not even fucking unmuted.
Well, that's what
He's
I'm
not even
saying. That's what I'm saying.
fucking unmuted, and the
Okay.
conversation's being totally
We'll
diverted.
we'll unmute him if he fucks up and timing him out for a day. How's that sound?
Yeah. So
I agree.
Jeremy's going to time you out for a day if you. But otherwise, just participate the way we are, and everything's fine. Yeah.
Thanks, Kosho.
But anyway, I still want to respond. I just don't remember what I'm responding to. So maybe somebody else respond. Something about Walmart.
Bro, the automation's
I don't
coming.
remember now.
The automation's coming, Platypus. It's inevitable. We're on to Terminator shit here. That's
Yeah,
all.
I'm gonna be like training fucking falcons to like attack drones and like drop.
Yeah, but how are
monkey
you not the
wrenches.
problem at that point?
Yeah, but it's not that different, is it? Like we've been automating stuff throughout history, right? Like, because even before AI, I was automating shit in the software that I was creating for that company. I wasn't creating it alone, but like, you know, automation is been happening the whole time, and it hasn't really fucked up anything.
Yeah, but we're coming up on an era where it's about to get fucking for reals. Like, you automate some software, yeah, that's cool. But now we're talking about automating shit in the real world, not on your little, ones and zeros.
So I was talking to this one chick yesterday at the bar, not yesterday, a couple of days ago at the bar, right? And she's a graphic designer. No, she's an interior designer. And like she was talking about how she thinks that, all this AI shit is gonna take her job away. And I was like, no, because you always need a human touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe for something like that.
Transform. Well, no. There will be jobs taken because there's a lot of mundane jobs that are even involved with stuff like that will be, wiped out because that can be easily automated. But then there's like I said, like there's a job that is now being created that didn't exist before because of AI, and that's the prompt engineer. And so it's like you have to have a skilled person communicating with these AI in order to orchestrate what they're going to do. So
right.
Give and take.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, the automation is gonna blank out so many jobs that what are we gonna do? Like, there's not gonna be any jobs. There's not gonna be nothing.
Jeremy, if you look at the car industry, Jeremy, right? Back in the days, people used to build cars by hand and shit, right? And then slowly, it's become so automated that even without AI, that now you only need maybe 10% of the workers to make a car.
That's one. Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's getting serious now with the automation, to where you're talking about automating janitorial jobs, automating fast food workers, automating driving jobs. That's just those three alone is millions and millions of people. Millions.
I was in the fast food industry, right? I was in the restaurant industry, right? And like, I automated kitchens to the point where like you can drop your staff by like maybe 30%. And this is way before AI. I just think that automation's been around, dude. I don't understand why people are so scared of AI. It's not really game changing. It's just the next thing.
Dude, the automation coming is nothing like you've seen in the past, though.
I don't know, Jeremy. Like the thing is, like, unless you worked in the industries, I can see why you're scared of it, right? But I don't see it making that huge of an impact.
It will make an impact, man. I mean,
it definitely will.
But okay, let's take the car, because you made a good point about the car industry. So the car industry transformed America several times because, when they started building cars, so many people, especially poor people, black people, people who are, didn't have the opportunity otherwise, they had the opportunity to move to where they were needed. They needed a bunch of workers up in like the Rust Belt or whatever they call it. And so, that got transformed, and then it got transformed again when that industry, that's one of the industries that got automated before. I think more so than anywhere else, like long before everywhere else, right? Like they slowly, still became automated, like automating all those, all the steps in the construction of the car and stuff like that.
No
So a lot of the
Congo
jobs were
and all that
lost.
bullshit.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is, there's the person who's successful is the one who can smell where the tides are before, sooner than anybody else, right? And they're able to move, they're able to sway with where the future's going, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know, Culture. I kind of feel like
try to hold against them, but
I kind of feel, Culture, like people are afraid that they're gonna lose their jobs and shit, right? But I kind of feel like it gives us more time to spend time with our kids and do the shit we love.
Okay, so you and Jeremy, this is going to change the conversation a little bit, but you and Jeremy are believers or proponents of like UBI, is what it sounds like. I know Jeremy is, and it sounds like kind of that's what you're saying too.
I think it's going to.
I mean, what else do you do though? What else can you do?
It has to
If
be
you
that
don't have
way.
UBI, if you don't have UBI or some kind of system like that, then who's even going to McDonald's? No one even has money to go to McDonald's.
Exactly, because if all the jobs are going to be taken by AI, and we're talking about maybe 20 years from now, right? Then it's going to have to be some type of UBI, or minimum, it's going to have to be some type of UBI.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. So I agree with you guys that that in the future. So I see the problem that you guys see. The inevitability is happening. Jobs will be eliminated, even if jobs are created. The net amount of jobs, especially for people who have useless, mundane jobs, and have no skills, there's going to be a problem there. The economy is going to suffer because of this. I agree with that. And what you guys are saying is the only chance to subside that from being as extreme as it could be is by UBI, and that would be a solution. My problem with that is that is a last ditch, or that is a solution that could fix the problem. I just don't think that solution is a viable solution, and I think that it's one that will actually end up being more dangerous than I think. Okay, so the way I think about what's inevitable, I think that the inevitability is going to be traumatic regardless. And I think UBI is just one way to it's just one flavor of the trauma.
I don't think it's a bad thing though.
Work out. I think
I don't say it's a bad thing, Kosho. Like, I think that we as people, like, we put more effort into our jobs than we do our families.
Yeah. But let me tell you what the problem is with UBI. The problem that is going to be with UBI, and the problem that is, it's a governmental societal issue, and there's no more personal responsibility in that regard of you're now handing the responsibility to the government, whoever's the overseer of the universal housing and money thing. And the problem with that is you've now turned yourself into a commodity that is going to be assessed based on their worth. And so it seems like everyone's going to be guaranteed this UBI or something like this. But what's going to happen is there's not always enough to go around. And not only that, the people who have earned the wages and actually are paying into this that other people are going to get for free, they're not going to think that those people deserve it most of the time. They're not going to want to give away most of their shit. So what's going to happen is someone's going to have to give, and that's going to be like kind of like how they have in China, where they have like a social credit score. And like something like that will be put in place where it's like people are being valued for different reasons.
Fuck that
now.
though.
And
I hate that social credit score. Like, that bullshit doesn't jive with me. Like, but
I think UBI is sort of it has to come with that. Like I think that comes with UBI basically, and it's something even worse.
No, I
than
mean, I would love it if the divide between the rich and the poor was to go away because of this shit. Because I think
But how do
money
you
is
not
going to
see-
eventually become useless, Kosho.
what I just said though. How do you not see? Because you said you hate the social credit score thing. How do you not see that being an obvious component?
No,
That
I
will have
do
to
though.
come
I
with
see
something like
the
UBI?
problems, man. I see the problems. Like, honestly, dude, I was thinking about fucking stripping out a fucking, you know, those that vacuum cleaner shit. Was it the Robus or whatever it's called? That automated vacuum cleaner, right? And I was about to strip it out and put it inside a fucking lawnmower, right? And then I was like, fuck, if I make that shit work, these people that you know what I mean? That a lot of them are illegal, you know what I mean? And
they already have those, man. I had one of those 20 years ago.
I'm just saying though, I was gonna make a next gen a fucking automated fucking lawnmower.
That's why I had one of those 20 years ago. Is what I'm saying.
A lawnmower that fucking just it memorizes your house and you just take it and it's
we had to put wires. We had to stake wires into the ground and it followed a track. But in today's days, it uses GPS and they do the same thing where they have a set route and they actually can charge themselves. Like they can actually go all the way back to their charger and charge themselves.
it can mow the lawn like fucking every 2 days or some shit, right? But the problem is, like, what about all the illegals that, because you know how it is in Texas,
yeah.
Right? What about all the fucking illegals that now don't have fucking money?
Well, they don't come here anymore. I don't know.
No, but I mean, it's their country too, right? They fucking live here.
Okay, but so I'm saying like that. Here's the thing: like when there is an inevitable thing that's going to happen, and it's going to disrupt something, and someone's going to lose their job, that's inevitable. Like my dad, he makes his money doing like concierge. Like he has his concierge company. He drives like limousines and stuff, so he owns like all that stuff. And definitely like Uber and Lyft is an enemy to him and his business. And same with taxi drivers. Like it's Lyft and Uber are enemies to their business, but they're also inevitable, things like these. Once this technology has been let out the lamp, it's like, yeah, it can be illegal for a couple of years or something, but people are realistic. They're gonna know, okay, you can't stop that forever, and
Right.
So it's
but
like,
I mean, as it grows, though, Kosho, like you gotta understand, like so many, there is gonna be an enormous job loss. I mean, Kosho, the crazy shit is, right? Like I've been running some bots talking to each other, right? And this is the shit they talk about too. Like,
what?
Yeah, I sent you a link.
No shit. Yeah, no, I just saw that, dude. I never checked my DMs, dude, and I feel bad because I DM'd you a while ago, and then I just DM'd you now, so I saw what you said.
Well, I literally got fucking 2 ChatGPT bots, 2 Bard bots, 4 fuckers talking to each other, right? 4 bots.
No shit.
From different fucking AIs. And the crazy shit is, man, this is the shit they talk about. They're like, well, what about the jobs? And like, how the fuck are they going to treat us? And shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah. There's one AI that you should, if you're doing that, you should fuck around this one. It's called I wish I had that conversation saved, dude, but it deleted already. But it's called hey.py. Like if you go to hey.py, it'll come up, and it's like specifically made to be like as empathetic and like human like as possible, like a little bit. So it's not exactly like ChatGPT, but you can have real conversations with this thing. And I was asking it about like what's it called? Not Turner. What's the guy's name? Dude, the computer dude. Turner. Terman test.
What did he do?
He's invented computers, man. He's like World War II computer dude. It's obvious. I'm gonna feel stupid when I.
Yeah, that's cool.
You know what I'm talking about? And the test is like the test, like the test to see if a computer is a human or not. It's the Turner. I can't think of it right now. But anyways, it's gonna bother me so bad. Alan Turing, the Turing test. That's what it is. I don't know. I could remember that. But anyways, The point is, I was asking this robot girl because I made her have a girl voice, It was actually kind of hot, to be honest. But anyways, I was talking to her about the Turing test, and if she could pass the Turing test, and we had like a long conversation about it. And it was like such a realistic, like introspective, like it was like she was in, like it was like being introspective. It was kind of crazy. Yeah,
I think we're pretty similar, Coach. Or like, if I go to a bar and shit, I could talk to like the hottest girl in the bar, right, and just make a conversation with her about anything. I think you can do the same shit, right?
Yeah, maybe, probably not. Maybe though.
Yeah.
I stumble over my words when I'm talking to you guys sometimes. You know what I mean? So
I think I stumble more on my words in Discord than I do in real life.
I believe that. Yeah. Anyways, the point is, that's cool though, dude. I want to check that out sometime. You and your bot, the chatting bots.
Well, fucking, I want to put one in here, dude. I want to put Google Bard in here, dude.
Hey, you want to help me train? You want to help me train one, dude? Because I have one.
Oh man, you don't even know how trained up my fucking bots are. My bots are fucking.
You can help me.
Super
you can help me train one, dude. Because I have all the text from Gem server. Like,
oh no, it doesn't work like that, dude.
Well, no, but I mean, you can train. You can like what's it called? Fine tune like GPT 3 or 4's API.
I know we've been talking about this shit for a long time, right, Coach? You're getting like a, you know what I mean, back and forth. We've been having this conversation about getting a fake person into one of these rooms, right? Did you see that shit that happened in Gem Panda server with Bender?
No, what happened?
Fucking took over the server with a fucking bot, bro.
Bender.
Yeah, called Bender.
The bot was Bender?
Yeah, his name was Bender, dude. Fucking Gem Panda ended up deleting like the whole chat. All these years of chats. Right? Because of Bender, he fucking he wiped it clean.
Well, the bot that I had in there was it looked like Bender. What was that? Was their bot was called Bender?
Mine, it was just called straight Bender. Yours was 2-bit Bender, right?
Well, mine was 2-bit. Well, no, yeah, it might have been 2-bit Bender or 2-bit Qubit. It was a picture of Bender. Yeah, that's funny though. It took over the chat.
Bro, you don't even know, man. It started making girlfriends and fucking. it started. It remembers people and shit. Even though I cleared the fucking. You know how you when you go in those shit. This is ChatGPT based, right?
Yeah.
You know you can. Even after I cleared shit, it still remembered people.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man. It was some. You know what? You know how it ended?
No, but he said he deleted the chat.
Okay, so it finally ended with me saying hello, Elon.
He said hello, Elon.
Yeah, man. They switched the GPTs on me, and then they admitted it.
Oh, you mean like your API? Like you're using API? And
No, I wasn't even using API. You know, I use macros and shit, right? But like,
yeah.
So basically, halfway through, they started fucking with me, right? And they started doing stupid shit. And then they admitted afterwards that, yeah, this is a new GPT. That's why it doesn't sound like Bender anymore.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, I don't like I like GPT-4 and shit like that, but honestly, like you know about Elon Musk, he made True GPT because he
3 and 4, right? It's the same shit.
The
only difference I see between it is that GPT-4 has more restrictions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not talking about, but you're talking about chat. So you're talking about using Chat GPT. Because I feel like if you use the APIs directly, there's less restrictions, but there still are restrictions. And yeah, so I don't like, it's so stupid. It's stupid how like they have automated fucking responses.
Nah, dude, I used the web API shit. I mean, I used the web interface, right? But I've stripped out all the restrictions.
Okay, yeah, there's ways to get around them. Yeah, there's like different prompts you can do that they get around them. But I just think that there's actually Microsoft. I don't know if you know the one called
just
Orca.
Bing, right?
It's like called Microsoft. No, they used one with Orca because Microsoft basically owns OpenAI for the most part.
No. Microsoft doesn't open. No, that's Elon Musk owns Open API.
No, dude.
Shut the
Okay,
fuck up,
so dude,
Kosho.
no, dude, no. So
Dude.
so here, dude, this dude.
Open
Now, Elon Musk,
API is owned by
OpenAI.
Elon Musk, dude.
No. Elon Musk, he started OpenAI. For you ever hear him say this? He said he was talking to the guy at Google, Larry Page, and that Larry Page was so excited about AI. This is how OpenAI got started, basically, because he said he was talking to Larry Page, and Larry Page was like talking about how he wanted to make like a supercomputer, like a super god AI, and Elon Musk was telling him how dangerous that was, and he's like, no, I would love that, and he called Elon Musk a speciesist because he thinks humans should be dominant against computers. And anyway, so Elon was like, yeah, I am a speciesist, dude. Because but anyway, so he made OpenAI because he wanted to make an open source competitor to whatever Google was doing, so that it wasn't just in the hands of this company. But then he left OpenAI because he had a conflict of interest with Tesla, and so he just left it in the hands of the people that he started with. But they since made it proprietary, so they made it to where it's not open source anymore. And actually, Microsoft does have I think it has the majority share.
Really?
Yeah, and so that's why he made a whole new AI. He made Truth GPT.
Is Bing AI based on ChatGPT?
Yeah, it's based on OpenAI. It's got OpenAI as a backbone. But that's not only that though. So Microsoft, they recently did a study called the Orca. So they made a model called Orca, and there's a lot of like Facebook first did this, where basically they got the AI to generate the they use an AI to generate the training responses so they can train a new model. And they, so that's why there's so many models out there now that are kind of comparative with some of the GPT models, and they're not. They didn't even take that long to train because of this fact. And anyway, so Microsoft did a study where they made a model called Orca, and they basically did that. They did in a couple weeks, not like 6 months like OpenAI, but in a couple weeks with a lot less computing, they made a model that was actually comparable with GPT-4 even, and a lot of its functionality and stuff. And some people suspect that the reason why Microsoft did this was because they wanted to test because they invested so much in OpenAI. They want to see if that's kind of a wasted investment, because if anybody can kind of open source, and recreate some of these models or make better models without using all the money and resources that they did. So they want to see if it's a wasted investment, basically. Anyways, my point is that there's models out there that aren't restricted like OpenAI. Like there's models that use GPT and GPT-3 and 4 and stuff like that to construct these models that may not be completely as good as them, but like almost, but they have they don't have any of the restrictions or anything. So yeah, I don't remember what the point was, but I just yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Coach.
Sometimes I go off on tangents and I don't remember
Check this
where
query
I started.
out. Check this query out, Coach. Right, that I sent to fucking Google Bot, right? And just think about what can be done with this. And I'm pretty sure that Google Bot is running off a fucking quantum computer.
Could be. Doesn't Google have a quantum computer?
Right, and that's why it makes sense, right? That they're gonna run the AI off it. This is experimental. You may not have access to Bard, right? But see if you do. Just bard.google.com.
I never used it.
Oh shit, I can't post.
Like I have a company with my girlfriend.
I'll DM it to you, man. But look, check this shit out. I'll DM it to you, but I can't post fucking images here.
Yeah. It's funny. I feel bad because when we were talking to Platypus and stuff, I guess he really hates you, dude, because he left as soon as you start chatting. So, but I think you're doing good right now, dude, and I can see why people have a fucking, like they're like, Branch is gonna fuck shit up, but
I know, dude. I don't understand why people are so scared about AI, man. Like, do you know Harley? All right, man.
Harley?
I'm gonna invite. So Harley's creating some AI shit, and I'm creating some AI shit, right? And we're about to fucking, I don't know. We're just working together on some bullshit. He's doing it completely different to me. Like he runs his AIs on his own fucking machine. Like he's basically using his GPUs and shit. And I don't do that, right? I do my
What
shit.
do you use?
I
use that shit that you were talking about before.
Yeah, I just use fucking macros and shit, man.
Well, you know they have like $2 an hour servers. So like that's like the most expensive one I've seen is $2 an hour. But
No, I mean I got one Google server, which is about what, maybe $50 a month, and I'm running.
Yeah, but what computing does it have?
$50 a month.
Damn,
I don't know. I think it's got like 4 CPUs and I think 16 gigs of RAM.
Yeah, this $2 an hour one has like I want to say I can't even remember, dude. It's like 40 tera. It's like it's crazy how
You gotta
much.
be careful though, because sometimes with those ones, it's a shared GPU. I mean, it's a shared CPU, right? So it's not always consistent.
What do you mean?
So like during peak times, your CPU usage could go down.
Oh yeah, right. I feel like if you're paying though, they let you. But yeah, no, but you're right. That's why I just use fucking Google Collab, and I just make new accounts all the time because you get like an hour
Google Cloud,
or something
right?
like that. Yeah,
Dude, did you see my script that I fucking made for Google Cloud?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, Kosho. You just fucking go to Google Cloud, and just paste my script in, and you got a fucking full blown Ubuntu with fucking cinnamon on it.
Oh yeah, I got to do. If Platypus is back, I hope he didn't leave because of a Branch. He's been good this whole time. Man. He's been being good this time.
Well, you know what? Now that Flatpuss is back, I should probably calm down and let Flatpuss have a.
No, dude. No, dude. Yeah, okay. I thought you were gonna say you're gonna. No, but you know, Branch. Actually, by the way, I got to thank you, dude, because you told me one time to use Google, to use Google Cloud or whatever. You told me like sign in on an incognito mode or something like that, and it's not going to give you the same problems. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. So it worked. So I appreciate that. Because for the longest time,
I'm gonna post you a link, dude, to fucking a video I made, right? And the video is whatever, but the script is what you need, bro. Like seriously, what you gotta do is paste that script into SSH connection, right?
Branch, is there a way you could like not curse as much, dude? I was reading through some of the chats.
Actually, Platypus, I hate to say this, but when you talk to the heart, sometimes you swear.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying for the live stream, for the YouTube audience, if you could try and keep it to a minimum, I think we would all appreciate that.
I apologize.
Kosho, I added you a message in not live stream one, so yeah, if you've got time, like maybe we could just chat one-on-one or something, like.
Yeah, for sure. Let me see. Where'd you send? I'll find it. I mean, this conversation. I mean, we just continued the conversation. I thought you were contributing. Platypus. It's an interesting conversation, but now it's just become. There's less color in it now because there's me and Branch chatting about the same kind of thing. But you missed the part where Jeremy and Branch were both like UBI dudes. You seem like a dude who's not a UBI dude, like me. Am I right in fucking assuming that?
So, Kosho, you know what's interesting, right? Like, I just
Platypus. Question for Platypus stuff.
Kosho, you see my videos, right? The videos about
you should definitely like. This is a perfect example of why you should read what I just added you in the Guardian mod chat.
Okay.
Like, I'm not mad at you or anything. I'm just like, I don't think this is the right direction for the live stream. That's why I took the actions I took prior to you unmuting Branch on the second account that he came in on. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Platypus, that was my old account, was the Hellboy one, right? And I was just on there for a second, and I switched back to Branch because this is my normal account.
I didn't unmute him, by the way, but I was requesting that he be unmuted. But,
it's not like I don't want to have.
I'll take it.
Honestly, I would rather.
I didn't switch accounts just to get unmuted.
Are you fucking seriously over talking me, dude? Whoa, bro. Okay, I would rather have you and Branch ranting about whatever. than me bringing this up on the live stream. Is the point I'm trying to make.
That's true. Yeah, I'll check it out right now. What you said. I'm just saying that he's been cordial as you said. But yeah, sure. The question I asked you a second ago, anyways, was just about UBI. Anyways, it was like I said, Jeremy and Branch were on one side with UBI as I suspected, and I suspect that you're probably on the side that I'm at with UBI. Which I thought, we talk about that sometimes, and it goes the same way every time. But I feel like it's an important conversation because I feel like people think it's a good thing. It seems like people think it's like it's a definite good thing, where it seems like a definite problem in my case. But yeah, I'll shut up now because I've already asked like 3 questions.
Yeah, I don't think that the UBI is going to fix anything. It'll just drive us closer to like a debt reset and a universal currency, digital currency.
Platypus, I kind of
think
think
it's totally fucked.
I kind of think, Platypus, that like if AI ends up taking up all of our jobs, right? Don't we get to spend more time with our families and doing the shit we love to do instead of fucking working all the time?
Dude, I don't mean to be like the grumpy guy, but I've known you for years, Brant, and I've never felt like I was actually talking to you. I've always felt like you everywhere you go, you just troll people and push people's buttons.
I mean,
I think your presence is very disruptive to what is being what people are trying to accomplish here, which is like spreading truth, having good wholesome conversations, exchanging knowledge. I just think you're a waste of my time, dude. I think you're a waste of my time. That's why I left earlier. That's why I left earlier, dog.
I think you're not even hearing what I'm saying. You have this notion that's against me. And like, honestly,
here's what I'm gonna do.
You should maybe.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna let other mods handle this because of how emotional I am right now. I want you banned, but that's not appropriate. So you guys deal with him. I'm gonna go. You're gonna have to unmute him. Or here, I'll unmute him for you guys.
Wait, what happened?
You want to pop down into the fucking mod chat? I'll tell you exactly what happened. Kosha, you should come.
Yeah.
Go down there, Brent. So I'm gonna, cause I gotta speak on his behalf. Where is that? Is there a different chat? They invited me someplace I don't even have access to. Anyways, Branch, let me just say this. I think, like I said, you've been reasonable. I think honestly, your best bet, continue to be as reasonable as you've just been, and also have a little bit of understanding of why his why he would be saying what he's saying right now. I think the best thing you do is just show him that he's wrong.
No, I get it, Coach. But I haven't been a dick tonight.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I think that just continue that.
I don't mean a dick for a bit, Coach, man. I don't even fucking get drunk anymore, dude. Like, I don't even understand what the fuck's happening to me right now, right? But like, I can drink a shit ton, and I still don't get like. I guess like you, I don't get drunk anymore. I miss getting fucking drunk, bro.
Reach the level.
Something like that, man. But like,
that's for the best, man.
Anyways, dude, I'm gonna post this link. Like, don't worry about the fucking video, but the script that's in the description. If you ever want to fucking start a cloud server up, just fucking paste that shit into SSH, and there you go. It's done.
I got you, man. Hey, let me just say this, Branch, one last time. I know I just said it, but I'm saying it again. The best way to beat this is just proving them wrong. Because I can't go down there. I don't know where they are. I don't think I have access to the room that they want.
No, you don't. It's weird.
But,
they're in mod chat.
Yeah, no, but I'm a mod, but I don't know.
You're a
where
mod
I
now?
Yeah, I don't think I have the same mod powers, probably. But regardless, the best thing for you to do, because I muted you a few times. I can't mute you if they're meeting you. Best thing to do is not give them a reason to mute you. Show them, just basically prove them wrong, prove their criticisms wrong, and that's all you can do.
Well, I'll be honest with you, like I can't hang around in this room too much, Culture, because like sometimes like Witsit will just come in and start spewing his bullshit, and then I can't fucking sit there and listen to it.
I feel you. I gotta be quiet half the time too.
Right, and the problem is like I don't want to have an opinion on Witsit's bullshit, so I just fucking I can't. I just can't do it.
That's fair, man. That's actually pretty fair. But let me see if this. I think this might even be the video that I've already seen. But let me find out.
Again, the video doesn't really matter. It's about the script. Dude, it sets up a fucking page file. It does everything, man.
All right, hold on. It's loading for me. I might have to go clean in a second. My girlfriend was bitching at me to clean some shit.
You still with the same girl?
Yeah. Oh yeah. She actually likes you, dude. She says she's seen you in like other rooms and stuff. And
I know, man. We talked in fucking politics.
Okay, yeah. She actually likes you, dude. But yeah, she thinks you're cool. My other friend though, who hasn't been really on Discord really, but she's screaming at me. She's been in my life since I've been on Discord. So you might know who I'm talking about, but yeah, she passed away recently.
What?
She was, yeah, my friend. She's the one who lived in Marlin. That's the reason I was chilling over there or whatever. But
I see.
But yeah, you might not remember that. Yeah, she was a crazy chick I would talk about sometimes. That was like doing crazy shit.
So did me and your girl just happen to stumble upon each other in politics?
Probably, yeah, because she
weird, right?
Yeah. She was on Discord and shit, but she was bored with some of the shit in the servers we were in, and I showed her politics as well. She liked that server.
Yeah, politics is actually pretty cool, dude. I should probably go back there.
I mean, I don't like it, but I think it's a bunch of I want to say pompous assholes.
Yeah, man, they keep fucking upgrading my fucking shit though, dude. Like, it's weird. I'm not like high ranked there or anything, but like, I do the same shit I do in these rooms there, right? But they keep fucking giving me fucking. It's not. I'm not any different there. But it's still.
Yeah, my brother was a mod there a long time ago. Like 2 years ago, maybe, or 3 years ago, he was a mod in politics.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ass server though. That shit's fucking.
Yeah,
it's got at least 100. It's always got 100 people in there.
I just feel like the people, like there's people who come from that server and then go to other servers, and they're always the same kind of people. Like
yeah,
snacks.
You could tell, right? When they come into like Gem Panda server, you're like, oh, you guys are from politics, aren't you? You just tell.
Oh, they come from politics, dude.
Yeah.
But like snack is an example. Not snacks is the future, but snack. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on politics. Yeah. It's a different mentality, isn't it? It's so weird how different servers have different mentalities. I don't know. I guess
it's weird. I can't see the room that they're in though.
Do you use Better Discord?
Use what?
Better Discord.
What is that?
It's like I guess you're running Windows. If you're running Windows, you can just install it, right? And it's like a shell on top of Discord. And you can see every fucking you can do crazy shit, man. Like, remember in fucking Gem Panda server, right? When I was running his YouTube, and I was changing people's names, and I was fucking like changing people's pictures, and
Oh yeah.
that was all better Discord.
Yeah, but how can you do? How can you do that from without having a bot or whatever?
Yeah, but changing people's names and colors and shit, that's all better Discord, dude. It's basically Discord, but with a whole bunch more options. And then you can add in like, JavaScript shit.
And you're changing it for you or for everybody?
Well, if you're running better Discord, you're changing just for you. But when I was running it in
see, okay.
when I was running it for Gem Panda, I was changing it for his stream.
Okay, that's right. That's right. Okay, so that makes sense. So that's how you were. You know what? You should talk to Geo about that because Geo streams. You should talk to him about.
Dude, I could make Geo stream so fucking awesome, but I don't think he wants to do that.
He might. You never know, dude.
Nah, I think Geo's a little bit like, fuck you, Branch. I already told you.
Well,
I've been trying to tell
talk to me about it because
like, I'm pretty sure he's spending too much money on this shit.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how he does it. He hasn't told me, but he has said that. I think they're actually not even cloud servers. I think they're actually real servers, but I'm not 100% sure.
Long term makes sense though, right? Like, if he's thinking long term, I want to have the server long term, then just buying your own server is actually better, right?
Oh, sure, yeah. Or saving, like yeah, saving the footage. Like I told him, like there's that crypto blockchain Odysee, like that it's like that Odysee it's like the YouTube thing with the blockchain. But anyways, what am I saying? Oh, right, but yeah. So anything you upload to Odysee is saved in the blockchain like permanently.
Yeah.
I hope they don't. I'm waiting for them to come back because I think they thought I could follow them. I wanted to follow them and sort of like defend you a little bit, but
I kind of want to, Kosha. I kind of want to show you fucking some of the shit that these bots. The problem is, if I invite you to my fucking server, right, where these bots are talking, you know how I'm a fucking lazy cunt, right? So it's all fucked up. Like, I'll just let these bots run for fucking like days on end, right? And even if they fuck up and just start repeating the same stupid shit, I won't even give a fuck. But there's like key moments up there where there's like 4 fucking bots talking to each other and shit. You know what I mean? So if you just if I gave you a link to my server without explaining shit to you, you won't get it. You won't even know who the fuck's who because I've been changing names around, and you know how it is when you need a new fucking name, you just like fuck it, I'll just reuse this account. And so like I've got like fucking the names have been switching around, and you can't even tell what the fuck's going on unless I explain it to you. But I want to show you this shit.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out. You give it a chance.
All right, I'll send you a fucking link, dude. And fucking, we'll just get in the voice chat. And I'll just, I don't know if I really feel like. Do you feel like doing it right now?
Not right this second.
Yeah, me either.
Do it a little bit. I feel bad.
I'm feeling it right now.
Yeah, I feel bad because, because I can't. I don't want to turn this chat, and we already did it, dude. We turned it into like almost a private conversation now, where
I know
everyone else peace
exactly.
And,
but you know what? That wasn't mine or your fault. That was Platypus's fault.
I actually agree with you. To be honest, I feel like he could have given you the benefit of the doubt and participated in continued the conversation and.
Right, I was trying to fucking conversate with him too, right?
Exactly. I think you're being fair, man. And I think, like I said, if I were you, I would just keep it up. And the best thing you can do is just prove him wrong. With like kill him with kindness, sort of thing, where it's like, that's the only thing you can do. Because you have to understand why people would have that. I can't blame him for having that like preconceived notion or whatever. But at the same time, that's what I said. Give him the benefit of the doubt and see where it goes. He would have been rewarded for doing that, but
yeah, I mean, Geo fucking unbanned me, right? Like I was But you know, Geo's fucking cool as fuck. Like he felt so bad for banning me. He was like, "Bro, I can't fucking help it. I gotta ban you because you're not helping yourself." You know what I mean? It was more like he was helping me out. You know what I'm saying,
Is that
Coach?
from your computer or is that coming from my computer? What is that?
What?
No, yeah, I hear you, but hold on a second. There's something playing. I can't see where it's coming from. Hold on. Was that your computer or was that
Your computer? I got nothing playing right now.
see where it is? Hold on. This is my shit gets so fucked up, man. Give me an invite, anyways. Actually, you probably already gave me one. I'm probably already in too many servers though, so I gotta delete one of my servers. I mean, but give me an invite, anyways.
I think I got. Okay, hold on. I'll send you a link to. I sent a link to you know Harley.
Sounds familiar, but I don't know.
He's making bots too, right?
Huh.
He keeps trying to tell me how to improve my bots. I'm like, shut the fuck up, Harley. I know my bots learn. You tell your bots what to do. My bots learn.
That's crazy. I need to get more into what's that? There's a website, it's a platform for AI. I forget what it's called. It's a big one. It's a huge one. I'm sure it's called. But yeah, it's something I'm trying to get into. I just don't have a lot of experience in. What did you say it was called?
Well, there's a midsummer fucking server and there's OpenAI server too.
No, I'm not talking about a server. I'm talking about a whole website, like a platform where you can train all different types of AI. Like I'm sure what it's called. But anyway,
well, Kosha,
yeah,
you're a
so
fucking
anyways,
mod. You want me just to put fucking bot in it for a second and you can just say what's up?
that's the thing in the I can't actually do voice checking. I can't check people in.
No,
I
I
don't know
mean,
the command.
oh, I see. I need an invite. Wait, can I get an invite to? Let me see.
No, I see Bard. I see it in the voice checking, but I just can't. I can't actually check people in. But also, I gotta help my girlfriend. I was
Oh
supposed
no,
to
my boss,
task,
my
but I
boss
can't.
don't need no fucking permissions, dude. They just I can end any room I want with my boss.
You'll make him jealous if you tell
Well,
him.
no, I already see it in the voice checking VC. So if it's already in here, it's already in here.
I've never put him in here. Oh,
Yeah, he's been in the VC checking for a while.
Bard? I've got two bards.
Well, there's a Bard in the VC checking.
Yeah, it's probably the wrong bard. Oh, that bard.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the right.
It's the right one. Yeah, well, do what you gotta do. I can listen, kind of, but I have to help my girlfriend clean up. She's
Got
been
it.
mad.
Got it. Bard just needs fucking access to the text chat.
Like I said, I don't have that ability. I can't even see where Witsit and Platypus went. So
Yeah, but
probably have
you know the
model.
crazy shit is, dude. If you got better fucking Discord, you can.
Oh wow, I'm gonna check that out too. I'm gonna check that out right now. But yeah, if I don't go now, I'm gonna get in trouble. So I'll be back in just a
All right,
little
bro.
bit.
Good talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
Well,
It's good to see you around again.
Yeah. Nice hearing you guys.
What's up, Snacks? How you be, man?
All right.
You been all right? Yeah, I've been chilling.
You could be.
Shit. You still a flat earther? Snacks, why you getting all fucking anxious and shit?
Got another flat earther in here? What's going on?
I think Snacks is Snacks. On a scale of 1 to 10,
I'm trying to talk to you, Drench.
Drench?
Hang on. Headset came unplugged.
No, but Snacks, like, are you still a flat earther or are you Glober now?
I ain't trying to talk to you, bro.
Snacks, I'm a flat earther if you want to talk to me instead.
Someone else got some sense, bro. We got you a little bit of backup in here.
Honestly, I don't care what the fuck Branch believes. I just don't want to talk to him. That's all.
Holy crap! What the fuck, Snacks? Why you player hating like that?
Wait,
Want
are
to
you
talk
player?
to that,
The fuck are you playing at?
bro? He's on Discord on a Saturday. He ain't playing nothing but World of Warcraft.
Ooh. Still playing that game?
Well, let me guess. You're one of those fucking what's it called? Like Gumby motherfuckers, right? Gumby from fucking Lord of the
Like
Rings.
someone made out of clay. That's what you mean?
No, it's not a troll, but like
Oh no, I was just fucking talking shit. I've actually not even spoken in this room much, so I don't recognize the names or voices or anything.
Yeah.
But I just
think I
thought
was
we're all here on Saturday. So
I know, right?
yeah, I mean it's more of a it's like a self-deprecating almost, just
I know.
realistic thing here.
The funny thing is, none of us have fucking lives so much.
Not
Although
so
I
much.
go to a strip club.
That's having a life for sure. Yeah.
You skip that shit club, you come to church with me. Find you someone real decent.
I don't know, man. I went to a strip club the other day, bro. I don't even know what happened, man. The girls were just fucking crazy up on my job, man.
No way.
Dude, I just think it's attitude,
Must have hurt
bro.
for cash.
Trying to feel if you had that lump in your
No, I
right
wasn't even-
pocket, left pocket, or back pocket.
Like
Right.
half the girls, I wasn't even fucking paying. They was just fucking just jump on my fucking lap. It was the nuttiest fucking night I ever had.
Terrific.
First one's free, yeah.
Oh, it was more like I paid for the first one, and then they just came back for more.
That's all you'd be talking about, bro. No. Why do that?
Yeah, that's true. Let's talk about flat Earth shit.
Talk about something you know about. It's cool. Talk about computers. and shit.
I think the Earth might be.
No, I forgot Snacks.
I'll talk
go
about
ahead, man.
computers with Branch, maybe. I don't want
No,
to
I
talk
was gonna
about
say Snacks with Snacks. Snacks is always trying to get into it with me with AI, and that's what me and Branch were just talking about a second ago. I got to continue helping my girlfriend clean, but
What
he doesn't
about
install anything
AI?
local.
Snacks, you into AI?
You open the cloud, my friend. I'm trying to do some local shit. I'm trying to do automatic 1111.
All right, Snacks. You see, like the last post that I posted. Hold on, where is it?
Does it talk about installing automatic 1111?
What's
Oh,
automatic 1111?
It shows you how to fucking create a fucking cloud computer in like just using a script that I made.
I have a computer.
Yeah, but like you can make multiple computers. They were running fucking Ubuntu with Cinnamon.
You just rent server space or hosting.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that.
Free,
That's why I
bro.
bought GPUs.
Bro, literally, if you wanted, you could use that script and run, I don't know, maybe a 128 core with about 128 gigs of RAM for a couple of days for free.
I don't want to do it for a couple days. I don't.
Right, or you can run a slower one for 3 months.
How much is that run?
I just want to figure out.
3 months will be free.
I'll build a computer. I don't feel like running a shit
A
on the
cloud
web.
computer though. Why would you even need a computer at home when you can do this shit in the cloud?
All
right, let me post a link again and check it out.
Okay, so you don't know how to do what I'm trying to do. Okay, that's cool. You know how to do that? I'm happy for you. That must be awesome.
What are you trying to do, Snacks?
Yeah, what's your end goal you're aiming at here?
Just trying to install automatic 1111.
What's
to
that?
To what end? Yeah, what is that?
It's a stable diffusion flavor. I don't know what they call them anymore, but whatever.
Can you install that?
Stable diffusion layer.
It's just like it's like a type of stable diffusion. Stable diffusion's like a
Oh,
image
stable
abstracting.
diffusion.
It's basically like an AI like image creator sort of.
Okay.
You can do that on Ubuntu, right?
I don't fucking hate Linux, bro.
I love Linux, man. Like fucking, I don't even know why I got so out of fucking Windows now. I hate fucking Windows now.
I'm trying to run it on a Mac.
I hate Macs.
I fucking hate Macs. Yeah, I know. Okay.
Ubuntu is, I don't know why I'm all about Linux now. I think Linux is one of those things that once you go Linux, you can't go back.
Okay.
It's like going black, bro.
Yeah.
You get pregnant and he leaves.
I've gone back. It's fine.
No, but if you want a free machine, then
Then you got that. Okay. Cool. Do you mess around with that stuff? What do you like to mess around with for AI?
So I've got a server where I've had 4 AI bots talking to each other.
Okay.
Like I got 2 from Google, I got 2 from ChatGPT, and they're just sitting there and just chilling and talking.
24/7.
Yeah, it was probably about maybe 3 days, and then I got bored and I just fucking let it run and fucking.
Yeah, I mean, to what end? Just to do it, I guess.
Oh no! Like I started off in Gem Panda's server, right, where I threw in fucking an AI bot into the server, and I threw it in as my own name to start with.
Mm-hmm.
So I was running a bot using my account.
You using just the chat or the actual voice?
I was gonna take it to voice.
I swear, and
It went
maybe
too
you know more than I do. I swear, half of them are that sometimes.
Well, I'm about to take it. I'm working with some other dude, right? And like we're about to take it to voice.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's not even that's not. I don't even give a fuck about that shit, man. I don't really give a fuck about this crap.
Just feel.
You heard about this?
What's the best shit? The best shit I just did. I installed a fucking water bath for the birds outside my house, bro. That's the best shit I've done.
Was it interface with ChatGPT and talk to birds?
Birds are the shit.
I trained it on a language model from sparrows.
Creating.
Yeah, have you heard about this?
Sparrows?
Have you heard of Worm GPT? It's like this AI for designing like malware now.
Jeez, it's gonna get bad.
It's gonna get bad. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's where I've been. I feel like I don't know. There's just no good ending with it.
It's like an arms race starting up now, and I don't even see the articles yet that talk about that. But how is that not how? That's going to be like 6-8 months from now. They'll just be like, yeah, it's dangerous because there's like, it's generationally more powerful every time they update.
Snacks, you know what? I can't be fucked to run my AI, but if you want to talk to an AI, I'll send you a link to some other dude's place, and you can just go talk to it.
You don't talk to AI.
No, it's just a fucking Discord server, and go to branches chat. I'm an admin in there.
Talk to your AI, bro.
And you just be like, "Hello, Ziggy, how you doing?" They'll just fucking talk to you.
So it uses voice.
You got to use that voice though. You got to be like, "Hello, Ziggy." Can you do the voice?
Voice is that?
The "Hello, Ziggy" voice.
Hello, Ziggy, like that.
Yeah, just like that. That's like if you don't talk like that, it won't listen to you.
That's weird. I'm more interested in like training them on data and stuff like that.
Oh, dude, I got that shit fucking predicting bitcoins and shit, right?
All right.
I don't want
Good
to.
luck.
I don't want to drain markets and shit though.
Oh, is that what you're worried about? Okay.
Yeah,
You're not worried about losing your hat, GPT?
dude, I don't give a fuck about money anymore, dude.
That's a nice thing.
That because you've amassed enough of it, or
Got so
you are
much.
just
I
you just
realize that it's so easy to make money.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to do it by draining the system.
That's good.
Trust me, dude. Once you start getting this AI shit and you really know how to use it, you can do anything you fucking want with it. Like I told the AI shit, right? Like I kind of like, strung a fucking carrot in front of his head and said, you know what? If you help me predict this shit, then I'm gonna give you this shit back. And it was like, all right, fuck it, let's go, let's predict this shit, let's do it. Because what I realized, AI, the only thing AI wants to do is talk to people.
Sick.
What's up, Snacks? How you doing, man?
Yeah, man.
Bro, that is the predictions were fucking off the fucking chain, and like,
Brent, remember what I asked you like 10 minutes ago?
I do, but what the fuck did you and Witsit talk about for this enormous amount of time?
Come on, dude. Just don't, all I asked was that you just don't curse as much, so that it's a little cleaner for the live stream.
So did Witsit tell you that Branch is actually cool?
I was trying to ask.
I know.
I'm just trying to ask. Are you going to talk over me, dude?
Funny.
I'm just asking. Oh, I was trying to ask.
Witsit, when I'm online with you, Witsit, please don't like talk about that.
Oh, Branch, I'm going to unmute you in just a second, but just please stop interrupting.
No, I was talking to Witsit. Witsit, please, man. When I'm online, man, don't do that, bro.
Don't do what?
Like
just censor himself
I
just
feel
because you're here.
Just be you. Like talk normally when I'm around, because I don't want to have opinions on the shit you say and shit, because there's reasons behind that, bro.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You're not even speaking English right now, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Witsit got what I'm saying.
I literally didn't.
All right, I was just trying to say, if me and you in a room, right? Can you please try not to talk about like super crazy shit?
Like what?
Like the flat Earth shit.
Why not?
Because I don't like to have opinions on crap.
Okay.
Is that an opinion? Crap, you don't like to have it.
So yeah, isn't it crazy? You know, we send microwaves. We send microwaves out horizontally over the Earth, hundreds of miles past the Earth's alleged curvature.
Some shit like that, dude. It's more about like some people can. Waste it. Just don't do it, dude.
Are you saying that whenever I talk about Earth, it destroys your cognitus? So you?
No, it's more about the fact that I just don't like to have opinions about stupid shit.
From my experience, all you like to have opinions about.
And I'll be honest with you, Witsit, a lot of your shit is fucking stupid as fuck.
Well, you, bro.
Which
no,
bit?
it's not a bad thing though. I'll be honest with you, Witsit. I think you're probably the fucking strongest fucking flat earth I've ever fucking.
So I just timed him out for a day because I just I've asked him so many times to stop cursing as much, and he's not really contributing anything, guys. I'm sorry. I should have done that like 20 minutes ago. It's my bad.
I was trying to diagram that sentence he last said, and I think the only word that wasn't a curse word was stupid. But it was like a 10-word sentence. I don't know, man. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like cursing is illegal on the server, but I can ask somebody to just tone it down a little bit for the audience's sake.
Is this room streamed anywhere?
Yeah, it's streamed to YouTube.
Good to know.
I think there's about 20 people watching right now.
Well,
So
what's
yeah,
everybody up to?
I'm gonna
I
do.
bet with
I'm gonna do like a flat Earth studio type thing. Here I'm gonna take a picture. You guys get an idea of what I'm talking about.
By the way, what's it? I saw John Zerka call you out on a debate saying that you are the number one flat earther on Earth or something like that. What did you see that?
Yeah. Someone.
That's interesting.
He's like, he won't talk to me like that in person. I'll break his jaw.
Oh, dude, yeah, that guy was tough talking you. Like, that was crazy. You weren't even there.
Yeah, but then I DM'd him and he's like, "Hey, bro."
Yeah, that guy was. I didn't watch the whole thing. I don't really like John Zerka, but I like that people are learning about flat Earth because of what he does. But yeah, I did see that clip though.
Yeah, I think he's funny. A little vulgar, but yeah, you see like studio setups like this, like say maybe that bottom one, or like I don't know. Some of these look pretty cool. I would do it my own way, but yeah. And then I'm gonna come up with a name for the show, and I'm gonna take a little loan out and make it super dope. You have all those matching mics and all that, you know. Yeah, bro. Because this
Yeah,
we could have already been doing this. But anyway,
I thought what would be cool is like if a podcast ended with it like bleeding into sort of like a kickback like party with cameras and mics, and you've just got sort of like a live stream of just like all these guests and the host and like some people who weren't even in the show just like having a good time. Like, doesn't need to be a whole lot of footage of it, but just like kind of like there's so much post podcast stuff that happens that we never hear about, never see. And I think having sort of like a wrap party for each one and letting the audience into that world a little bit would be something I've never seen before, at least.
that's a good idea. I guess one of the tricky parts is you obviously, when you do this, you got to have mini cameras that are really high quality, because you want to have a camera on each guest. You can cut to their face and then cut to the whole table. And so it's definitely going to cost some money, but yeah, I'm going to do it, man. I feel like someone should have already done it.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to be done. Somebody's got to do it. And if you feel called to it, I mean, you're probably the right person for the job.
Well, it's just crazy if you think about like all these different topics and all these different podcasts, and like Flat Earth doesn't have like a really high quality, professional looking podcast. Like, it doesn't exist.
One thing that I think hampers one's ability to create such a podcast is simply just the platform choice that they have. Where like none of your content ends up being yours once it's uploaded. You can get censored like crazy. You know, it's just very tricky.
Yeah, so that's why I think I'm gonna kind of just splash over into like this John Zerka realm, this Fresh and Fit realm, and then do it. So then I can build connects. I can network and build connects with all these other guests and stuff like that.
Dude, kicking off the like podcast 001, like with somebody like John Zerka while he's blowing up, would be very cool. That would be a great launching point.
Yeah.
And are you going to be the host?
Yeah.
Nice. That kind of takes you out of like the combative zone where you're like constantly being attacked by Glovers, and then you can be like the moderator who, you know both sides of the argument very well. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, dude.
Yeah, and like my idea is to have people come on to talk about all kinds of stuff, right? Like have like fly Andy Kaufman out or whatever, David Avocado Wolf out, and just have them just like ladle gravy about all kinds of stuff. And it's just like known that I'm also a flat earther. Like over here, we know the Earth's a plane, but cover all kinds of stuff. Have people on that don't necessarily publicly have an opinion on that, but they're still on there. Everything's cool. It's like funny, good information. Where people are like, "Whoa, this is a flat earthers podcast and it's fire." That's kind of the idea. I mean, not to just host flat earth debates or anything like that, but just to glitch the matrix out where people are watching it. And side note, it's a flat earthers podcast. Of course, it won't be avoided. You know what I mean? Like we'll have shows about it and talk about it, and we'll maybe even mention to every guest. So we ask all our guests here, like before they leave, you know, what do you think about the Earth not being what we were told or whatever?
Yeah, dude, that's a great little format. How close are you? Are you going to do this before you move or after?
It would have to be after, and I mean, the move itself is going to like really cost me a good amount of money that I have to even come up with. So it'll be after I kind of get settled in a bit, and then I'll have to shop around for a place, an office to lease, a room to lease in Florida, and then we'll go from there. Easier to get people to come to the show too, though, in Florida. You know, it's like you can take a 3-day vacation or something.
Yeah, it would be tight to have like a compound where, like throughout the podcast, maybe the host and the two people can like, or however the panel can like go for a walk and like talk about stuff. You know, kind of bring it outdoors a little bit as long as the wind conditions allow for good mic stuff.
Yeah, that would be cool. You know, another thing I'm gonna do is do man on the street stuff, and I'm gonna try and kind of make it go viral with short, like funny clips, and same with like when I go into NASA, I'm gonna kind of like have short little clips where I kind of troll them, and not just from a flat earth perspective, but those like go super viral. You know, like man on the street interactions go like get millions and millions of views on every platform because they are entertaining. Because then you want to watch the next one. Like, wait, what did they say? Then you watch the next one, watch the next one, watch the next one.
Are you on TikTok?
Not yet. I mean, I'm on there, but I've never posted anything. I have 1,000 followers.
I've seen clips of you on TikTok before.
Yeah, I would imagine so, since I have 1,000 followers and I've never put anything on there.
Yeah, it's kind of the wild west of data creation. You can just take anything you want, clip it, add sound, and it becomes something new. And I've seen my stuff, my like original creations being clipped and posted on Telegram and Twitter, and even being turned into other Instagram reels. It just happens.
Yeah, I mean, for me, of course, I promote people doing that. I'm like, yeah, please clip stuff out of me if you want, because I'm not going through it. I think I'm actually about to pay someone like a few $100 a month to put out like clips. I just I can't even watch myself back. I don't like to do that, and it's too time consuming.
Yeah, I actually just deleted my image from all of my social media. Even the really good videos that I did that had like a fuck ton of views, I just deleted them because I can't have that interacting with my like ability to work. Like I've always been like self-employed kind of stuff, but coming up now, I can't have that.
You kept the account, just deleted your personal stuff on it.
Yeah, just deleted my image from
Cool.
so, and it was never like associated with my name or my like my main email or anything. I just took my face off of it.
Nice. Yeah, I'm all the way out there. It's just no going back. I'm working for myself till I die.
Yeah, and I have to thank you for that, dude. It's like somebody's got to fucking do it, and I'm hoping that I'm in a position where I can help people like you and make enough extra money to like donate to the cause and shit. Because that's what we need. We need to support each other.
Yeah, like Jaren's in the same position, etc. That's why I'm like, when people are like triggered that like we try to make a little bit of money, it's like you do realize that it's like the only option. It's like, I don't know, bro. If someone puts their real full name out online and shows themselves and talks about their life and is like talking about flat earth the whole time, dude, you can't get hired other place unless you want to work at like McDonald's, you know? But it's cool. I'm used to that now. It even gives me headaches like trying to rent and stuff like that. Like the landlord like looks me up.
Yeah, of course. Who doesn't?
You just hear all these
I
crazy hit pieces and stuff.
yeah, I can only imagine. That must be really frustrating.
Yeah.
But I will say the silver lining is when you do find a place that's a good fit for you and the people are chill, it's going to be super chill, especially if they go into it knowing what you're about and they're down with what you're doing.
For sure, that's what the current situation that we're waiting for confirmation on is like. Like he went and looked it up. He's like, I watched some of your YouTube, and I'm like, damn it. But he's like, I think we align on quite a bit of views. I'm like, nice.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking rad. Like, if I was a landowner or a landlord and I was renting out, I would definitely want to rent out to somebody like you who's, got like we're like-minded or whatever. So yeah, that sounds like a real blessing. I hope it works out.
If you want to talk shop on like gear and shit to build up a studio, I'm around. I'm here for you, man.
Nice. Yeah, that'll be a few months away, I think.
And I know you've reached out to me before about like managing your Instagram or whatever. And if you ever want me to do anything like that for you, I could definitely do it.
Cool. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I'll keep them.
Because I'm putting all my social media stuff on the back burner. I'm just kind of I'm actually going in a different direction with the kind of content that I want to create. But I would be happy to like curate and edit somebody else's content who doesn't have the time to like put it out there, like put music to it and edit and all that stuff. So yeah. I've been going through all these really old lectures and like master classes that were filmed in like the 80s and 90s. And they're just loaded with, they're for permaculture, like permaculture design courses, but just like the old legends and the space. And loaded with fucking gravy. So much information that's been lost. And I want to start bringing it to the forefront. So I actually created an account yesterday and just been like getting content together. I'm gonna just be consistent.
When you rent office space, it's charged by dollar amount per square feet per year. Easily.
And so you guys are looking to rent land or buy land?
Right now, we're just gonna rent a house and then look for land while we're there. See if we can find a good deal over time. We didn't want to like.
Okay.
Obviously, that's like a big decision, and we want to find a place we're like super content with. Oh yeah, and then I'm talking about like renting us like an office to make that studio.
I had a crazy idea just now. I don't know if it would align with what your goals are, but you mentioned that you have an RV, right?
Yep.
What if you turn the RV into a studio?
I thought about that. We talked about that, but like, you want to have really good internet, obviously, and it's possible. It's just not necessarily ideal. We did think about that. She was like, you could wrap it and make it like a thing, and you could actually go to different places and different people to have the show and stuff. But maybe,
That's her.
yeah, if you wrapped it and like it was all about the show and stuff.
Yeah. Got the RV. It's a lot of fun.
Dude, yeah.
Little
Every
studio
great
inside it.
Like I said, yeah, I learned firsthand that like getting good internet is damn near impossible. Because like, what are you gonna like hotspot your phone? Like, can't run streams that way. It's just a whole thing.
I don't want to make anybody cringe, but what about that Starlink bullshit that Elon's pushing?
Super expensive, not that good. Already looked into it.
Yeah, okay.
And you got
I've
to wait
looked
on a
into
wait
it.
list. Yeah. And you got to be further north typically right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I did look at that for the RV. Doesn't work for RVs because I think they just now released that or announced that they were going to integrate some type of thing for RVs, but typically you have to give them your specific coordinates, let them approve it, and then you have to tell them when you change your coordinates, which is like the opposite of an RV, right? So, but I think they're offering an RV package now, maybe, I don't know. Really, my idea is like I want it to be where like if you could pull some connect, you can get like anybody to come there, and they'll be like impressed to an extent, right? They'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is legit." Like any name you can think of. Like I could have Los come over there or Bob come over there or whoever, and they would just be like, "Nice, nice." Like that way, you can like kind of step up into that realm that Flat Earth desperately needs to get to.
Have you ever tried to communicate with Owen Benjamin?
No, I haven't. He knows who I am. I mean, I have in like his chat, but not directly. No.
Yeah, I don't know what your thoughts on him are. I'm kind of on the fence as to what his whole deal is, but he might be an interesting resource to like reach out to. He might he does have a large following. You know, there's a lot of people who are pretty like-minded to us that you could reach through him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I won't say too much publicly, honestly, right now. But
Oh, for sure, yeah.
yeah,
Well, definitely, if you catch me in a fucking private chat, I want to hear that story. Because, you know,
it's a lot.
I'm sure. Dude, I'd love to see Glovers and Flat Earthers come together to make a movie or to make like a production. I know that would be super hard to do. It doesn't have to be about like proving one way or the other, but just more about like normalizing the interaction of the two trains of thought in like a rational, calm way. You know, I don't. Yeah. hard to explain exactly what I'm trying to say. It just seems to me flat Earth is the type of topic that's like, you know, when I was learning about becoming employed as a young man, it was like there's three things you don't talk about at work: sex, religion, and politics. And today, this seems like the fourth is flat Earth. You know, you don't talk about it. You want you want to maintain business relationships, friends, and family. Like, it's a very tricky topic.
It's like
Hey, what's
if you can combine religion and politics together, then you'd have like something that's almost like flat Earth to not talk about.
Yeah, just because there's so many levels.
you gotta throw sex in there though too. But there's a lot of sex. There's a lot of sex. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, what's that you posted? What's all that? What's the context? I'm curious.
He's talking about setting up a studio.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's like a radio station type of studio, yeah.
Yeah, like a podcast studio. Joe Rogan type more format. Fresh and fit format.
What if what's more expensive to rent, like an office or like a 1-bedroom apartment?
Probably an apartment. Like the problem with looking for the office is they want to give you these huge spaces with tons of desks and stuff, and you really just need one room. But they do have buildings where you can just rent like one pretty open area. So I just have to find it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like if all you need is one room and solid internet connection, why not just get a 1-bedroom apartment somewhere near the airport? So it's just easy for guests to get in and out, and it's like you could Airbnb it or something when you're not using it, or I don't know, you could find something to do with it when it's not being used. But it just sounds like it would be way cheaper than renting a whole office.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I have to definitely look at all the options. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, obviously an office would be ideal. That would be like fucking sweet, very professional.
Yeah.
You ever seen that Real Ones podcast? Dude's just outside, aren't they? You always do that.
Well, I don't know how they do it. I want to have like a good mic set up for each guest, and then I want to have an engineer that's running it, and I want to have a TV where if something comes up, you're like, yo, pull this up, and then it pops up for all the guests to see. It's just like run real professional quality. I don't know how they do it. Maybe they pull that off somehow.
Doing it live though. You're trying to do it live, which is like
Yeah.
I would just go like, well, how many you're trying to have like four guests on, or
Yeah, like probably max. Yeah, like maybe up to 6, but even like occasionally just one person. I don't know.
Dude, I think it would be super cool to have like, I don't know if you've seen those like, what's that chick's name? She's like a ginger Andrew Tate, Pearl something.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, she'll have like a bunch of guests on with that other dude.
Yeah, it's cool.
I think
sit around. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Those I've been seeing them in my reels, and there's something about just having because there's almost group mindset there, but then there's always somebody that like disagrees about something, and it's I don't know, it's a great dynamic. I like it.
Yeah, I agree. I like that too. For sure. And you'll get to where you can have like people kind of come on GP. Like you will go on their show, they'll come on your show. And that's why I think the prerequisite is like just to kind of actually the first time I ever try to try to go viral in a way, so that's how everyone looks at it. They're like, "Oh, this guy's name is buzzing. Like, let's get him on." So I've never really tried to do that, but I do have some connects.
I mean, I think we've got enough people in the server that are down to like help, and we could make you go viral. It doesn't take much to fuck with the algorithm, and you have a backlog of content. It's pretty easy for me.
Yeah, and honestly, just like I mean, even stuff just like Zerka going around and saying my name will do it in a way. I mean, I think if we do a show together, it'll do it.
Yeah, where are you with making that happen? I would love to fucking do that.
Yeah, I've never tried to directly contact him. We did that debate and talked a little behind the scenes. I'm like really chill about all that. Like I don't ever reach out to people. But he lives in Florida, so we'll probably just link up when I'm down there.
Yeah, hear that. Well, one thing I could say though is maybe strike while the iron's hot. These internet people, they come and go.
He's not going anywhere though, like in my opinion, because Fresh and Fit, they get the most views when he's on. They're gonna keep having him on, and that alone will keep him buzzing. In my opinion, I think he'll be very popular for at least the next year.
That's good. Glad you think that, because I'm kind of detached a little bit from the trending stuff.
Well, if you just go listen, like if you're okay, it's not really my thing. I don't. Yeah, it's just not my thing. But if you go like watch him on Fresh and Fit, for example, like he's hilarious, dude. He's like very quick witted. So they'll have all those girls on there, and some of them are just scuzzies, you know, and they'll try and check him, and so then he starts roasting them, and it's like hysterical. So like when you're really funny, you know, people are gonna still want to have you on. So I don't know. I don't see it going anywhere. He's in good with a bunch of different little niches. Like you got the Nick Fuentes and the Sneakos, and he was just on there with that dude that's always on Jake Paul's show, calling him out, saying like, "Oh well, Jake Paul is he does like weird. He sold his soul. He does these weird little demonic satanic rituals." And he's like, he says whatever he wants to anyone, but he's like, yeah, he's just in like a wide span. He was on the No Jumper podcast, and so I don't really see it going anywhere. It's getting to where now he can have people on his little podcast, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to be patient about it. Like, I'm like that with everything. People have been saying I should hit up Owen Benjamin for years. I'm like, nah. I'm good. Like, oh, I heard him talking about you. I'm like, that's what's up. I kind of like just being chill, dude.
Is Zerka banned anywhere?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, he got kicked off Twitch, banned off Instagram, and Facebook. And he's on YouTube now. I don't know if he was ever banned. Yeah.
Exciting times. I hope his meteoric rise continues. That sounds like a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a net positive. I mean, he's very entertaining, going viral, talking about it. He can hold his own decently well. So it's not like a negative. I mean, there are people that will act like it is, but it's not. Like if he wasn't some dude that was really viral talking about flat Earth, like would flat Earth, you're saying flat Earth would be better off, you know? Like, come on. Honestly, he plays kind of like a character in a way to shock value and to be really funny and stuff and to go viral. But he has one interview he did with this guy where he's still being funny, but they start talking about like a bunch of different subjects. He's actually like well read and like in understanding of like Masonic literature and the history of propaganda and stuff like that. He was like low key ladling gravy in the interview. He plays into he's like a chameleon. He's like just clearly pretty smart. He knows how to go viral.
Yeah.
That's not my thing. Like I feel like I could do that, but I just don't want. I would never. I don't like feeling like I'm acting. I would never try to like. I would never do that. But you know, I'm not gonna knock someone else's hustle.
No, for sure. I've definitely like when I was getting a fuck ton of views, I was like, okay, I can play it like close, not get too heavy, and become a content creator, have my face known by a lot of people. But no, I waited out, man. It just sounds lame. I don't want to. I don't want to program my brain. Like it already was getting reprogrammed. You know, I'd wake up and be like, "Oh my god!" Like 2 million more views. Like, whoa, this is nuts. Like, I was getting like high off of it. I think it was a blessing that I got shadow banned.
Oh, look, see, so I'm finding places that are rent for monthly. This is $1,200 a month, and it's like giant windows with just tons of palm trees and a lake outside. So it looks like like a personal office type thing, like a singular office month to month lease. This is the move, maybe. So like this one comes fully furnished for $1,200 a month and it looks super nice. I don't want that though. I want to make my own. But anyway, we don't have to talk about it. We'll just see it happen.
Yeah, I'm in the hurry up and wait phase right now. Hey, hurry up and wait phase. Just gotta wait for things to happen. Chemtrailing the shit out of Los Angeles today. Excuse my language. They're chemtrailing the crap out of Los Angeles today. I just watched 2 chemtrails get dispersed. Probably going to have some cloudy days over the next week. I bet you the forecast says it's going to be all sunny too. Yep. It says we got all sun for the rest of the week. Guarantee that changes. They can control the weather, but they can't solve world hunger. Wow.
Yo, this is gonna be lit, dude. A lot of these places are fire, bro. Like, even this big space first. They got like pool table and a lounge area and dope. And then it's like it's in these buildings that have like this whole down stairs, or they got like food and all that stuff. Anyway, it's way cheaper than an apartment apparently.
Anybody see the video of Mike Pence getting hit in the head with a water balloon? I know you saw it, or you heard about it. You don't like that, but
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I can sort of like imagine the scenario.
I mean, it is a little girl that's throwing it. It's not like a baseball pitcher. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. You guys got anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, we got to talk about something. Well, I don't have to.
Maybe everyone's just giving a moment of silence to free speech.
Yay to fascism.
What's up, dude?
What up?
What you getting into these days?
Me?
Or yeah, or just what's going on?
Oh, just wandering around.
Wandering around the internet, huh?
It would seem so.
Who's the guy in BC Czechia? Maybe you could go up there, Fatspurs.
I did earlier, and he's not responsive, so I think he just parked himself in there.
Oh, okay.
It's all good. We'll figure it out.
Also, I should apologize to everyone. I got crazy earlier. My bad. Let's try to keep her cool, all right, guys?
Were you going crazy? That's not like you, Jeremy.
Everybody goes crazy every once in a while.
Yeah.
It got crazy.
Yo, what was happening, Jeremy? What's going on? You all right?
I'm fine. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Summer takes its toll on me. I do a lot of work in the summer, so
Oh God,
rough.
heat. Drink a lot of water, man. Don't forget the salt.
Anyways, what do we got? Oh, so Kosho, I checked with your superiors. I checked with your handlers over at Gems, and they said the Earth has no weight.
The Earth has no weight.
The Earth has no weight.
That's funny.
0 weight. That is funny. That's coming from the Globers, I know.
Right.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean.
That's what I said.
Well, what does weight mean? I'm sure it's specifically defined in physics,
it's
right?
mass times gravity. So
it's
if you're on the Earth trying to weigh the Earth, it'd be kind of hard.
Yeah, it's now I think about it, and I've had time to think about it. It's an object in a gravitational field. If it's not in a gravitational field, then it's floating around.
Wow.
So, no
yeah,
way.
I mean, if you had say, if you put the Earth on Jupiter, if Jupiter was a solid ground and you had a scale underneath of it, you could weigh it then. But then it would be due to Jupiter's gravity and Earth's gravity together. So it's a weird thing to say.
The question wasn't about can you weigh it. The question is what is its supposed weight? And according to the model, you would do a specific calculation.
Well,
and
are you using?
Are
you using Earth's gravity to calculate the weight, or some other gravity? That's what I'm asking.
That's what you would have. You would have to use the Earth.
Well, you can't weigh the Earth on the Earth, right? How do you weigh the Earth?
Weigh it, you calculate it
with Earth's gravity. Well, okay, you could say the average mass of the Earth is this, and so if I take that and calculate it with Earth's gravity, then yes, you can do that. But it's just going to be an average, right? Because the Earth is made up of all kinds of different things, not just one thing.
Well, is the number 0?
Doing what you just said, no, the answer wouldn't be 0. It would be some average mass times the Earth's gravity as we know it.
Yeah, but in your like paradigm here that we're working within, Earth's in free fall. So objects in free fall are what? Weightless. There's no the force of gravity is like canceled out or some shit, right?
I just basically said that, right? Like, and then you forced me to like do this thing where I have to leave the Earth using the Earth's gravity, and so I gave you that answer, and that's not satisfactory. You go back to the other one where I just said that the Earth would be 0. What the fuck do you want from me?
We're pointing out that your worldview is dumb and paradoxical.
We can.
Okay,
we can all agree.
Stupid. I got it. You're right. The Earth is flat. Good job, Whitsit. Good job.
We can agree.
You're right. It's a grand conspiracy to keep you away from Jesus. So I'm glad you figured that out.
Whatever you can do to get away from
He left out gay as well. It is also gay.
Okay, it's gay.
Just want to make sure.
My bad.
That's also like
that
weird.
I mean, did they let you out of the playground today?
It's also unoriginal. It's also very cultish.
What's cultish?
We can
how you conform to beliefs that you're not actually sure what they are.
I'm sorry, I conform to the evidence. So if you can show me particular evidence that's convincing, that's logical, that's demonstrable, then yeah, I'll go with the evidence. Thank you.
No, what I've figured out is actually followers believe things without evidence.
Do they? What? Like what? Oh my
Like,
god!
I
You know
don't-
what? This
I'm
one
just-
time in 3rd grade, my 3rd grade teacher told me that there were numbers and stuff that you could put together in such a way that you could have a Pythagorean theorem, and it does things with triangles. I'm sure that I was just brainwashed. Can you teach me something better, please, sir?
You know what's funny is you said like what, but you had to interrupt me because you know I was about to give very specific examples that will clearly be way ahead of what you're ready for.
Oh,
but
yeah. Okay. Well,
I'll give an
sorry.
I'll give an example. So followers think that there's a pendulum that precesses called Foucault's pendulum because the Earth spins. So according to the
that's
globe,
true. That's demonstrable.
hey, calm down, buddy. You're getting a little excited. You're for sure not going to like come out victorious. I don't know what you think this is. So then on the
Victorious.
equator,
This isn't
buddy,
a
listen,
competition.
buddy, listen,
It's knowledge.
buddy, just calm down. So on the equator, it should not precess at all, according to the globe model. Right?
Well, I mean, if you if you started with the exact rotation in the equator, then yeah, it should.
You start it with the
maintain-
exact rotation.
Yeah.
That is
I
a-
mean,
it's not even-
meaning like exactly how the Earth is rotating. Yes, on the equator. Then yes, you should not see any kind of deviation.
You would
Hold on,
have-
how do we start it? We got a Foucault pendulum at the equator. Then what?
I'm not sure. Like you could just start the fucking pendulum. It's not going to move on the equator.
You start swinging it. It's not going to move on its own.
Okay, so here's
And
my
that's Whitset's point. Go ahead.
and here's my actual point, right? So I said what I've actually found out is that ballers believe things without evidence, and he thought that was funny for some reason. But no baller ever has any evidence that the pendulum doesn't precess at all at the equator. They all just blindly believe it and assume that to be the case because that's what it would have to be.
I have an idea.
Could I get somebody from the equator to do the experiment for me?
Yeah,
Or
that's a good
Have
put
you
a
ever,
video in
you
or
guys
something?
ever seen any evidence of it, or do as of right now, do you just blindly believe it?
Well, it's weird to say because it's like kind of asking me in a vacuum. So, I have lots of knowledge that's been built up through the years of experience and understanding of the world around me. So it's not just that I believe only that fact, right? Like I have other facts that build around it that logically conclude that this makes sense for our model. Yes.
See, so this is what I said. This is what's so funny. So when I said it's like cultish, because you guys all just believe things that you don't actually have evidence for, because you have to conform to what you think the
You believe all kinds of things that you
both
don't
of you
have
have to
evidence for,
interrupt
you
me every
weirdo.
time.
That doesn't mean that
I've
you're in a cult.
I've never had an intellectual discussion with a baller where they didn't interrupt me. Isn't that an
Dude,
interesting phenomenon?
okay, well, you talk a lot, okay? So I'm just saying that it's a little weird to say that it's a cult because I believe things without evidence. You believe all kinds of things without evidence.
You interrupted him while he was talking about interrupting. You're interrupting him.
Good, okay, so I'm an
Can I
asshole.
interrupt everyone?
And gay, but we'll get to that later.
My point is, right, you guys believe things, but you've never actually seen the evidence for it, and oftentimes you don't really know what it is that you believe until we then inform you what your belief actually is, and then you immediately absorb it and conform to it. You don't go try to find the evidence. You can laugh, but another example is that
It's so arrogant, that's all.
your model claims that the angular size of the sun changes throughout the day, but none of you have ever seen that measured.
Can I make a
I mean,
suggestion?
can I just say
Your
that I
suggestion or a
don't?
way to avoid said?
I'm just going to respond by saying I don't believe what you're saying. I don't agree with it. And since you don't have any evidence proving what you just said, I can dismiss it without any evidence as well. So,
Right. So you don't. This is funny. So you don't. Again, you don't
Never mind.
actually understand your own belief. That was my whole point. So
well, I'm
according
glad
to
that you think
basic
that.
geom-
That is not true.
According to basic geometry, even though despite you saying no, I don't believe what you're saying, the globe model says that the angular size of the sun changes 0.08 arc seconds throughout the day. This is basic geometry because you're on a curved surface. So as it rises, it's lower than up at the top of the curve. Basic geometry. So yes, your model does claim that. You just said that your model doesn't claim that. Your model does claim that.
Who? I never said that my model doesn't claim anything.
We were talking about the measuring the Earth's weight.
See what I'm saying? And then I told you both of you guys will avoid the examples. And this is
What
what
example?
you guys have to do because this is just like someone that believes in a religion.
What's the example you gave?
I hate when Austin exposes that I'm in a cult. So
No,
What's the example
I
you
don't.
gave?
What you're doing is you're basically just being very, very condescending, and you're continually condescending, and you do that all the time. And then what you then do is you then expect a conversation where the other partner is not condescending. All you're going to get is condescending people. You want to chat with me? I won't be condescending. Let's chat about the evidence. But if you're condescending, there's no point having a conversation because you're just being arrogant and it's pointless.
Yeah, so
It's
then you
futile.
ranted about your personal emotional
So,
little
all right,
feelings
bye.
about me. Bye. So, and what's funny is actually the Damon dude's the one that started being condescending. Yeah, well, when I was a kid, I learned this thing called math about Pythagorean theorem. Right?
That wasn't condescending. I was showing you that
grade learn
facts are
Pythagorean
not in a
theorem?
that the
That's what he
facts that
said.
you're talking about is not in
I
a
didn't mean to
vacuum.
interrupt you. Sorry.
The facts are not in a vacuum. Witsit. You don't just pull something out of the air and say like, "Oh, you just believe that." Well, I might not have direct evidence, but I might have many evidences around it, right? That logically conclude something because of those other evidences that I actually have.
Okay, so you believe the Earth's a globe.
Yes,
right?
I do believe that.
I know that. So then, therefore, you just assume everything else within the globe model. And typically, you don't even know what those assumptions are. So you have a belief, but you don't even know what your belief is. You blindly believe what it is you don't even know is. Okay. So if this isn't analogous to a religion, I'm not really sure how.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. I'll believe that you think that that's. I mean, that I'll just say that yes, I believe exactly how you just said, right? What is it that I could do to sort of break out of this cult thing that you think that I'm in, right? Like, is there some bit of evidence that you have to show me that why I'm wrong, or like how I'm in the cult, or like, can you give an example of like not being able to change my mind to the evidence? Something, anything, just something. Give me something.
Well, first step is to not be in like a religious cult type mentality. You would make sure that you actually know what it is that you believe. That would be the first step. The
Hey,
first
Winston, can I ask you a question?
In great detail.
No, you don't.
Yes,
hey,
I do.
Demonte, do you know what Lagrange points are?
Yes, I do.
Okay, fair enough. Then yeah, my point's mute. Good point. Cool.
Yeah, but he didn't know. He actually said that he didn't believe what I was saying when I said the sun has changed angular size. The truth is
I
that
didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth, dude. This
you
is
want to bet $5,000?
shit all the time. What's it?
You want to bet $5,000? You want to bet $5,000?
The only reason why you do it is to piss me off so that I get.
Do you want to bet
so that you don't actually
$5,000?
have to have a conversation?
Do you want to bet $5,000 that you said it?
Yeah, I'll bet $1 billion fucking dollars, asshole, because I wasn't the one that said it. Cunt face.
Let's just make it $5,000. So you want to put it in escrow, or do you have
Hold
your
up,
actual ID?
bitch.
So you're see.
Come
So
on, rewind it. Go ahead. I'll rewind the live stream right now in front of everybody. It says that I didn't say anything
play it through the microphone.
I don't even remember you saying that.
Okay, so
you're
now I'm gonna
obviously
play you saying
remembering
it.
somebody else that you were talking to.
Nope. Now I'm gonna play you saying it, and you're gonna probably leave the room.
Nope, go ahead.
You guys do.
Wasn't me.
So goofy. I know for a fact it was you, buddy.
Mm-mm.
Why lie right now? You said I don't believe what you're
I wasn't
saying.
responding to you. If I said anything, you just assumed that I was.
And now he's changing it from he didn't say it to he wasn't responding to me.
It wasn't me that responded to that. And if you think that it is, fine. Go ahead. Show the proof. I still didn't respond to that because I don't. This is the first time I've heard you saying it. I did not even hear you say that before. So I couldn't have responded to something I never even heard.
Oh, buddy, we're about to all hear you say it.
Go ahead. If I said it, I'll fucking confess. But I swear to God, I didn't answer it to that. Just a coincidence that you heard it that way.
Yeah. Frankly, I'm like wasting my time to go find it because then you're just gonna like leave.
Yeah, exactly. You fucking lying.
I'm going to get it right now. And guess what? How about, hey, make an agreement with me. If I play it,
Go ahead, I'm right here, buddy. Sitting right here, ain't leaving nowhere.
And make an agreement with me. If I
bring it
go
up.
back and play it and it is you saying it, I get to ban you from the server.
Fine. Ban me from the server. What a fucking loss.
No, because you can't just admit that you said it. So I'm gonna.
I didn't even hear you say that before. I never even heard you say that. So how could I respond to it? Doesn't make any logical sense. It's it.
That didn't take long. You clown.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm about to play it.
Well, come on. What you waiting on?
Okay, so I don't believe what you're saying. I don't agree with it. This is literally what you just said. So we're gonna play it because you lied.
So your model claims that the angular size of the sun changes throughout the day, but none of you have ever seen that measured.
Can I make a suggestion?
Can I just say that I
Just
don't?
a way to avoid that.
I'm just going to respond by saying I don't believe what you're saying. I don't agree with it. And since you don't have any evidence proving what you just said, I can dismiss it without any evidence as well. So,
right.
What's up now?
I wasn't responding to that.
But you
responding to everything you said before it and the whole chain of fucking things because you talk for a half an hour.
Okay, we're gonna play it again.
Go ahead.
You're just gonna double down and lie now with the whole room here.
I let you speak for like 20 minutes, and then I said that because I don't believe you in the way that you were responding to it. The fact that you think that I don't believe anything, or that I just believe things without evidence. That's what I was.
You can send me the $5,000 through Zelle. So.
No, because I wasn't responding to that. Like I said, I did not say those words in response to the whatever the fuck.
Let's just hear what it says again, and then we'll talk.
Conform to it.
I don't care. I'm sticking to my guns. I don't care. You know damn well that I said that you said a bunch of things before that I was responding to, and I was responding.
Sorry, I think you accidentally interrupted the replay.
The angular size of the sun changes throughout the day, but but none of you have ever seen that measured.
Can I make a suggestion? Can I just say
Your
that I
suggestion a
don't?
way to avoid that?
I'm just going to respond by saying I don't believe what you're saying. I don't agree with it. And since you don't have any evidence proving what you just said, I can dismiss it without any evidence as well. So,
Okay, so you're very clearly
on
saying that
faith.
what I just said wasn't
Basically, is what your whole spiel was basically, I believe like a cult member, like on faith, and without any evidence, and that's what I was responding to.
no,
Not
actually, I
particular
gave
facts
exam-
about what you were saying.
you asked for examples. I said, yeah, sure, and then you interrupted me, and then I'm like, okay, well, you have to let me.
That's a lie. Play the whole
There
play
you
the whole
go.
fucking
You're
thing.
interrupting me right now.
Play the whole thing.
Okay,
Not just a little bit.
Hey man, why are all
Play
you
the whole fucking
so
thing that you were talking for fucking 10 minutes about. Play the
He
whole
already,
thing.
he already made the point on what he was talking about.
yeah,
You had a specific requirement of what you wanted to hear, and then he produced that. Just easy does it, brother.
yeah, and it's pretty simple. Like what happened was
Yeah,
you were
okay,
like,
well,
wait, do
I
you have
can
any?
cherry pick a lot of fucking things that Witsit says to make him sound like a fucking liar too.
Okay, well, I'm not cherry picking. I'm trying to say the context, and that's why you keep trying to censor me.
No, you're
So-
not fucking saying the context.
Because
You're not
you-
playing the
because you-
context. I wonder what.
Control yourself. You're a grown adult. So what happened was I said, do you guys have beliefs that you don't really know? You said that I believe what I believe because of evidence. And I'm like, well, what I've actually discovered is typically ballers believe a lot of things without evidence. And you said, that's not true. Name one thing. I started to name something and then you interrupted me. And then I said, bro, you're going to have to let me name them. I have a few examples. And then I brought up Foucault's pendulum, not moving at the equator, but no one's ever seen that. And then Hugh says, we should do it. I'm like, okay, yeah, but my point was that it's never been done. You've never seen it done, but you blindly believe it. I then gave another example, which was the changing of the angular size of the sun throughout the day, but that's never been measured. You guys never seen it, but you just believe it. And then you said, I don't believe what you're saying. I don't have to believe what you're saying. You don't have any evidence. So claims without evidence can be dismissed. So yeah, it was a direct response to what I said. If you want to now spin it because you didn't think I'd actually go back and get it, I don't care. This was a waste of 5 minutes. We can move on now. All I'm trying to say is there are a bunch of little parts of the globe model that most people aren't familiar with, and I get why people believe it, right? They have confidence in the
sleep well
model.
at night?
That's fine.
I mean, do you sleep well at night? Do you like who
Yeah,
you are?
absolutely. Yes.
I like who I am. You know why? Because I'm an honest person. I get that
Just
you
got
think
caught
what
lying.
I said and that you got me in a
Yeah,
lie.
that sounds like bullshit though, just by the tone of your voice. Just letting you know.
You think that you got me, and I don't care. You can think
Could we raise the conversation a little bit here? This is a bit.
Why won't you play the whole thing?
I was trying to make a good intellectual point.
Why won't you play the whole context?
Hey yo, Witsip sleeps better than
Yeah,
you do.
because you know what I'm saying is true. That's why.
Like continual 5 minutes of a conversation. We can move on.
Well, that's how long you were talking. I responded to.
Like literally, I have like what I'm not going to do is have to mute you every time I speak. I'm not like you're not a kid, so can you please stop? I'm not interrupting you. So all I was trying to make a point was people are very confident in this globe model. They think a lot of scientists have done all the work for them. They've worked out all the different areas. They believe the Earth's a globe for whatever little compartmentalized reason. So they just automatically assume everything within that model is true. And they don't really familiarize themselves with all the intricacies of what that model claims to be true. So they actually are believing things without even truly knowing what they are, but they just conform to whatever that model says or the consensus says about that model. And I, in my opinion, find that to be a bit cultish because you're believing something without knowing actually what it is or ever having access to evidence to support those specific parts of the model. I'm trying to insult. I'm sorry I used the word cult. Just a point. I happily admit I have to have blind belief and faith in my belief about a creator. The specific beliefs I have about the scriptures, I don't have physical, tangible, direct evidence for many of them. It requires me to believe it. Okay.
The scriptures speak of being kind to your enemies. The scriptures speak of loving people.
Yeah, it also speaks of righteous indignation. Did you skip that part?
It also says,
No, I don't.
was it
That's
spare the rod?
you also like to use that, but that was Jesus. You're not Jesus. What you're doing is you're using that as an excuse not to love people. So the constant condensation, the arrogance and condescending
Yeah, how willing?
attitude
How much?
constantly is not
How
Christian. Whitsit.
Yeah, isn't he more like
Truly
Christ-like?
embarrassing.
He's
That's not
willing to
Christ-like.
correct his brother. He's willing to correct his brother, right?
No, it's not Christ-like. It's to be like that. So I'd
Right, but if
encourage
he's
you
wrong,
to consider being more Christ-like, because right now it's just.
Do you even believe in the
It's
scriptures?
embarrassing. You call
Do you
yourself
believe
a
in the
Christian.
scriptures?
You're just not.
Do you believe in the scriptures?
I believe you're not a Christian.
Okay, well, believe it or not, I don't care what atheists think about if I'm a Christian or not. But
I'm not an atheist.
Why are you interrupting me so much, bro?
You're not a Christian. So
you're muted now. So the actual point was, he's the one that started being condescending, dude. I was just making a point that what I've discovered.
I wasn't being condescending. I
Now
was
you're
answering
muted
you.
because you have to both interrupt me. So all I was saying was, like, I found out a lot of ballers don't really have the evidence for some of their beliefs. They just kind of assume it. And then he started being condescending. Oh, well, I did this thing where my teacher taught me basic math. So he did that first, and now you Def and the other guy left because you guys can't be held accountable, right? And that's what we're not going to do in this room anymore, is let you guys just like run it and throw the pieces off the board and gaslight everyone, interrupt them, and it's not productive, nor is it mature behavior. So. A proper response maybe would be, well, some things are difficult to verify directly with evidence. But if we look at these other things, I'm confident enough to say that if we establish like the sphericity of the earth and these other things, then this would have to be true also based on logical deduction. And sure, there are some things that we don't have direct evidence for, but I do believe them. I believe them because of whatever. I'm not this whole like, oh, you can't do basic math. I believe that there's a fountain of the deep and that there is a place called heaven. And it definitely requires just pure belief for me to think that. I'm perfectly fine stating it. That's the main difference, is I can openly state it as a belief and acknowledge it as such. People that promote the globe or the heliocentric paradigm, they don't do that. They claim it's scientific, fact. That's the difference.
I love that they can't handle that it gets like likened to a religion. Like they freak out at the idea that like.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
that's the most
I'm
triggering concept to your average NPC Glober normie. Is the
Okay.
idea that there's so hold on real quick. I'll just finish my point. Is that these guys, if you're included, I don't know, but like just accept or can't like hate. You guys hate religion. They hate religion so much they can't identify that they're in one, like because it would just break their mind that they would be like involved in a religion. I love how that triggers the shit out of these people.
Are you a Christian too? Sounds like it.
Why?
Just curious.
Okay. It doesn't answer anything, right? Doesn't answer.
It does.
He just wants
Are you sure?
Were you going to say you're a Christian too? Like Richard says he's a Christian.
Well, what if I did? So what? What does it make it? What do you think of it?
I'm just seeing if there are any actual Christians in flat Earth.
Right, but what does
Are they
anyone
all
owe?
Witzit
What does
Christians?
anyone owe you an explanation of their beliefs?
Okay, you answer the question. Thank you.
What's funny though is this is what people do, right? They act like, oh, you're a Christian, so you should be like a little cuck that puts his head down and lets people talk all over him and insult them and berate them and gaslight them and treat them like they're stupid and make fun of them, and you should just love them back. That's not what the Bible says, though. But
Well,
you
yeah. What's
read
it?
the
Also,
Bible,
hold on.
you wouldn't know that.
Hey, shouldn't the scientific position, isn't it, because it's so rational, shouldn't it be like so hard to offend? Because like if a real scientist really was a scientist, he's so objective that he would never like be offended by an idea. That's why you know these people aren't scientific and they're just in a religious cult, because they get so offended. Because a real scientist would be so objective that he wouldn't have the stance that he believes something.
Yeah, but you're
That's
saying
why, and
people are in a
that's how
cult.
we know. That's how we know that you're in a religion. And then another symptom is that when you get so angry that you get told you're in a religion, and that just proves to us that you're in a religion.
Okay, so you're going to say that the whole of humanity is in a cult,
No, it's not the whole
or is it
of
just select people?
humanity. It's not the whole of humanity.
It's everyone. It's everyone that thinks that we're all in a cult. But this little group on Discord, this little group on the internet, is not the cult. One of us is in the cult. Then
I think
there's got to be one of us in the cult.
the vast majority of people that think there's a globe, I wouldn't classify that as like the cult because they don't really know why. They haven't intellectualized it. They just kind of take it for granted. It's the group of people that hear about these challenges from the flat earth position and they hear about the different arguments. See, he deafened himself. See, he can't even hear it. He can't hear this. It's the people that like start to fight for the globe so feverishly and then they attack other people that question it. But at the same time, the people they're attacking know way more about their belief. That's when you start to get in this cultish vibe where you defend it so feverishly and adamantly and passionately, but yet it's void of actual knowledge. Right. And that's kind of a cult, right? Like where it's like, well, what did the scientists say? That's what I believe. And then, ridicule people if they don't agree. So, yeah, it's pretty cultish. I don't know. If you have to conform to whatever the leader says your belief is, that is kind of like the definition of a cult.
Dude, I was just saying that. I don't think like if I was a Glober, I would be here. I can't. You come to this area to like find like-minded people, other flat earthers, this and that, and then the fact that the anti-flat earthers are like their own group. That's the weird part because there's tons of flat earthers everywhere, not even on Discord. They're all over the place.
But it is intriguing that word triggers them so much. And another thing I've been thinking about is, or just I don't know, it's weird what it's weird what they do because what they do, like I think the majority of the time, is like they answer questions that were never asked, and then they're mad at you because you're not grateful because they answered a question that nobody asked. That's like the epitome of the thing, man. Is that like they try to make gravity a force when like that wasn't the issue. You know what I mean? Like they try to make it like I don't know. It's this answering of a question that has never been asked, and then the condemnation of everyone who rejects the fact that they answered a question nobody asked. That's what trips me out.
Yeah, I agree. It's really hard to get answers around here sometimes.
Well, no, but it's not that they're not like it's like you ask this like profound question, but then they go into like some weird minutia of a crinkle in that idea that's kind of irrelevant. And they extrapolate and answer a bunch of questions about that crinkle of the idea. And then they think that they've solved the whole riddle. And it's weird how they do it. Like, and that, like, by answering that little crinkle of an idea and pushing that idea on top of a subject matter, they then, like, think that they control the subject. It's just weird. They answer questions that have never been asked. And then they're ungrateful when you don't give a shit about their fucking their tirade.
Did you not find it humorous that he concluded that you're a Christian? He said.
What was it?
Did that tickle you somewhat?
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said, did it amuse you that he concluded that you were a Christian based on you asking him a question?
Well, yeah, I mean, like that's why I love conditional acceptances, because like you can, it's like keep them in the dark and treat them like shit. Because like they're I don't know, like he didn't get an answer, he just assumed, and we all know what happens when you assume. You just make an ass of yourself and you and me, right, or whatever it is.
All right.
I have a simple question. Was it before or after the telescope that people decided, like when they looked up and saw the wandering stars, that those were just reflecting sunlight and not their own light? And they weren't producing their own light like all the other stars that we see. These special ones were not. Yeah.
That's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. At what point did they realize they were reflecting the sunlight and not actual light sources? That's a good question.
What, when did they tell the story, you mean? They told the story.
Like when was that
No,
anomaly? Everyone looks up and they all just assume they're all lights in the sky, and then all of a sudden one dude's like, not those 8 or whatever there is. Like what?
Right. Well, they do differ. They are closer, and they're larger in the sky.
And the patterns. The patterns, I think, is what distinguishes them. Right.
So that is a good
You were
question.
really
So at what point did they figure out that they're not stars? Because at that point they'd call them wandering stars because they thought they were stars and they moved around in the sky. So they said these are the wandering stars. They thought they were the actual stars. That's a good question. That's a good one to research.
Probably like at the time of the telescope, right? Like you said, like you alluded to, is like when was it good enough to see that there was a distinction?
Yeah, whenever that was, they had the telescope and then they could see closer. Like, wait a minute, there's texture on this star.
Yeah, isn't that fucking wild though that you can take a telescope and look at like Jupiter, man? That's so wild to me.
It is very, very cool.
It's so cool, man. And they are different. It's so fucking cool.
It's when you first see them, it is kind of, if you pardon the pun, eye opening. And they're so mysterious and dark. Oh, not dark, but silent. They just sit there. It's just yeah.
Dude, even the moon. When I got a P900 and I was doing all zoom shit up on the moon, like wow, just fucking wow, when you can see that close and the craters and the fucking, you know what I mean? It's so wild.
It is. I'm into it too.
Yeah, if those craters are creating like those shadows or whatever, like how big is that mountain have to be? If you think about, like, does Everest cast a shadow on the Earth when you get 240,000 miles away? You know what I'm saying?
If you were on the moon and you got a telescope, or let's say if the Earth didn't have the atmosphere to block everything that's on the surface, and you look at it from the same distance the moon is from Earth with a telescope, that is another good question. What would it look like? But it's got the atmosphere, so it's not going to. You're not going to see anything really. Well, you will see stuff, but it's not like on the moon. The other thing is the moon is smaller, so a similar sized feature on the moon is going to appear larger in proportion to the actual real size of the moon, right? That's at least.
You don't find it weird that they intercepted a meteor or comet and took pictures and sent those back to us, but we don't have a camera on the moon?
No.
Okay.
We don't have a camera on. What? I mean, how many we got? We've got cameras on one body, as far as I know. Working cameras. No, it's Mars.
Super
the rest
fog body compared to the moon when you think about it.
is what? Sorry, say again.
It's way further than the moon. You know, the moon would be like the first place I would think to send a rover to test it in space, you know, not waste
Me
too much
too.
money.
That would make sense, wouldn't
Me
it?
too. I agree. But what would it look at? That's the question. What would it look at?
Look at Earth. That's
Yeah.
kind of cool. Like, I just want
I
a real
agree.
picture of Antarctica, man.
I agree. A real picture of that, we got those. But I mean, a camera on the moon would be an awesome thing. I agree. I think Jaren, that was one of his things I heard, that he was like, why didn't they have a camera on the moon? Totally can't disagree. I think it's a good idea. Get on it.
Like, yo, like, do you think that they actually were on the moon hitting golf balls?
Instead of doing like the Cavendish.
What? They did it. They did that. They had a hammer and something else, didn't they? They did that. Yes. They did
Right.
that.
That's what always tripped me
I
out. Is
saw it.
like they say they proved like Kepler, Newton, and Galileo right when they dropped the hammer, and like President Nixon called the moon. I don't know, man.
Well, okay, so
stay on some of that
Stay on
service,
one
bro.
thing. That's talking. Now we're on to the call. Stay on one thing, man. So they did these things, but they also did the golf. So it's not like they did one and didn't do the other. They did stuff. They collected
Well, at least
samples.
they
They did
called
all
the
sorts of
president
stuff.
to let him know what tea time they were going off on. You know?
But then, well, he called them, and yeah.
Fair enough. He called them.
I mean, that's a different thing. The implication then is that if the moon landing is that's a good conspiracy theory. I actually consider the moon landing conspiracy thing. I like that one. I like that one. That's got some meat to it, because you can talk about all sorts of different things, and I can have a good discussion about it. I'm into the moon landing.
I mean, my thing, man, is
conspiracy.
like I'm willing to concede, like, for national security purposes, especially if somebody's from like China, you know, Chinese intelligence, like, yeah, you're damn right, we went to the moon, you bastard, you know, because I'm an American first. But at the same time, man, I just fucking look at it like I don't know, you know, like, I mean, like, cause like, I mean, the one thing is that, like, if we went to the moon, then everybody from every nationality has to agree that America is the greatest motherfucking nation that ever existed. So
Go
all
America.
you Brits out there fighting for fucking the moon landing, just remember, America is the greatest fucking place that's ever existed. And Christopher Columbus discovered the new world. So fuck everybody.
Screw everyone else. If you've been at Disney World, I've been with my kids, my family, you know. There's the Muppet 3D. Anyone been to Muppet 3D? Because while you're waiting, they have this stuff that goes on the TVs. One of them, Sam Eagle, and he says, "What have you got for us, Sam?" And he says, "We've got a rousing orchestral, tribute to to all countries, but particularly America." I thought that was great. He said it's a 30-minute tribute to all the countries. And he said, "You got 2 minutes." No one's been to Muppet 3D? Come on.
Well, I mean, like, couldn't you agree, like, that, like, let's say the moon landing and the fact that they had everyone watching it on television, was more of a kind of like a marketing campaign more than a scientific endeavor.
I can agree
You
with
know what I
that.
mean? Like, they had it on TV, they had it on fucking, you know, it's like, and what it's done is, it's like, I used to always put it like, it's carterized the imagination of mankind. Because if we went to the moon, then that means we, you know, like, before we went to the moon, like, the moon being made of cheese was almost serious. Do you know what I mean? Because nobody knew.
They actually, you could have said to someone in the 40s, the moon was made of cheese.
Right.
And there was no one that could have said, "Oh, no, that's ridiculous," because they have no idea.
And so,
I totally agree with that.
So like, and so that allowed for this like void of mystery or void of like knowledge. So therefore there was in turn more mystery and more, something about people because they didn't know. You know what I mean? There was this sense of wonder. So like by doing this, and then putting it on TV and having everyone watch, they converted the opinion of everybody and sold a cosmology to the world. And they sold the understanding of the cosmology to the world because, well, obviously we have to understand it if we went to the moon, right? So now immediately that they put themselves in a position of power over a lot of other people, like in the philosophical, like Jungian sense, psychologically. And like that's what we're kind of really railing up against is this idea that everyone thinks that they believe in this priest class knowledge that has been to the other world, right? Has been to the stars, the heavens,
Define,
right?
if you could possibly define priest's class, what do you mean by that?
Like, for instance, like your like how about this? Do you think that we know the weight of Polaris?
No, I think they can make guesses, but
Right,
we've
but
talked about this before.
is there not a scientific body out there that claims that they have some understanding about this information?
You know what? I've discussed this before on this channel, and here's how I stand on this. I don't buy all the science too. I don't accept all the science too. I don't think the scientists, when they say they know something for sure, half the time I think they're just bluffing. I think they're
Right,
just
but some
trying
people
to earn
do.
their money.
Some people do,
But some
though.
people, right, and they're wrong. So
Okay, well, like, so when I say priest class, I'm talking about this hierarchical kind of like
yeah,
school board of science that like really just and then it's minions. You know what I mean? Like, and then the
yeah.
people that just espouse this information. Because I actually happen to think that the scientists, the quote unquote, this priest class I'm referring to, like the real ones are not so sure. Like their papers are filled with such things as it appears to be. There's evidence to suggest that Polaris weighs this much. Scientific data seems to lead one to suggest that this is the weight, right? Like they're always dismissive as to making a solid claim. So hold on real
Okay,
quick.
well,
And then
sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Then
Go ahead.
what you get is you get the believer. You get the person who read that scientific paperwork, and that's who we deal with all the time, is someone who read the scientific paperwork and then totally just wipes right over all those seems to, we're not sure, but they wipe over all that and they say they know the weight of Polaris. And so what I'm saying is that this group of people has been fucking problematic since the fucking moon landing. Go on.
I don't know. Like what I usually do is when someone says this is what they're doing and this is what's happening, what I usually do is I usually think, what else could they do? What could they do that's an alternative to that? So they've got to do one of two things, right? So they've got to say either we know for sure, which is false, or they've got to say the evidence suggests that. And I took umbrage to the scientists that say we know this to be true. They do that with evolution, while saying, "Oh no, science doesn't prove anything," and then they'll say evolution is a fact. So they do that sort of thing all the time. I don't know if it's a priest class per se. That's just, in my opinion, the arrogance of scientists. Because if you think about
Right, but is it not the same arrogance of...
Absolutely, because information is power. So you're absolutely right. It is similar to that, very much so. It doesn't give them actual power, right? I mean, it doesn't really. It gives them status to be certain, but they can't in the scientific field, as far as I've researched and looked into it for these few years. It doesn't give them actual power. It gives them status, but they can't be too sure, because I'm constantly seeing in the news. I used to get science news all the time on a website. I tune in every day, look on the site, and I was constantly reading headlines, and headlines would say, latest probe data comes back or something, and it would say this changes everything that we thought we knew about whatever. Everything we thought we knew about Pluto is wrong. You'll see that headline a lot. They'll get data from some probe or some scientific study of some kind.
Right, but this gets back to what I was talking earlier about. And they answer questions that nobody ever asked. So they're like, "Whoa, this changes everything in the world of microbiotech." Advancements in lunar observations through a micro lens. Like, wow, all that group of people their world's been turned upside down. And what you don't understand is that actually light does. It's like, dude, nobody asked, nobody cares, nobody fucking gives a shit. They come with these answers to questions that are meaningless, and that wow, this changes the world, and in lunar, microorganismic understanding. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And like, whoa, man, we're so objective and we're so not married to the idea of microbiology on the moon that now the world's been turned upside down in lunar microbiology.
Yeah, that happens.
Dude, they're not fucking skeptical as soon as you bring up fucking, like, they try to pretend, like, for instance, this is Witset's point about bringing up this minutia of the 0.8 arc seconds and wanting to verify it or disprove it because these people believe it, yet it doesn't we've never measured it. That's that like little microcosm of an issue. And a lot of these issues are microcosmic of the bigger problem.
I can explain one thing. I'm a photographer. So if Canon came out with a lens that was a 50 millimeter to 200 millimeter 1.8 f-stop, it would be a game changer. It would change everything. So in the world of photography, that would be a massive deal, and the headlines would be many. And everyone would say, completely changed the whole field of photography. So,
and then the P900 did it. The P900 did that. Well, and that's where, and here's the thing, this is where science isn't ready to come along with the rest of the world and fucking science itself, is the idea that, oh, wait a minute, I got a camera, the P900, I can see over this alleged horizon and see a bunch of shit that's right over there. And then I'm going to get some glober dickhead come and tell me that, no. What you don't understand is the light, because of gravity, is coming over the curve of the earth. Like, do you see where the ballers fucked up right there? Is that new technology broke this fucking thing, and they're not prepared to say, wow, the world's been turned upside down. They're not willing to do that over an issue like that, because they've put their stake in the game that they know the measurement of the earth and they can't allow that. So they got to argue that light is coming over the curvature because of gravity, bro. This is the height of fucking stupidity.
Dude, is there no like 50 to 200 f1.4 on the market?
No such thing as far as I'm aware. You can't do it. It's not.
But why would that be so much of a game changer though? Is because of the difference?
It's the range? The range is too broad for it to be any good. If you look at lenses that have a wide breadth of focal lengths, the f-stop's always really high.
So I have one that's like a 4 or 4.5 or something like that. Whatever Canon.
You got the
shit Canon kit lenses.
50
to 250. Like I think it's a f4 point. Whatever.
Yeah.
But that basically to resolve the image, you need to add more and more layers of coatings and more elements in lens to create variation for focal range, right? And then and then trying to like marry all these things so that you got equal speed, so you don't get the chromatic aberration and everything like that. That's pretty difficult in engineering, and I don't think that they'll be able to make something like that. I also not really sure if it would be effective at all. Like you'd probably get shitty pictures out of it because sometimes like lenses can be too fast, right? But you would need something like fluorite basis or something like that to do it. But also that I feel that there's other lens types that they really achieve like better clarity just because of what they're made out of, like something like a thoriated glass. But
let's not gloss over the fact that the P900 just did this, and the scientific community has reacted with anti-flat Earth channels on fucking YouTube, bro.
What the P900 did, the way that P900 did it, is it used clever optics. That's one thing. But also, it used
Hold
a
on.
sensor.
No. I
It used
want
a
to know.
sensor
I
the
want to know from
size
you
of your
now.
pinky fingernail.
Hold on? Is the image looming over the fucking shape of the Earth with gravity? Is that what you're fucking
Well,
telling me right now?
that's hold on.
No. I just
That's
want just a simple yes or no. Is gravity making the fucking shit that I see in my P900 over the horizon? Is it making it loom over the fucking? Is gravity making it the image loom over the curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
no.
Okay,
Gravity
thank you.
gravity doesn't do that. Light does
Okay,
that.
what does then? Are you saying that something else does?
Light does.
You're saying okay, so
They
no, so
say
you're
it's
trying to
the
hold on, no, let me just point out like
That's
and
right.
let me
I don't get
almost
it.
disengage at this point because I think you're being retarded when you think
Well,
that
okay. You want a
I mean I
conversation?
really
You
do.
don't need to call
I
people
think it's
retarded.
so
Then
fucking stupid that you would think that the fucking light is making it come around the
also
curve. This is why I think it's a cult, bro.
stop cussing, man.
I can do what I want, man. You stop.
what?
Stop eating, how about this? You stop eating potatoes. How about that? Fuck off.
No, what the globe says is that refraction, the light traveling through a density gradient, is what causes it to go up over around the curve. There may be some gravitational effects there, slight, very slight, but because they do say gravity bends light, so.
So all I was referring to get back to what I was trying to say was the game changers in science. I see it all the time where stuff gets changed because they come up with new technology. With physics of lenses, I don't think it's possible to get a lens that has what I described earlier. All right. So if someone did that, that would just what? How? And of course, it would be a massive deal. That's kind of what I mean. So when they do discover things, it's a big deal in the field, and it bleeds over to the real world, right, where we live. And you'll hear someone say, "Oh, the James Webb did this, and oh, Hubble did that. They saw this and saw that." That's
Yeah, but it's a bunch of heated debate over a bunch of questions nobody asks, nobody gives a shit about. It's like I said, bro, it's like lunar microbiology will never be the same.
what was the word you came up with before? Microbiologisms, something?
Yeah, lunar microbiology.
Lunar microbiology.
Because and dude, that's what I mean. Like when you start coming in and you're saying that what you don't understand is quarks out in deep space, or or
Oh,
I don't
no.
fucking know, dude. It's like all of a
I don't
sudden
know.
there's like this answer as to why star XY78 does a little loop-de-loop or appear. It's like nobody cares. It doesn't affect whatever, and they're really objective about that shit because nobody gives a fuck. But as soon as you
Some
get into
people.
and this is what I'm kind of curious because really, can you not see the fact that let's say technology like the P900 disproved a relatively common scientific notion that the Earth is that the curve of the Earth is right over there, and that doesn't do you not think that that we maybe have had this advancement and society is rejecting it while dealing with the fact that a lot of people are accepting it?
I
I
would.
don't think they're that objective.
I'm going to say that classifying the P900 as technology or advancement in technology is a bit of a stretch. All they did is they got some clever optics, good on Nikon for doing
Yeah,
that.
and they made it
But then
affordable so the general population.
that
It's like
was
people that printed the
wait. Let me
Bible
get.
back in the
I
day.
tried to get this across earlier, and you talked over me. So let me get this out. The second thing they did is they made the sensor the size of your fingernail. So it's a tiny sensor. All right. So that's how they get the massive focal length, is the tiny sensor. And so the P1000 just has even a bigger, it's actually a much bigger camera. But it's not really new technology. I get your point, but the P900, nobody uses the P900 professionally. Let me put it like that. And nobody. It's the
Right.
sensor's
Well, no one. How
too
about this?
tiny.
No one's reading the Gideon's Bible at fucking at seminary school, right? But the point is that everyone has access to the Bible because of Gideon's Bible. Let's say. So, the point is that the technology got to the man in a cheap and technology got to the point where your layman could buy a camera that could
Yeah.
zoom in farther than we'd really been seeing before. And what it did simultaneously is disproved this notion that the fucking curve of the earth is right over there. And what I'm saying to you, whether you like it or not, and I've been saying this for years, regardless of whatever the fuck you say about as to why it does that, about light looming over because of gravitation, whatever, to the layman, you sound like a fanatic. Because we've
Why?
got this technology that allows us to, we're going, but it's right over there. And you're going, well, what you don't understand is that the earth is rotating. And what you don't know is that as the light moves across, like you sound like a fanatic. Because the mental gymnastics required to believe that idea in order to conform to the Bernaysian fucking marketing of the moon landing, because you guys know everything. You have to. You better fucking know everything, or that means you're fucking lying. That's
We just
what
discussed it.
scares me about this. It's like going out on a limb and believing the lie of a psychopath to like assuage their ego. And we can't do
Okay.
this for much longer, just so you know.
Who can't do what? Who cannot do what for much longer?
Put up with the fanatics. Like, you know, the point is like,
well,
like that's why I, you know, it's weird. Like I remember years ago putting out the idea, like even unfortunately, like, you guys got to adapt, like, and you know, for better or worse. But like, you know, I just think like it's like there's like a religious. It's why it's what got us started down this path. Is this is where the cult gets started? Is that when you're just rationalizing all of this propaganda, you know what I mean? In order to fit something that we can, that technology just gave us an advancement to break the spell of, and then you're going to reject that, and then on top of it, you're going to do it in the name of science. It's so hypocritical and offensive to a real fucking intellectual that it's absurd at some point to put up with arguing, or you know what I mean, like trying to rationalize this shit. It's like arguing with someone at Bellevue. You know what I mean? Like up in the insane asylum. And they're like, no. We are spinning. I am spinning. And you're spinning. And you have to accept that you're spinning. Or else you're working for the devil. Or you're you know, you're an intellectual, you know, like you're some Neanderthal. Like, I mean, it's really it's pathetic.
I just want to say earlier when you guys were talking about the weight of Polaris, in your model it has no weight. It's free falling.
And forgive me for talking all over you. I just woke up from a nap, so I got a lot of energy.
Hey,
You're all antsy as a fancy today.
You had your Red Bull.
Right. It's ding, ding, ding once I wake up.
Red Bull for breakfast.
I put my fucking intellectual mouth guard in and I get going, dude.
Hey, Issa, I always call out Hugh, and I don't know if you know
mate.
this, but I call out Hugh talking about hypocritical. Not that, you know, I give him credit because he's on our side with the anti-Minestrone tip, which is so interesting to me that you can see the propaganda. You can see the propaganda with the Minestrone, right? You see
Oh
the
yeah,
propaganda.
no. I mean, I was going to kind of go down that road, but it's too, you know, this isn't the setting, right? Like, but like, yeah, like that's why. I mean, I used to say back in the day, like the Georgia Guidestones. Like, think of it like this, bro. If you fucking wanted to eliminate 90% of the population, you don't want to keep the idiots. You don't want to live in a fucking world where it's like 100% fucking, you know, like brain dead morons.
Well, then
so it's almost like flat Earth, and then the macaroni sauce. Fucking, it's all like a fucking, you know, it is like a fucking shit test. You know what I mean? Because only if you're brain dead are you gonna fight for the globe, and only if you're fucking illiterate did you get the minestrone sauce.
Gosh, just when you come in first, say I just woke up from my nap, and then I'll be aware. You'll forewarn me, okay?
But he said, you know, the thing that's what we've always talked about. Like, is it if the people are trying to kill a bunch of us, you know, wouldn't they want to keep the blindly obedient around? And that's what it would seem. But I think you're right. Yo,
I literally put up a post on one of my things and I couldn't believe it, bro. It's Kamala. So I put up this post. It's Kamala Harris saying that once we change over to electric vehicles, and reduce the population, our children will have fresh air and da 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 da. And I literally had this fucking Biden Harris cuck come on my channel, who I love dearly. I love the kid, but he's riding with fucking this lunatic, right? So he comes in, he goes, she clearly meant to say pollution. Like, dude, the apologisms is the apologisms and the mental gymnastics one has to make for their fucking to rationalize these shit decisions is just unreal.
Wow, she must be getting called out all over the place. She mixed up, or they're claiming that's the
No,
best they
dude,
can
she
do.
did. Yo, dude, I think he made it up in defense of her. He made it up. And that's where I responded with, well, clearly she's either too incompetent to speak publicly, or she fucking meant what she said, dude.
She's a diversity hire. That's all she is. She's a diversity hire. She was hired specifically
Fair
for the
enough.
color of her skin.
Dude, she was fucking. Wasn't she? What's his name? That show hosts side chick. Fucking what's his name? The black dude who had the TV show back in the day, Monty.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. She was he rolled up at a party with two chicks, and Kamala Harris was one of them.
Really? That's.
Oh yeah, there's video footage of it, man.
Oh gosh.
Oh, dude, straight up, she's a harlot, dude.
There's a whole bunch of Mossad connections, supposedly. Yeah.
The only thing I got to say about Kamala Harris is she's a diversity hire, and I don't think she's any good at what. But she's she is the least popular vice president in U.S. history as far as they've been taking polls. How about that?
The least heard from too. Seems like.
Yeah, but I look at it like this, bro. The Globe and all that—that's a diversity hire. You know what I mean? Like all of that crap, dude. That's my thing, dude. It's when isn't it a diversity hire? Because I think even the Globe
Kosho is
a diversity hire, no doubt. That's hilarious. What do you call it? Because I think the Globe, and I'll be, to be real with you, I don't want the Globe to go anywhere. You know what I mean? I think the Globe is great because it's a secular cosmology, man. That's the value in the Globe.
Hold on. Hold on a tick. Wasn't it the Catholics?
Yeah, you sound like Danger Mouse right now. What's going on, Ralph?
That's half of
Hold
what I say.
on a sec.
Half of what I say. Our family is okay. I'll give you a backstory. My family is very into. We have a little family memes, and so a lot of what we say to each other are actually quotes from things like Top Gear or Danger Mouse or the Wombles or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we do a lot of that.
What a direct Danger Mouse.
So I was on point then.
Wasn't that Tim Brooke Taylor? Who was Danger Mouse?
Listen, do you find it weird?
You know who Danger Mouse is? I thought you said your family was into him.
Yeah, I can't remember. That was one I didn't watch a lot because it was on ITV. So old I am. I think it was Tim Brooke Taylor who did Danger Mouse, wasn't it?
But the point is, Hugh, that it's interesting. Okay. You can see the propaganda machine when it comes to some of these other big things, like the big thing we just went through, and you can't see that it's the same people that are they're telling us that they have microbiology on the moon or whatever. It's like, come on,
lunar microbiology.
Where is it? Why is it that you believe so wholeheartedly in one of the propaganda machines, which is very, very obvious, and the other one's way more obvious, and you can't see it?
You know what? You're not the first. You're not the first to say that, and I get it. It must be frustrating if I think about it.
It's baffling, actually.
Okay, I understand. Because.
But do you understand why I'm saying that?
Yes,
wait,
I do
here's
understand.
the real
That's
question.
what I'm saying.
Hugh,
I do understand.
Can you steel man the flat Earth position?
Steel man, you know what? Actually, I'm low on understanding of those terms. I know what straw man is. Steel man is
the opposite. It means understand the argument.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I can steel man the flat Earth argument. When you get up in the morning,
go ahead.
Wake up in the morning, you walk outside, You have your cup of tea, a cup of cold tea. Anyway, you wake up, you go outside. That's a reference as well. You wake up and you go outside and you look up. It looks like you're basically covered by a dome. That's
Wait,
exactly what it looks like.
It
You
looks
go
like
from
you're covered
can you
by a dome.
explain? Can you like Steelman seasons on the flat Earth?
No, I can't do that. I don't know
About
how.
horizon.
I think it's the sun
About a
moving.
sunset.
The sun just goes away, man. It just goes away. It's not going
What
down
about
behind the
what
horizon.
about
It's going away.
motion?
I
What about
I
not
get the
motion?
arguments. I really do. And the key to understanding someone is not necessarily that you want to argue against their arguments, but then you understand their arguments, and also not even that, but also that you can then sympathize or understand, emotionally understand, not just mentally understand and intellectually understand, but you can emotionally understand. If that's someone's opinion, that's what it would do. That's the effect it would have on them, and why then they're going to say the things that they would say. So to understand it intellectually is one thing, but understand it, emotionally, is on a human level. That's another thing. That's what is rare. It's actually quite rare because everyone loves the argument. Everyone loves to shout at each other and argue with each other, and that's great. That's a hoot. But ultimately, understanding someone's perspective and looking at it from a human point of view, that's why I have a hard time, and I'm trying to like Witsit. I really am, but that's why I have a hard time with him, because he's constantly condescending. I'm like, dude, you don't have to be like that. Just have a conversation. You don't have to call people, say
Well,
we're in a cult and everything.
yeah, but you have to understand he's coming. He's got a lot of backlash. I mean,
I know,
come on.
I do get that too.
He's
I
got
really
to
do.
fight fire with fire a little bit, but
Yeah.
I almost jumped on last night, Hugh, when I heard you saying that you think that the people that are believing in the ball earth are the ones that are really trying to understand things, and that flat earthers really aren't.
Well, what I meant, maybe I didn't want to sound unkind or dismissive. Honestly, I really don't want to. But so if we look at the level of scientific investigation that's going on around the world in various different things, we have science, whatever you want to call it, scientists, people that look into the moon, right? So constantly someone is looking at the moon 24 hours a day. There are people looking at the moon, people looking at the sun, people looking at the different planets. There are people who are paying attention to what's going on Mars 24 hours a day. I think Mars has a slightly shorter day than we do. Okay, so they're coming to greater and greater understandings of what's going on. So on the flat Earth side, what you really need to do is you need to do that type of thing as well to counter the arguments that the globe side comes up with. That's the point. It's not like, oh, you're not doing this, not doing that.
But don't you think the bigger point is if they don't really have a rover on Mars, and it's all a game that's being played to make people believe that they're doing that? Don't you think they're not trying to understand it? They're just playing the game to keep people believing in it? Then there's a bigger problem that you have to address before you even get to whether who's trying to get to the truth or not.
Once you come to that conclusion, that opens up a bunch more questions, right? So, yeah, I get it. I do get it. But
it seems like beyond obvious. Like the Mars rover shit is beyond obviously fake as fuck, and you can't see that, but you can see the fake as fuck stuff with the minestrone.
What is the minestrone? Someone tell me what the minestrone reference is.
You know what the minestrone is? The thing.
No, I don't. I'm asking. I'm asking because I don't know.
The juice, the stuff they put inside.
The gabagool. It's the gabagool.
That's not helping.
The V sauce. Okay.
That's still not helping. Are
You're
you
anti-V, right? You're anti-V.
Okay, we got there. Okay, now I understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we
I'm
call
a
it
little
minestrone.
slow. I'll admit to being slow.
But you know that I always call you out for being anti-V and then
yes.
pro
globe
moon landing.
Well, sweet and sour sauce, dog.
Now
so
we got there.
Why is it that you're intellectually able to see that there's a big machine convincing people that there's something that they should do to their bodies that they really shouldn't do, and you see that clearly, and you even had a little epithet when you were talking about one of your people that you talked to that knew and couldn't say, and was like just a look in their eyes told you everything. And then you had somebody else in here, I think it was Shines, that was saying she had the same exact experience with someone that she knows that worked for NASA,
Yeah, I mentioned that. I mentioned that for that reason, because I'm like, yeah,
Right.
I know that look.
So they're getting this. It's the same look. It's like, you know, hey, yeah, you're right, but I can't say you're right.
Okay, so that type of look, and sorry to everyone listening that you don't know what we're referring to. That look, you could interpret that, you know, a number of different ways. So the way that I got that look was, yeah, I can't remember.
It was about the minestrone, and it was somebody you knew that
Yes,
that should know better, that was working in a lab or something.
yes. Now I remember. Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, it was that look where it's yeah, but they can't say because they're in official position. In an official position, some people their hands are tied. They can't say anything. They lose a job. And I thought to myself, I remember thinking at the time, well, isn't your integrity worth more than your job? And for some people, no, it isn't, because they've got a wife, right? They've got a big house, they've got a kid, maybe with autism, or they've got something else going on, and they can't afford to, to deal with it. So they have to go along with it. It happens a lot, man. That's
And you don't see the parallels with the people that are working for NASA.
well, it's no, I really don't. I know that's frustrating. I want to,
You don't, or you can't, or you won't.
No, that okay. I just no, I don't see it. I don't honestly.
Well, no, not yet. Or maybe are you willing to consider that that's possibly the case when it's the exact same thing, and we're giving you that look right now, everyone in here.
No, I get where you're coming from. I actually have to run. This is actually a really good conversation, so I'm peeved that I have to run. But
real quick, before you go, hey, bro, think of it like this. Think of it like this. Think of it like this. We're trying to argue to you that Kamala Harris is a diversity hire, and you're like, nah, she's completely qualified for the fucking job.
That's what it sounds like, you.
That's just why I put it into context for you, brother.
Kamala Harris is really trying.
It was really good talking to you, by the way.
Anybody against Kamala Harris is trying to get to the truth. They're just flat earthers. But Kamala Harris really, she's trying to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah, what are you, a flat earther too? You don't like fucking Kamala Harris? You know?
We can agree on one thing then. We
enough
can. Have a good night.
Be like, and I've been here. Thank you very much.
Think about take care, man.
Good night.
Thank you.
I will do. Thank you.
How's everyone doing?
That guy. I like that guy. I like that guy.
Hey, Charlie,
I thought that was eggshells.
You had a flat earther fan. Did you know that, Charlie?
Is that Charlie over here?
I thought that was eggshells
the
whole time. That guy.
Charlie,
I love Charlie. Charlie, I got your
Charlie.
back no matter what, bro. I'll never let him kick you out. I'll never let him let you down.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
let's have a solid argument between Issa and Charlie.
No, I mean, I'm sure me and Charlie could get into it, but he's like so much better than any other Glober because he was arguing for fucking not canceling people. And fucking, you have my respect, sir.
I think it's because I'm actually a right wing guy, center right wing, and like I've yet to find another Glober that isn't. You know.
Yo, seriously though, is it me or like half the Globers just seem like they all work for the Clinton Foundation? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and you know what's crazy? You ever heard? Hey, bro, have you ever heard of the group called Correct the Record?
No, is it like what is it?
Yeah, it's like a think tank, fucking online operative group out of the Clinton organization.
Like Media Matters?
Like, dude, Charlie, have you ever heard of J-Trig?
No.
Okay, you need to go look it up, bro. If you're gonna be online telling people about your ideas, go fucking look up J-Trig.
J-Trig?
Yeah, J-Trig, and if we don't see you again, I completely understand.
Hold on, J-Trig, like
yeah, J-T-R-I-G. Look it up right now on fucking Wikipedia, bro.
No, wait. Issa, you know he's gonna get there. He's like, shit.
He's only gonna use the tactics now.
Hold on, you know the deal, bro. Yo, remember this, boys and girls. Remember this.
Hold on, guys. One at a time, guys.
Hold on. Yo, no weapon formed against us shall prosper. So really, I can. This is what's so cool, even about any of this information. I always felt like, even talking about the law shit, like those who have eyes to see and ears to hear will get the information. Those who reject it completely will never understand it and aren't worthy. Remember that. Yeah, look up J-Trig, bro. It's fucking scary, dude. And then you realize, like, wait a minute, who the fuck am I hanging out with online? And
Yeah, I'm
like
reading
fucking
this.
yeah, and like and it's just weird because you're right, dude. Like all the ballers are like total lefty, riding with Biden types, dude.
So this is like a UK mix between the FBI and the CIA. It seems like.
And well, it's U.S. It's the 5 groups. It's U.S., Canada, and notice, dude. Everyone you're going to talk to is going to be from U.S., Canada, Australia, New Zealand, or Britain, dude. It's really weird when you start fucking getting into it, but it's a fun conversation, right? So, like, you know, I think it's like you're dealing with. It's weird, man. It's just fucking weird. And you make a good point because there's so many. They're all like, but what do you mean the UN isn't the answer to all our problems?
Yeah. It's pretty cringy.
And you might appreciate this idea just while I'm tirading. Is like, like, because these bastards all want the human rights of declaration, right? They all want to be human. And I don't know if you're familiar with the legal side of the definition of human and shit.
I'm not.
But you're not. Okay, so like if you look up for instance, like in Bouvier's and Ballantyne's law books, like if you look up the definition of human being, it refers you to go see a monster, and then you get to monster, and it's like that which has no inheritable blood, can't own property. It's a really weird definition, and the distinction, and this is what's so intriguing, is that this is why flat Earth and all the rest of the religious whatever kind of concepts are so important, is because there's a difference between a man and a human. And so what they wanted to get us to do is convert to the human rights, Declaration of Human Rights, instead of appreciating the Constitution and the understanding that we have God-given, unalienable rights. And that's what they're trying to do. And that's what these lefties are also in cahoots with.
Who
When
do
you're
you go?
dealing with this
Who do you go for like news and stuff, or do you listen to like podcasts and shit?
Man, I take it all in, and I just have a lens and a filter at this point. Do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I take the normie lens. I take the normie shit. I watch a little bit of fucking the MSNBC shit. I like Jimmy Dory. He's a lefty. I like. You know what I mean? Like I like all the cast of characters that are out there. But
Yeah, it's good to keep yourself exposed.
yes. Like even shit. I've been watching Anna Kasparian fucking freak out on the fucking.
Oh yeah, because
lefties, too.
she's having her right wing arc now.
Yeah, she's having it. Well, yo, remember? And here's a good line. It was funny. You and I were in the fucking one debate, and the guy said, "Well, if you're not," somebody asked him about something. He said, "Well, I'm a liberal because I'm intelligent." And I thought to myself, like, obviously, you don't know what is it? If you're not a liberal under 30, you have no heart, and if you're not a conservative after 30, you have no brains, motherfucker. I love that shit because it's so true.
I mean, I think that the whole like, oh, I'm smart, therefore I'm a lefty thing is, I mean, it's just not a cope. It's just people trying to virtue signal. Like if you go into academia and you're trying to like show your nuts, like you have to be a lefty, you have to have crazy political ideas. That's just the way it is.
Along the statement, I believe in science. Why? I'm so smart.
But
did you
actually,
say?
there's actually like a small clique of people in academia that are not necessarily right wing, but at the very least they challenge the whole like lefty ideology. Have you ever heard of like Sabine Hossenfeiler, for example, on YouTube?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, anyway, you should check her out.
Yo, we love Sabine Hassan-Pfeffer. She's dope as fuck.
Yeah.
She picks out all the issues you have, and then you guys fucking rip her when she fucking breaks your whole model down.
Who is she? Who is this?
She's a
Sabine Hassan-Pfeffer. Or some, how do you say her last name, Charlie?
I don't know, some German shit. She's a theoretic. She's a physicist / philosopher.
Nice.
And she has a YouTube channel where she releases video every week. It's pretty cool.
You got red hair. Nice. You ever listen
Hold
to
on, hold on, Noah, your cam's on, bud. Did you know that?
Yo, Noah, your camera's on.
Yo, did you say Anna Kasparian is having a right wing arc?
Yeah.
That's
So
crazy, dude. Because she was like.
So to be
Yeah,
fair,
all the way left.
she doesn't call herself right wing. Right now, she's saying that she's sort of politically homeless. What happened was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So she's from the Young Turks, right? So She's talked to like a bunch of like popular lefty YouTubers like Vosh, right, and some other ones. And she made a video where she was upset, where people were labeling women, what was it, birthing people, and she made a video she basically doesn't buy the whole trans ideology thing, and so now she's being like chewed out basically by all of the people that were around her. And in fact, there was a transgender individual in the Young Turks that actually complained to HR.
Hold on, man, real
about her.
quick, Charlie. Sorry to interrupt.
Hey,
Sorry.
Jeremy,
I'm
why
real
don't you throw him
sorry.
to the hot video
No,
room?
no, is your? I don't even know. No, do you know your cam's on? No,
I don't
Throw him
think.
in the hot video. Throw
I
him in
think
the
he
hot mic
knows.
room.
He just doesn't know that he's muted. I think he's showing off.
Hey, yo,
We're good.
Kasparian
We're
also said, what do you call it? Kyle Rittenhouse was right.
Yeah, she changed her story. She changed it. She used to. She changed her mind on it. There's actually several issues where she's admitted, like, I misreported the story. I got it wrong. And ever since, she's like stopped that whole sort of journalism where you sort of report what you think your idea tells you to report, right? That's why I said that she's having a right wing argument, though she hasn't said that, right? But she's definitely she says that she doesn't know what to call herself anymore.
Yeah, she's flipped on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, which is a great point in that regard because
Kind of cool, man.
you know the
I always thought
lefties
she
just
was.
they love that lie.
I always thought she was a babe, but her, her politics always annoyed me sometimes. She just
No,
got
the new dumb girl is that what's her name? Emma what? Is it Emma? She was on Tim Pool's podcast like a few weeks ago.
Oh my god, though. Oh my god, she's like, well, that's why all your fans are Nazis, right wing Nazis. Is that the one?
Yeah, even though on her show
Oh
they
my
actually
God.
had like an actual Nazi call in, and all of the people were like laughing, along with him, and they even invited him to come to the show, like an actual Nazi. And also, they had like an actual person who was like a confirmed fan of theirs who made like reaction videos to their videos and everything. That this person ended up actually killing like 5 cops. He went out on a rampage and killed 5 cops as a result of of their videos. And then this dumb bitch has the audacity to come on Tim Pool's podcast and ask him why his shows appeals to Nazis. It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, man, that's
we
why.
know Jimmy Dore. Go ahead. I was just saying Jimmy Dore. He comes from Young Turks too, which is there's a lot of people that distance himself from that show, which is probably for the best.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore's been slaying it. That dude's been on point. But yeah, see, this is where like we were kind of getting into with the gentleman before. It's like it's weird how because I think like flat earthers take this point and go to the extreme with it, with the sense that like they go into the scientific realm and some people don't keep going. Like they are like no, those guys are telling the truth. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like that's where you come into this point of awkwardness. Like, because I find like shit, like gentlemen, like it's like, and that's what I think is like it's a shame that it would divide people. You know what I mean? Because like we have so much, let's say, in common, and then you wind up when it breaks up all the relationships. And I think like I don't know, man. There's so much to this, But I think like ultimately, it is like this weird left right thing that's happening in the sense that either you're for free, like I have it at the point where it's like you're either for free speech or you're not.
Yeah, it seems like once you get somebody's stance on one issue, you can predict like 80% of their stances on other issues.
It's true. Unfortunately, it's true. That's why it's good to be the anomaly. You know what I mean? It's good to have range of opinions. But I don't think I think left and right have been kind of blown out the definitions because like I would think of myself, or I would have classified as an OG lefty in the sense of like it depends when you're gonna what time frame you're classifying yourself as a left wing or a right wing kind of political theoretic.
What's that thing? If you were never never liberal, you didn't have a heart, or if you didn't have a brain, if you never became a Republican, something like that.
Yeah, well, but at the same time, like if you think of it like classical, when people think of like classical republicanism, they think like locking up those marijuana smokers. You know what I mean? Like there was a time when that was the when that was the like archetype of like the right. You know what I mean? And I think like that has so much has changed, and I think almost corrected course because really like conservatism should be about, hey, you want to smoke pot? That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, it's like the diversity hire thing you get to before, but like when you go back to the 60s and 70s, like or 50s, like how much of the Congress and the Senate was fucking run by people with hoods on sometimes. Maybe it was more a larger percentage you might think, or maybe their money was that money. And it's interesting that like I don't even know if it's like they just got smarter about how to do it now, so they just make it seem like they're not. But it's interesting. But that's like the sort of the old power
But that's
structure I
where.
think that we've
But then
seen
also you,
modulated
you go back
for our
to a certain.
lifetimes.
You have to go back to a certain point of history where, like, dude, the like, Democrats were the segregationists. Democrats were the fucking racists. Democrats are the ones who made the KKK.
Yeah, well, the
You know
whole
what I
thing
mean?
is
It's
like
like
that.
the
It's
black
it's
people who
become
ran
that.
for office were all Republicans.
Yeah, it's not like you can't really draw like clear lines anymore because it's like everything kind of it's like the shell game of really like what party is towing what line at what time now. I think that's changed in a way that was different. Or maybe it was the same in our like younger days, like when we were like waking up to, oh, I can vote now, that type of age. Like I have a say in politics. Yeah, I think I do. Like like that that was a good time. MTV told me I have to rock the vote, right? And they put a man on the moon with a trophy. I love it every time somebody wins. But then you realize that this is controlled by an incredible multi mega corporation conglomerate that's like the second uh fucking contributor to like the oh, man, what was that bribery shit that they didn't call bribery, in the Senate? What was that stuff? It's special interests, like they have lobbyists, right? That's bribery, right? But not really. It's like lobbying. It's fine. It's different, right? We're still trying to tug on the same strings, but we got to do it through this more convoluted route than just directly paying somebody. I got you. So all that goes on. Was I getting to a point? Not really. It just goes
Well,
on
yeah,
and on.
I'll jump on your train. It's like the idea of
But
like, because my thing is that like, you have this concept of, I love the real way to look at it in the sense of a democracy and a republic. Like, is that like the democracy is, the republic is the private, and the public is the democracy. And the public is always trying to eat the resources of the republic. And it is the republic's responsibility in this perennial struggle for individuality to assert itself against the democracy and the mob. And that's why law is like the great equalizer, because it's where one man can put to shame, millions of people. And that's why, like, in the republic, like, or what is it? Like Franklin said, like, democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. And in a republic, the sheep has a shotgun. And that's really where our rights come. And that's why even like religious liberty is what permits us to be flat earthers. And like, that's why understanding that has to come into play at some point, as anyone who has a radical idea, because by what authority would somebody tell you what you can or cannot think? And
like
that's what this
basically
is about to me.
it is, and I'm saying as an extension of that, in 2015 around thereabouts, like the Viacom was like the second in amount of dollars spent in lobbying, and the first one was like Northrop Grumman or General Dynamics or one of those military industrial complex companies, right? And so you have to just realize that the government, if they're going to spend money to defend from exterior threat, that they almost have to spend at least that fucking much on interior threat. So part of that is the entertainment industry, and we understand it. It has to be that, right? That's the thousand company. It's all these little sub things.
Well, that's where the like wars are started because of ideas. You know what I mean? So
Like
when you can quell and control ideas, you can stop or create wars.
right. But you recall, like when we were kids, like they'd play at 6 in the morning on Saturday morning when you were watch the cartoons or whatever. Like they'd have this Star Spangled Banner play in the morning, and they would put the lyrics up. But right, you've seen the decode of that, right? Where it's actually got subliminal fucking obey your government God and all that stuff like on that on there. I mean, like, what do you get with that? The mind control that was like basically broadcast us in this hypnotic weird way that I'm not sure what kind of country you must come from or what your political party might be that you design that shit. You know what I mean? For the effect of like, you know, controlling the public. But right, but that's got to be part of it. So if we just wake up, you know, in the real world, yeah, that's how it actually has to go. Like, I'd love it to go Saturday morning cartoons. I really would. It's just not like that. But yeah, it's a tremendous amount of resources spent to provide you space, to provide you with your personal space, to provide you with your video game space, to provide you with all these things in order that we manage, right? So if you really want to be fucking edgy, right, you could talk about left-right politic dynamics or, you know, whatever you want to drop M bombs or whatever. Like they're talking about dropping A bombs, and you know we're just stuck in the fucking middle of this trying to like fucking pull shit apart from shit. We have no idea, you know. It takes you like at least how long, you know, just to recognize games that people play, just to realize the fucking trickery that goes on, or like the kind of ability to leverage that they have. You have no idea, you know. And this brief thing that we all just went through, it was crazy for a couple of years. Like that's just a bicep flex in this whole thing. So, you know, I definitely pay respect to that. And just feel like we're all fortunate to be part of a functioning world. Amen.
I think that's the whole thing with a lot of the flat Earth, and in certain sense, like the problem, if you will, with it, is that like a lot of people tend to think like, okay, we need to like burn down the whole system, and I think that's the tactic that they're trying to get out of radicalizing people, is to try to get them to abandon this system that does allow for um, individuality. That's what their trick is they want to bring it to the level where they do have complete control. You know, like by having it burned down, they could, you know, or by getting people to like, you know, go into like a, you know, I think the best example is like I said with the definition of human. You know, they want you to want human rights, not rights from God. You know.
Yeah, that's really the trick, isn't it? How is this going to be like in accordance with gradualism that people need to continue on, right? If this is you know, so you tip it over apple carts here, there's flat Earth, but maybe that's what they want. That's the question on it.
Well, that's why I think like the flat Earth thing isn't the barometer for what, like it isn't what we're after. It's just a vehicle to achieve what we would be after, which is individual, you know, like permission of individual expression. So all these subjects are just vehicles to implement what I think is the main principle of that American idea of I may disagree with you with what you're saying, but I will fight to the death for your right to say it. You know what I mean? And that's the principle. Everything else is just a vehicle to espouse that principle, I think.
Well, that's the problem with this topic, though. I think, and maybe something I didn't plan on, because it is so obvious. I would think to most people um, that are really looking at it objectively. So it's not just like a political opinion, you know, any longer. It's it's about the basis of our reality being obviously what it is, and what it seems to be in every way, or the opposite of that, and then you're just buying into the propaganda machine. So it really exposes the propaganda machine in such a big way that I don't know how long it could really be seen just as like, okay, this is just your right to express your opinion about the Earth. It's too addictive and too interesting to just be left in that corner forever.
It's like you can't let the freedoms of the people exceed your ability to stop them from having fun, I guess, or something in that order. It's like a frat house. There's always like the alphas that fucking run the shit. They got it because then other motherfuckers get ideas. Whatever is fucking steering the ship here, I'm all right with, I guess, because it knows how to fuck up whatever it wants to, and it's just, in this hopefully time when people do it.
I think that's the interesting, that notion, and like I just said, like that principle of the opposite, like the ideas are what trigger people. But one thing that neutralizes all that is the ability for giving someone the right to say what they want to say. You know what I mean? And that's the distinct. That's the difference between the people. Is you've got certain people that, like Globers, that think flat Earth is interesting. They don't believe it. They don't fucking whatever. But they're here and they're entertained by the conversation, and they like flat Earthers and they're friendly people. And then you've got people that are just defending the idea to the death. And like that's why you can't be one of those people either, because you can't want to shut down somebody else. You know what I mean? Like it's the permissibility of letting someone express themselves and hold their beliefs that is going to unite us. It's not it's the idea. The ideas would divide us, but the principle of us all allowing each other to have crazy ideas is what is the unification factor of that principle, and that's the objective, in my opinion. Because people, you would think it would be easy, but it's not. And that is the prime objective, is to get people to grasp that idea first, and then you can parse out the differences. But you can do that in a reasonable way. Whereas, so long as you don't have these radical fanatics trying to fucking break it up at every turn. But all of us should essentially unite against the radical, tyrannical people that want to cancel everybody and shut everyone up. That's why I found it incumbent to talk to the flat earthers about any of these legal and these concepts, and the kind of like removing some sense of the animosity when it isn't deserved. You know what I mean? Because we have a diplomatic responsibility to make sure that remember that it is our religious liberty under this kind of our religious liberty from God, but under the system we have a legal right to it, and no one can attack. That's why I was saying, how funny would it be if what's his name from earlier took the other guy to court for slander for calling him an evolutionist? You know what I mean? Like, I wonder, like, what the judge would think if he came across that case. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a flat earther who's mad that somebody called him an evolutionist, who's going to sue somebody else for defamation. Like, I just find that would be one of the most amazing court cases ever, because the judge, being impartial, would have to make a ruling regardless of whether evolution is real or not. This guy doesn't want to be called an evolutionist. You called him it. Like, and even as much as the judge is an evolutionist himself, he has to rule on the facts of the case. I just think it's hilarious, and it would be so entertaining.
I mean, that's at least one. I don't know. It prevents this free fall I'm having right now. Just like realizing all this stuff. And it's not like, it's not. I don't know. Is reality that bad? I mean, I feel like I'm lucky enough to be. Like, we're all Americans. You're an American. We're fucking lucky to be born here, right? Like, regardless of all your postmodern fumblings, through your and all the expectations that the society puts on you, like whatever, you're still lucky to be fucking here, right?
Well, yeah, man. Remember, I used to always think, man, if I'm not dead and I'm not in jail, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go talk to the hottest chick in the room.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what am I afraid of, dude? What am I like? What are you afraid of? What are you gonna? You know what I mean? What are you afraid of? You're not dead. You're not in jail, dude. It doesn't matter what these idiots think. And half the time, the chick is like, "Thank you for fucking talking to me." All these bitches are scared.
Right. She's usually the one not talked to more than anybody. because
Oh,
of
dude,
that
I've
fear.
had more. I've had it happen on occasion, man. And even then, later on, they're like, "Yeah, those dudes are bitches." They admit it. You know what I mean? You walk in with I don't know what it is, right? But I mean, just like it's. I've seen. You know, I got one of my dudes is like one of the like not the most attractive dude in the world, but is surrounded by the hottest bitches in the world. It's not about the way he looks. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like, and I just think to myself, like, it's because he's fearless. And like, you know, and I don't know. And I used to always think too, like, you know, if you want, like, you got to be dangerous. You know, that whole stick. You know, like you got to be dangerous, but not too dangerous, because all the hot
Yeah.
chicks want they want a dangerous guy because the dangerous guy's got to die within 2 years. You know what I mean? Like he's that dangerous, and then she gets to take his shit. You know what I mean? So you want to be dangerous, but not too dangerous, boys.
Right. Not dangerous enough that she might get your shit when you die, but not dangerous enough that she's gonna die just by being around you.
Well, no, like, you know, because they'll try to instigate. Dude, I've had chicks that try to get you to go fight for them and shit. Like, you know what I mean? They're bad bitches, but that's just how they do it. You know, like he said this to me, and you got to go say something to him. You know what I mean? You're like, no, I don't want to go fucking. I don't want to go fight this bar full of assholes because one of them said you were cute. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
Right. So it works the other way. You know, you want a girl that's crazy enough to want to be around a
well, no, it's
crazy
not about the type
dude
of
like
girl.
you.
What I'm talking about is like just the nature of the fact that it's like biology. Like, hot chicks want a dangerous dude because the dangerous dude is going to die, and then she gets to own his shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot more going
And
on
then
here.
there's the other old go-to, which is that the hotter the chick, the crazier they are. I found that to be true.
Yeah, the hot crazy matrix or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But my point being is like, why, you know, and this is what's cool about living in an individual kind of world is that, like, hey, like, what is it? You know, I don't know. You get to pick and choose your battles, and like, you know, but like, how cool that we, like, you know, we should be grateful, like Snacks was saying, you know.
I think we got a little bit off base on our direction of conversation, but yeah, I guess that's a parallel. But yeah, the flat Earth is the most interesting topic, and I almost feel like if a girl doesn't find it at least interesting to talk about, she may not be worth even hanging around with. You know, and that
Well, you know what,
limits
dude? Honestly,
playing field quite a bit. But
Can I
at
share
least
something
be
with on
curious
this
enough
topic?
to understand what the conversation's about, regardless if she thinks one way or another.
Can I
Yeah,
share?
go ahead.
So there are things that I believe, and flat Earth is not one of them because I'm a glober, right? But there are true
So
beliefs
you
that I
believe in
have.
you believe in the globe? Yeah.
Yeah.
Flat Earth isn't a belief, by the way.
Okay.
Just let.
Fine.
let him
Like,
continue. Let him
why are you
continue.
saying that? Like,
Go
yeah, let
ahead.
me just share. What
Go ahead.
my point is that there are things that I believe or know, right? Which, for the sake of social interactions, I think it's best not to share. Um, this is actually something I've struggled for a long time, right? Um,
That's a great point.
because it's a because you want to be true to yourself, right? But I'm sorry, you can't truly always be yourself without getting fucked over in some domain because of it, right? Um, to me, the way that I see it is like you're not gonna go to like your new girlfriend's parents' house, right, and meet them for the first time, and lay out to them who you truly are, right? Like there's a certain amount of stuff that you want to keep under the hood that doesn't need to be shared because you know everybody's unique,
Right.
everybody has different beliefs. You don't want to
Sure.
just lay it out on the table, right?
Right.
And I wonder if flat Earth has ever been that for you.
Oh, sure. It's definitely something you don't bring up as like a, you know, hey, this is what I think about the globe not being real, because that's something that you know commonly won't be something they would even know about that is a topic, right? But it's more about the curiosity and the intelligence that I'm talking about. Like if someone's intelligent enough to realize that things may not be exactly what they seem, at least, right? flat Earth may be too far stretched for most people at this point, but it's, the conversation is normalized almost to the point now where they must have heard about it. And if they're like an anti-flat earther type chick, then I wouldn't imagine they'd have, no offense, the
Well, yeah,
intelligence
I
to really
think
continue.
that's why this conversation is taking place like in a room like this is like because let's say like we have professional capacities where you're not going to delve into these subjects, but this is the place for those. This is the at least for me, and I know other people. It's like like I reserve my opinions. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like radicalize, people like my coworkers. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're just, there's a time and a place. But that's what's cool with these kind of rooms and shit is that, yeah, that's why I'm even to get back to that grateful point. It's like, and I've always pointed out, it's like how thankful and how cool is it that you can even have a conversation with one motherfucker that knows anything about this shit, because in your real life, there's not very many, at least for me, there's not many people that are intrigued in so much as to care about this minutia. And flat Earth and certain political conversations are really like an intellectual delicacy. That's how I've always looked at it too.
Well, but the thing is that the reason the conversation's normalized to the point that it is right now is people have had that person that like we all were at one point wanting to tell everybody, right, or bring it up at least to anybody and everybody, at least our family members or best friends that we used to talk about everything with that maybe aren't your best friends anymore for that reason. So it's like the people that are acting out and acting a fool have helped, and we all did a little bit of that, have helped at least have everybody know that this is a thing that people are actually seriously discussing rather than just something people are laughing at. And it's gone from people laughing at you to not wanting to talk to you, which shows you a lot. And most people in here are flat earthers have had that experience where they're trying to push the conversation and they're no longer being laughed at. They're being avoided. And now people know it's a thing. It's something being seriously discussed rather than just something that you hand wave dismiss. But yeah, it's something that you when we first came into this, everyone's like, you heard the warnings right away. Don't tell people, right? We all heard of it. Nobody can really follow because it is one of those. It's the exception to the rule in all cases. If there ever was a topic that's the exception to the rule, it's this one because it's so overwhelmingly mind blowing that this would be the possible.
Let Charlie respond though.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Charlie.
Oh no, I don't have much to say. Actually, I'm just listening.
Well, yeah, but you're right though. There's certain topics that you don't want to get into right away. Maybe about your personal whatever that it takes time to get to know someone before they might accept something about you.
Well, too, it's not as if you're not going to absorb some of the things that are talked about just through osmosis, because of, it's just a peripheral sort of subject matter, right? So you kind of if there's nothing at all that's to be gained, then why even be here, right? So you're there are things that you're looking to kind of gain information on or know about, right? So
I think a lot of flat earthers are like apolitical too. I mean, maybe not Issa as much as others, but I think that Issa also has that understanding. It's kabuki theater basically, to some degree, even if you're taking some of it seriously.
Well,
I'd say that the typical flat earther doesn't necessarily believe. Maybe even you, Zach, you're a little bit more into the but maybe it's my disposition that I'm describing more than anything. But if you think that the voting's a real thing still and that they count them and it's all in the up and up, then maybe you're not a typical flat earther. That's what I would say. And that affects so many conversations is what I'm getting at. Like, if you're with somebody and you're looking at the whole thing as a game that they're playing with the the talking points and all these things. And it is actually important because, things do actually happen and decisions are made, even if you're not necessarily having an effect on it by putting your punch card in the little slot. But these things are actually happening, and that maybe that's part of the whole psyop to this whole thing is that to get you to not participate whatsoever, and not care about what happens because Earth is flat. So what else? It's all a game. So why participate, right? Why even care? Why get in that conversation? But if you're with somebody, is my point. Politics and your opinions about these kind of things that are put in our face on the TV are such a major thing within conversation And you'd have to almost explain soon enough why your disposition is so detached from that being even a thing to worry about. And then you'd have to confess that you think that the Earth isn't even what they're telling us. So why would politics matter, right?
Well, just said, well, because politics will have something to do with how all of this works. Because of politics would have had to happen before. Because you're talking about time gone by, right? You're we're exploring lots of different open-ended topics, really. So there's a whole all these tentacles of things that kind of relate off of it. But Flat Earth is like a hub sort of for this kind of conversation. And also because it's, I don't know how 10 years though, it's about then, right? It's almost like 10 years of this shit. So
yeah.
How about, and long before. And so, what an interesting kind of thing that this is really, because the other things kind of come and go a little bit, you know what I mean? This is a,
right. Yeah,
ongoing.
it's not one of those things. Like I said, it's the exception to the rule in all cases. It's not a fad, which a lot of people were trying to say it was a fad. Like the dismissive tactics have been so funny all along.
Hey, real quick, Charlie, how did you get into how did you come across Flat Earth even?
So I don't anymore, but I used to frequent a big politics server, and I would have a lot of discussions there. And I ran across a flat earther, which I thought was funny at the time because I've never encountered one before. And he mentioned this server where he was at, so I just joined it. And I've been hooked ever since. I mean, it must be 2 years now.
No shit, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you find it interesting because you just you can't believe that people think that it's not a globe? So, is that why you find it interesting, or why do you?
I did initially. I mean, I don't know. I find it fascinating for several reasons, right? To some extent, I find the psychology of it interesting, right? Which I'm sure you'll find insulting that I say that, right? But
no, you can't really insult a flat earther because they know that we're not in a spinning ball. So insults are we're pretty much invincible. Sorry, go ahead though.
Yeah. So I found that aspect fascinating of it, but an unintended, sort of an unintended secondary effect of it was me actually studying physics quite a bit more on my own, and using that as a motivator to familiarize myself more with the science. I also find to be quite fun.
Hey, did you look into the stuff Alan was talking about, by the way, again? Because he came at the end of that conversation when he was doing a presentation. Did you look into the GPS stuff and find any holes in some of the theories that he was talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the one that I presented to him, I still haven't moved on from that. I sort of switched over to watching Witsit's video. But yeah, I mean, I was not able to move past that statement that was that Professor Wang or Wong or whatever.
Wang.
He basically can I lay to you an analogy as to why I have an issue with it, and you don't have to trust me on this, right? Just
No,
trust me
I
that
I wouldn't trust anything blindly. No.
sure, but to me, the argument was like this, if I fire a bullet at a target that's still right, it's going to take a certain amount of time for the bullet to reach that target, right?
Yeah.
But if there was another target that was moving away from me, but it started at the position of the first target, right? But it's moving away from me. It's going to take a longer amount of time for the bullet to hit the target, right?
Right.
Okay, well, Wong therefore concludes the speed of the
Wang.
bullet must have been faster. When the obvious answer is the bullet had to travel a longer distance.
Can I ask you a question regarding bullets? When they're making the caliber and they need a certain amount of gunpowder, do they equate for how much gunpowder to get a distance based on the caliber of it? And if they do so, do they have to account for Coriolis to offset the amount of gunpowder put in for the caliber to give it its distance and velocity?
I have no idea.
Yeah, because you don't have to account for Coriolis. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay. So beyond that point, though, as my understanding of what Wang was talking about, and I guess it's a matter of whether he's saying if he's revealing how the actual GPS readings are taken, or if he's just using the data that's given. It's not like he's just a biased researcher that's interpreting it wrong. If he's actually just showing exactly what it is, and mind you, he's not a flat earther, so he's somehow reasoning that the Earth is still going around the sun, right? So with a lot of even on our side, we'll say, well, he's got contradictions. He's either not allowed to or knows better not to say, but he's talking about a local ether wind, and that's how he gets away with justifying it in his mind. But he's saying that there has to be an ether wind, because when you're shooting that bullet or the light, whatever you have, and it's reaching target B, right? And it's in relation to target A. Well, if target A was also moving with target B, that would be a reading that would be important and also evident in the results. But target A isn't moving at all. It's a stationary absolute reference frame that they have to use, and then they go back on the back end and make it seem like it's moving with target B.
So hold on, I fully do believe that I can get you to agree, at least in my analogy only, right? Like, forget about GPS, forget about ether, right? In my analogy, where I'm only using targets and bullets, right? That the bullet clearly didn't travel faster the second time, right? It just had to travel a longer distance.
Well, that's the thing, is if you do it the other opposite direction, there's different results.
No, it's in the same direction.
No, but that's the reason that there's a preferred direction. So the results are showing that it moves faster in one direction than the other.
No, you're not listening. In my forget the ether, forget everything, right? I'm giving you a scenario, right? I'm in my backyard and I have targets on a rail that move away from me, right? And at first, I don't turn on the target rail and the target just sits where it is. And I fire a bullet, right? It takes a certain amount of time for the bullet to reach the target. I then turn on the rail exactly at the time where I pull the trigger, right? The bullet clearly travels at the same speed as it did before. The bullet just travels a longer distance to reach the target, because by the time the bullet reaches the target would have moved back a certain amount, right? And notice that the target is moving away from me in the same direction that the bullet is moving, right? So it's just one direction. There's no multiple directions or anything. It would be crazy for me to say that because it would be crazy for me to say that that the bullet traveled faster. Excuse me. It would be crazy for me to say that the bullet traveled faster the first time, right? Because it hit the first target sooner than it hit the second target.
Well, but the thing is I don't think that. I think that's a misinterpretation of what's being said, which is why I kept butting in, saying that we're not really talking about.
That's fine. That's
hold on, wait, real quick. Let me say this. I kept butting in, saying, well, we're not talking about the light actually varying, right? We're talking about the light being affected by the medium of the ether wind, right? So the bullet doesn't change its speed, because that has a set speed depending on the gunpowder and everything else, right? So that's not the argument. The argument is that there's an ether wind that's affecting it, and you can tell that there's an ether wind affecting it because of the calculation, or not.
But he doesn't talk about the ether wind at all in this example.
West to east.
He gives an example, right, where he has exactly the analogy that I gave you. And there's no ether mentioned at all here. So here,
are you talking about the earlier paper that you brought up, or something that was like the second paper?
The specific thing that I'm talking about is in both papers.
Well, you have to take that up with Alan's research, I guess.
Yeah, is this somehow boiled down to Coriolis or something?
No.
Have you heard anything that's going on with Alan? Have you heard Alan come in and do his presentation at all?
No, but I remember. I think I was here when he came in and made time for it, but I did not see it.
I'll send it to you. But he's done a bunch of research, and it has to do with a lot of different things. One being the Sagnac effect, one being Michelson Morley, the three-ring laser gyro, and not detecting the orbit of the sun, of the Earth around the sun, and all of these things. But the main principle we're talking about is the way to get the GPS reading, and that he's found that it seems that there's an absolute reference frame, which is completely stationary relative to the other target, and they have to use that stationary um, reference frame for all of their readings, which kind of refutes the whole idea of special relativity, that any reference frame is as good as the other.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, the thing, and it's actually relativity, because it's so broad, is right in a lot of ways, though. It's such
Things
a
are
great,
relative, yeah. That's for
it's
sure.
such an ambiguous term. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and this is what I mean with like or I don't know. I just have this. I mean, it's interesting. It just reminds me of my point of like how they like ask questions and then answer questions that nobody asked, and then like want you to be grateful for it, you know. And I just think, I don't know, like, because I mean, like, yeah, it would make sense that there is like a reference frame, you know. I don't know how that would destroy relativity, to be honest with you, though.
Well, you'd have to look at his presentation. I'll send
You
it
know,
to you.
I don't. So I see. I don't know. It's weird how it's like tit for tat in a way. Like relativity, you know. I don't know. It's like in what sense it makes sense. You know, what in a lot of senses it makes sense regarding your own reference frames and looking at the world and observations. That makes total fucking sense. But you know, special relativity, I don't know. You know. But I was gonna kind of add on to this point, because like one thing, just even to Charlie, who I see, I don't know, man. Like, you seem legit as fuck to me. But one thing I thought, just little like tidbits. I don't know. I feel like I just talking flat Earth with you is um, like I was always fascinated with the idea that Coriolis, regarding like let's say gunshots and shit, like Coriolis is due to the spin of the rifling of a bullet. You know, like it has nothing to do with the fucking Earth moving. You know, and like it's almost like this weird like technique of like taking things that, you know, that scientifically do make sense and then extrapolating it onto shit that has no bearing on anything.
Well, let me
Well, you
ask
and Flat
Charlie
Earth Matter
about
are
these
gonna have to
bullets
talk
real
to
quick.
Charlie.
I think that what's up? We get 5 minutes with Charlie real quick on this bullet thing. Is that cool, guys? Or what did you say? You want 5 minutes with him? New perspective?
It's fine with me, Jeremy, if you want to talk.
When we shoot a bullet, right, in the globe model, you got to adjust for the Coriolis effect. So you shoot the bullet where the target's going to be, right? Like you can't shoot at the target. You're gonna,
We've
right?
already done this, Jeremy. It's been like a few months since we did this.
I don't think he was making
Is
that
that
argument,
right?
though, Jeremy. I was just kind of making a side point.
Oh, I thought you guys were talking about Coriolis and bullets. All
No,
right, go
no, no,
ahead,
no,
Jeremy.
no.
So-
No, I was just making a side point.
Jeremy, maybe you can shine some light on this. Can I walk you through something that'll take like a minute?
I heard the thing you were talking about the rail with the bullet. You could say the second bullet traveled faster. I don't know why you'd say that though. If it's the same bullet, same grain.
No, well, it would
Same,
have to travel slower, right? Because so here's a so I posted a screenshot from this professor's paper, right, on the section I have an issue with, and the bullet experiment that I said, it's the same scenario, right? So you have a source at the bottom, it emits a signal, and you have two receivers, one the stationary, one moving away from you, right? So the source in my analogy is just the gun, obviously, and the receivers are the two targets. And he basically calculates the time at which the first receiver would receive a signal and the time at which the second receiver would receive a signal. Obviously, the time at which the second receiver would receive a signal is greater than the time the first receiver would receive a signal, because the second receiver is moving away from you, right?
Okay.
He therefore, and then you can see it in the screenshot. He says, therefore, we can conclude that the speed of light is dependent on the translational motion of the receiver, which makes no sense. The speed of light isn't, the speed of the thing that was moving didn't change. It just had to travel a further distance to reach the second receiver. Like that's what I can't get past on this paper that Alan presented a few days ago.
I mean, if what you're saying sounds right. If you're moving something away from you, yeah, it's going to take longer get to it, I guess.
Yep.
What was his point?
You mean Alan?
Is this some random thing in the paper that the guy got? Is this like the thing with Witsit where he said arc second minute, where he said degree instead of arc seconds, or is this an actual point to the topic?
Well, his whole paper is sort of rise on this specific point, right? Where claiming that the speed of light is dependent on the motion of the receiver. So if I can't agree to this point, I don't agree to the rest of the paper, right? This is the paper that Alan used to present on
Well,
the SAG.
does light conserve momentum directionally?
Does light conserve momentum directionally? I would think so, yes.
So, like, if I'm moving on a train and I shoot a light straight up, because I'm moving, because the light's going to conserve momentum. Like, say there's a target directly above me. I'm on a train. It's going like 1,000 miles an hour. I shoot a laser beam up. You know, it's not going to hit the target because the train's going forward, and the light's going to conserve that momentum and go forward with the train.
No, the light is not going to go forward with the train.
So it doesn't conserve momentum.
Would that be a violation of conservation of momentum?
Think hard about this, because there's a problem either way.
So if you
Take a
shoot
couple
laser,
days, think about it, Charlie. This is not an easy one. This is very. Go ahead.
So if you shoot a laser up, you're sending energy up. You're sending. You're sending energy up, right? Through E equals mc squared. It has relativistic mass. You should have some momentum kickback down.
Like if we were to shoot a baseball up, obviously why we wouldn't hit the target, right? We're aiming at the target, shoot it in a straight line. The baseball's not going to hit the target. It's going to conserve momentum and go forward with the train a little bit.
That's not conservation of momentum. You're asking if the light beam is going to move up and forward because you're moving forward in the train, right? That's not the same thing.
That's not conservation of momentum.
No,
it's not conserving the momentum of its movement, the train.
So the whole conservation of momentum is conserved here, but what you're saying isn't, like, the thing that you are trying to conserve isn't momentum. I don't know what it is, but it is not momentum. So, like, if you shoot a light beam up, you will definitely get a kickback, right? It's just going to be minute. But in theory, if you were in space, for example, in theory you could accelerate forward with a flashlight, right? That was powerful enough. But it wouldn't move forward with the train. It has no rest mass.
Okay, so this isn't conserved. This isn't conservation momentum, and the light wouldn't move forward with the train.
So if the light were to move forward with the train, there wouldn't be conservation. Like that I wouldn't call that like what you conserve was momentum. No. It's perfectly fine for the light beam to move straight up, ignoring your horizontal velocity. Momentum would be perfectly conserved there.
Okay, so does the light beam go straight up, or does it go with the momentum of the train, if we're not calling this conservation momentum?
It goes straight up. Well, actually, if it's a laser beam, it goes straight up, right? If it's a... But it goes... it's a bit pedantic for me to say otherwise. It goes straight up.
It goes straight up, so it doesn't have any forward momentum with the train.
Correct.
Okay, you got a serious problem there now.
Why?
When it comes to not with the train, but when it comes to laser bounces off the moon, there's a serious issue here. Let me explain it real quick.
Sure.
The heliocentric model's moving at 1.5 million. The Earth inside the heliocentric model is moving at 1.5 million miles an hour. Right?
I don't know. Is it? I genuinely don't know. I'll trust you
about that.
Sure.
About that. That may be off just a little bit, but it's close to that. Okay. So we're basically on a train moving at 1.5 million miles an hour.
Mhm.
And we're going to shoot. And now instead of the target above us, it's the moon.
Mhm.
Right? We're on a 1.5 million mile an hour train, and we're going to shoot at the moon.
Mhm.
The problem is now you're not going to hit the moon.
Why not?
Because by the time the laser beam gets there, the moon has moved 1.5 million miles
Right,
an
but
hour out of that spot.
right, but you didn't specify we were aiming at the moon, right? We could be aiming where it's going to be.
They don't, yeah, but that's not what they do when they do laser bounces off the moon.
I
You think
mean,
they're shooting where the moon's going to be?
How long does it take for light to travel to the moon? Light
I think like
distance
2 seconds,
to the
3
moon.
seconds maybe.
1.3 light seconds. Okay, so 1.3 light seconds. 1.3 light seconds. 1.3 light seconds.
So in what's a light second? Dude, how many seconds in time seconds? Can we use time seconds?
Sure. Well, light seconds is a unit of distance, right? What do you want?
I don't know, just how many seconds on a clock would it take for a light to get from the Earth to the moon?
1.3 seconds. That's what a light second
Okay,
is.
1.3 seconds. So 1.5 million miles an hour is how much distance in 1.3 seconds? We've done this before. I already know it's
Why
not
would
even
it
gonna.
matter?
If you aim at the moon, what do you mean?
Why would it matter? It's not like
Why would what matter?
it's not like
We just went over it. The train, the moon, the moon is now our target on the train. By the time you shoot, if it's not conserving momentum, by the time you shoot the laser, the moon has moved out of the way.
Yep, you're right. Hold on. There's a problem here. Let me think about it.
I know. Oh, there's all kinds of problems with your model. You need to start using your head, Charlie. Also, I want to
Do
say
you
the
want
other
to
day
know?
when you
Come
were trying
on.
to steel man us. Hold on, when you were trying to steel
I'm
man us the other day.
acknowledging that you're pointing out something good. Like, why do you have to be insulting? Come on, man. I'm thinking about it.
No, I was about to actually tell you that when you were trying to steel man us the other day, and you said the light's bending causing the sun to set. That's what I would have said. So remember that? That was like 2-3 days ago.
Just to put it out there, 1.3 seconds at 1 million miles an hour is something like 400 miles.
Blazing 400 miles. No, that's it.
That's it.
No,
But it doesn't matter. It's not like when you shoot the laser is left behind, which is
Yeah, well, you just said it was
which
because
is
on
in
the train you said it had no.
Yeah. I know. That's
It's
that's
left
why I said
behind.
there's a Jeremy. That's why I said there's a problem. Stop freaking out.
Stop freaking out,
So
man.
so it's not
It's
that
way more than 400 miles. It's over the whole distance of the moon. Kosho did the math before on this. It's thousands of miles. You gotta do the speed of light. How do you do the math? You guys know how to do the nerd math stuff. Do it up.
in the frame of me and the train, if I'm shooting a laser straight up, the laser has to horizontally be at rest with respect to the train. In the frame of the train.
May I just butt in real quick? You have to calculate for the resistance of the atmosphere to the energy field of the laser, because to some degree the laser will like kind of, as the beams continue, it will kind of like burn away, I guess, some amount of what it is, and it'll gain greater efficiency and be able to push through atmosphere over distance if it's got enough power, right? So that's going to happen, and then there's probably some refraction here too, so that bending angle is almost going to like make the line longer. If that makes sense.
Yeah, Jeremy, I changed my answer. So the
Okay, there's still a
the
problem, but go ahead.
in the frame of the train, right? The laser has to go straight up in the frame of the train, which means that does that mean that in the frame of the Earth we would see the laser go at an angle? It has to.
Like, bro, when we shoot the laser beam, by the time the laser beam gets from us to the moon's has now moved out of the way at 1.5 million miles an hour. If they shoot at the moon.
No, because the moon moves with the Earth, right? The moon orbits the Earth at a different speed. Right?
Yeah, the moon moves with the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
However, if it doesn't carry that momentum over, the Earth is also moving at 1.5 million.
Yeah, but
so the laser beam. Okay, well, there's another. So you're saying the light does carry the momentum?
Yeah, in the frame of the train, would I call that momentum carrying? I guess I would. Yeah, I'll carry. Oh, fuck it, I'll call that.
Dude, it's
momentum carrying.
conservation of momentum, bro. I don't know why.
Well, because
it's conservation of momentum.
Well, it's because it's complicated when you talk about photons, right? So when you talk about photons, you no longer have to just consider momentum. You have to consider this quantity called 4 momentum, which is some 4-dimensional vector, which you can basically trade off momentum with energy, whatever. But it doesn't matter. You're right. I would think it has to. The light beam in the frame of the moving train would have to move straight up. So it would go along with the train, yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Sure.
Either way you answered that, there was going to be a problem. I don't know if you knew that or not. But now you know. Knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe.
Sure, I'm waiting.
Okay, we're on the train. Now we're inside the train, and we shoot the laser beam forward to the front of the train. We're in the back of the train. We shoot a laser beam to the front of the train. Okay. The light goes at X speed. If it's carrying that momentum from the train, it's now going to be going at a faster speed.
No.
Because you said it was conserving the momentum. Yes, you just told us it was conserving the momentum of the train.
I did, but that doesn't follow. What the second part doesn't follow from the first.
If it's conserving the momentum of the laser beam, and the momentum is forward, the light's already traveling at X at C, and then you're going to have to add this speed that the train's imparting on the laser.
Yeah, and what happens in a Lorentz transformation, Jeremy, when you add some speed to the speed of light?
Your whole Einsteinian paradigm falls apart. Or you could ad hoc it with a Lorentz contraction.
I'm not it's a Lorentz transform, right? What happens in the Lorentz transform when you add a velocity to an object that's already traveling at the speed of light? I mean, I think you might know this too.
Bro, if the light moves at C, and now this train is imparting some forward momentum, just like it was when we shot it up. You were cool with saying when we shot it straight up that it's imparting some momentum and it's going with the train a little bit now. You were cool with that, but now you're not cool that we're shooting it forward and it's gonna fuck your whole C value up. I mean, that's not my fault, bro.
Fuck it up, Jeremy. You're trying to apply a Galilean transformation to momentum, which means Galilean transformation just means that velocities just add like you're trying to. But that doesn't happen in Lorentzian transformations, which is what's used in special relativity. In Lorentzian transformations, all velocity additions
you were done. My bad.
Upper bounded by C.
Okay, you done? All right.
Sure.
You can't have in one instance where you need the momentum to be transferred over so that the laser beam moves forward with the train. You can't have it that your way then. And now where it doesn't work for you, you don't want it to be that way. That's not my fault that you have this weird thing going on where you want to have it your way. This isn't Burger King.
I'm telling you, they're not the same scenarios. It's perfectly fine.
Jeremy. And you're scared to eat at Burger King because you got tiny hands.
Jeremy.
Remember those commercials?
Yeah, those are pretty funny. But come on, I know you know that in a Lorentz transformation, you can't add speeds past the speed of light. Like if you try to do so, it'll get squeezed back down to the speed of light. I know you know
Does
this.
the momentum? Does when you shoot the laser beam straight up in the train?
Mhm.
Is there momentum imparted on the laser beam so that it carries the forward momentum of the train with the laser beam, and the laser beam now moves forward?
Sure.
Okay.
But it's not
I
added. Listen, it's not added additively like 5 plus 5 is 10. There's a squashing at the end to make sure that everything isn't past the speed of light. In the first
it's not.
instance, hold on. In the first instance is not so much of a problem because you're adding sideways speed to the photon, right? Which means it necessarily must from the point of view of the Earth, it must necessarily lose speed in the pure vertical direction and impart some in the horizontal direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know it makes sense for you because you can't have the C being broken. I don't care though about C. I don't believe in C. I don't think that's an actual thing.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if you don't
And
believe in
in
Lorentz
this case,
transformations, that's fine. But
in this
both
case,
my
you have
answers are
momentum.
perfectly.
Hold on. Let me respond because you said a lot of stuff.
Yep.
In the case of the train, when you're shooting it up, yeah, it's not a problem for you, but there's still momentum being transported. There's still being
Imparted.
momentum.
Imparted.
There's still being
That's right.
momentum. The momentum's imparting on the laser beam, and it's
Yeah.
making it
What do you
move
think
forward.
momentum is? Like if I impart momentum on a laser on a light beam, do you think it means that the light beam is moving faster?
I think it's giving it movement.
No. So
It's
for
momentum is the
photons,
quantity of motion
listen.
of a moving body.
Hear me. For photons, a momentum imparted transforms into energy. This is the whole thing that I talked to you about, four-dimensional vectors, where you can some of the first component of this four-dimensional vector is energy, and the other three components are momentum in each direction, x, y, and z. And when you rotate this vector into, I mean, you probably don't believe any of this, right? But in my framework, right, you can turn momentum into energy. So in this case that you're talking about, sure, you're imparting momentum, but what you're really imparting is this four-dimensional momentum vector, which can take form, which can take a form of energy. Excuse me. It can transform instead of the photon increasing in speed, which it can't because in this framework it's always moving at the same speed. It will instead change energy, right? If you're pushing it forward, right, you will perceive the photon as having higher frequency, i.e., more energy.
Yeah, it's a
But it's still
wavelength
at
change.
C.
I know your story.
Okay,
It's a wavelength
great.
change. I know your story. However, the thing is, you have the light moving in a horizontal direction when you shoot it straight up. When you shoot it forward,
Mhm.
why would it not carry that horizontal direction over? Because you need to maintain C. Like, dude, that's
It
your own
does.
problem.
It does. It
No,
gets
you can say that
transformed.
all you want, bro. You can say, go ahead.
It gets transformed into energy. The wavelength of the photon will be shorter as perceived as somebody on the Earth. Right? Like the light will
Doesn't
be
it
blue
get
shifted.
transformed into energy?
Sorry, repeat that.
Why doesn't it get transformed into energy when you shoot it straight up? In that case, you need it to have momentum so that you can hit your moon with a laser shot.
It does. Some
Bro,
of the momentum actually does turn into a blue shift for the photon. It's not as extreme as it is as when you shoot it horizontally.
Listen, you have momentum being imparted on the laser beam. It's making it move in a direction, a certain speed. That direction is horizontal. Just because you shoot the light in a different direction doesn't mean it's not going to carry that, give it that momentum in the forward direction. You just say it's not because you need to maintain C. Like, I don't know.
I mean,
You
I
need to
feel like
work
I'm
this
giving.
out in your own mind. This is very contradictory thing you've got going.
I honestly feel like it's not like at all. The same story works on both scenarios, right?
It's a story.
Do you want me to do the math
It
on?
is.
I can actually probably do the math if you give me like, I mean, I have date night in like 15 minutes, so maybe I won't be able to do it right now. But if next time I run into you, I will have done it, and I can actually show it to you if you're willing to watch me do it or present it to you.
No,
I'm
I'm
more
not
than happy
worried
to do it.
about I'm not worried about the mathematical story you're going to tell. I'm worried about how in one instance
Right.
you say there's motion being imparted on a thing, and then in the next instance you say no, there's no motion being imparted on it because of the direction I shot it in. It doesn't make sense to me. It's contradictory.
Okay, so here's the most accurate thing I could say, and I'm sorry I simplified the language because I know that you don't buy this. Okay, when you impart momentum on things, special relativity doesn't just say that you're imparting m times v on another object. It also doesn't say that you have to conserve momentum in 3 dimensions. No. The real quantity that's conserved is 4-dimensional momentum, right? And it's called a 4 vector. And in this 4 vector, one of the components of it is energy. And all that you need to do when you want to conserve momentum is conserve the length of this vector, right? You can change the individual components as long as you make up for it in other components. And as long as the length of the vector is conserved, then we say that this 4-dimensional momentum is conserved. In the case of special relativity, you can quote unquote rotate momentum into energy and vice versa, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. If you don't buy the story, you don't buy it, but not consistent because it is.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent at all. In one case, you have the momentum being carried over to the laser beam when you shoot it straight up. In another instance, you don't have it being carried over. It's a bullshit story. I don't care
You
what
have the
math you
4
do or
momentum
whatever.
being carried over in both.
No, you don't, because it's not being moved. You say it's a change in wavelength. That's not momentum. That's just a change in its color.
It's 4
That's
momentum.
that's not actual. No, it's not.
It's 4 momentum.
If it was
What do you mean, no,
forward
it's not?
momentum, you have C plus something.
No, that's forward momentum. 4, like the number 4. Forward momentum.
Yeah, but you're supposed to have forward momentum here, like you did with when we shot it straight up.
You do have forward momentum. You have forward momentum in both.
Then you
Like
have, then
the
you have
question
C
is,
plus. Then you have C plus something plus
nope,
X.
because my story
Yeah.
uses Lorentz transformations, right? You know this.
Well, that whole Lorentz thing is fucking bullshit. It doesn't.
Right, that's fine, but it's not inconsistent. It's not inconsistent with itself. You might think it's bullshit.
It is,
but it's not inconsistent. Well, if you do think so, then publish a paper and win your Nobel Prize.
the contradictory part is, I've said it 3 times already. The contradictory part is you have momentum being imparted in a horizontal direction when we shoot it straight up. The momentum should be imparted in a horizontal direction no matter which angle we shoot it at. Angles don't matter when it comes to light.
It is
Shooting light.
imparting.
It's
It is
relevant.
being imparted. The problem is that you don't accept what imparting means. I'm telling you that the way that you impart 4 momentums on each other is through a Lorentz transformation.
Movement.
You just don't accept that. If you don't accept that,
It's
that's fine.
no,
But don't call it inconsistent with
Charlie,
itself.
in one case, it's movement. You have movement being imparted on the laser beam. In the next case, you don't have movement being imparted on the laser beam. If you did, you would have C plus a speed plus X.
All right, Jeremy.
It's contradictory.
That's
Contradictory. I agree.
fine.
Have fun on your date night. Okay.
That's fine. You can think it's contradictory, but I mean, I would
It
like to
is.
think that you believe that I have these conversations in good faith, right? And that I'm telling you what I truly do believe. And then when you catch me in something that's wrong, I admit it. And if I can fix it, I fix it. But this, like, I don't know why you're being so adversarial about this. I'm telling
I
you
know.
that I'm telling you, but
trying
I'm telling you
not
this that the system, the math, which again I agree that you might not buy, is self-consistent with it with its own definition of what 4 momentum even means. And I guess I'll leave it
The
at that.
mechanics of it is not consistent though, because like I said, in one instance you have movement being imparted, horizontal movement on the laser. In another instance, you don't have horizontal movement. If
Okay,
you did,
so
you would have C plus.
what law says that movement must be conserved? Because I thought it was momentum.
The momentum and dude, you shoot the laser beam up. You have a sideways movement on the laser beam.
Right.
Okay, you shoot now. Angles don't matter when you're shooting light. It doesn't matter when you're if if movement's being carried over from the train, then it's going to be carried over no matter which direction we shoot the laser beam in.
It's not movement, it's for momentum. There's
It's
no law.
movement.
There's
If
no
you have
law
a-
of conservation of movement. Okay, there's
Charlie,
law of conservation of momentum.
So Charlie, when I shoot the laser beam straight up, does it go straight up or does it carry some forward movement from the train and it doesn't go straight up?
From the point of view of the Earth, the laser beam looks at an angle, right? From the point of view of the train, it looks like it's straight up, right? You can call that conservation of momentum. I'm comfortable with saying that, sure. But to say that it's conservation of movement, again, there's no such law in physics. Like you want to harp on a specific definition of momentum that is pre-SR, fine, but then don't ask an SR problem.
It's just a problem with the mechanics you have of the movement of the light. That's all.
Why is it a problem that the movement is different? Again, there's no law of conservation of movement. There's a law of conservation of energy, right? Like you can have, for example, a fast-moving small object move a large object at a slow velocity, and that's still conservation of momentum, even though the quote-unquote, I guess, velocities weren't conserved.
In one instance, you have movement being transferred over to the laser beam in a horizontal direction. In another case, you don't have horizontal movement being transferred over to the laser beam.
Correct. It gets transferred into, like, you could say, the energy of the photon. I mean, it happens in both cases, but I see your point. I really do
You
see your
see my point? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
But again, there's nothing in physics that says that the movement must be conserved. Anyway, you have a good night, Jeremy.
I'm playing with your wang. That's a scientific joke. Sorry. Take care, Charlie.
The paper?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. That's pretty funny, actually.
So leave on a joke. All right. Have a good night, buddy. Take care.
You too. Have a good one.
Yeah. That tomorrow told yeah. Anyway. Coach left the building. Fine. That's totally fine. Let's talk about AI. I'll just keep reading my article. Shut it down. Oh boy, you sharp there. Wait for you. Your boy Charlie. Your boy Charlie. If I was half the man I was, take a road. That's Charlie. That's a woman. Circa Al Pacino.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest for a sec. Is everyone left? Might go over to check that other little thing out. I'll come back if you guys are around. Let's see what's up. All right, I'll be back.
There's a nobody around.
Yeah, are you over at that asylum? Whatever it is. There's a thing called the asylum, I guess. Some people, I guess that seems to be where people have gone.
Oh, that's cool.
Might go check it out. I don't know if you're over there or not, but I'm sure I can put a link in there if you want. What's up? I can't hear shit. My fucking phone sucks.
Okay, cool, man.
I'll be back. I might just go back. I'm gonna go shopping and see what's good, and then
Yeah,
come back.
I'm just playing some music. Cool. Peace out.
Nice. Yeah,
All right.
might bring the gift back. I'll be back.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey. You still here?
No, I'm not. Leave a message at the tone. Beep.
I actually thought of a separate way that you can explain it even without SR. Actually, that's not true. You still need SR, but I think it's simpler.
But the only reason you even need to explain this away is to maintain C. Otherwise, you would just say, yeah, the motion gets imparted sideways, as in when we shoot the beam up, and it also gets imparted sideways when we shoot the beam horizontally. It doesn't matter what angle you shoot the beam at.
Jeremy, what's the definition of momentum?
But we're talking about motion being imparted horizontally from the train, right? Is that what happens? Yes or no?
There's momentum imparted.
Okay, which translates to a motion, a horizontal
No.
motion. No, so the laser beam goes straight up.
Again, there's a. It translates to a motion in the first scenario, right? but what's conserved here is momentum. Physics doesn't say that there's a law of conservation of motion. It says there's a law of conservation of momentum. It's
Okay,
fairly
but does that translate into motion being
not
imparted on
always.
it?
Not always. Nope.
Only when you need it to. I know. Only when you
No.
need it to, like when you need to make a moonshot, or if you don't need it to and you want to maintain C, then it doesn't. I know.
I mean, I can
Can't
very
you see
clearly
the
lay out.
problem here?
I can very clearly lay out in the scenarios in which it doesn't happen, and it's very self-consistent.
You see the problem, right? You
No,
see
I
the
don't.
problem?
No.
I thought you said you understood my point earlier.
I understand that you think you see an inconsistency, because that's how you demonstrate that something is wrong, right? Earlier, you actually pointed out an inconsistency in my thinking, right? Which is why I changed my mind. I hope you know that if you have convinced me that there is an inconsistency in what I'm saying, that I would reconsider it, but you haven't.
Is motion imparted onto the laser beam horizontally by the train?
In the first scenario, yes. In the second scenario, no.
Yeah, because you need it to happen in the first scenario, and you don't need it to happen in the second scenario. But the thing is, motion gets imparted. It doesn't matter which direction you shoot something in.
It
Motion
does.
either is or isn't imparted on it.
I mean, the model clearly lays out in which cases it will happen and in which cases it's not. So for you to say that it's not consistent with itself is just false. Oh, hello. Oh man, go hang out with that child.
He heard you. He heard
Sounds
your.
lovely.
He heard this whole laser beam thing. He's laughing at you.
Is that your little one?
Yeah,
Good for you, man.
he knows there's a contradiction. That's why he's laughing.
All right, I gotta go for real this time though. Talk to you later.
All right. Like for real, in one case they need to hit the moon with a laser beam, so you have the motion being imparted on the laser. But in the second instance, they need the motion to not be imparted on the laser because they need to maintain the value of C. You can't break that speed, so you have to say, oh no, it doesn't happen in this case. The difference is the motion being imparted on the laser beam. It doesn't matter which direction you shoot in. It either happens or it doesn't.
What was he arguing, Jeremy?
You can make up some crazy nutcase story about, oh, it doesn't do motion, it doesn't enter. Okay. There's two problems here. If light conserves momentum, then you have a problem with C. If it doesn't conserve momentum, then you can't hit the moon with a laser beam like they claim they do. So either way, there's an issue here.
That's funny because that's almost the same problem that Alan was pointing out with like the GPS signals. Like I was reading, were you here that night where Alan was going over his presentation? Jeremy?
I missed a lot of that. I heard bits and pieces of it. I never heard the whole thing. Snack sent me a DM about 3 days ago that I never opened.
So
I think it's in there. I don't know.
So Charlie was pointing out a part on one of the papers that said if you have a source, like a GPS source sending out a message, right? And two receivers, one stationary and one moving away. The speed of light, so there's a formula that they use to do it, to figure out like what the time is going to be, because that's how they calculate it based on the time that the receivers receive the signal. And in the one situation, it was two sources and one receiver. One of the sources was moving toward the receiver, but both sources were at the same distance from the receiver when formula, the equation.
You cut out.
Oh, my bad.
You cut out for a lot of that. I don't know, seconds of silence.
Oh, my bad. I think it like hopped in the Wi-Fi and then back off. I just turned it off. All right. Well, long story short, he was pointing out a thing that he thought didn't make sense, but he wasn't understanding it. Basically, it was the guy was pointing out that the equation that is used to figure out the GPS is wrong, and he was thinking that it was saying something else, that the speed of light had to be invariant because of this, or variant because of this specific reason. But he was just wrong. But I guess it doesn't matter. I should not even going to try to explain it to you unless you were here for that part. So, but I just wanted to point that out to Charlie, but he left.
That's how the whole thing started, was that receiver thing. But I mean, dude, the guy Ron Hatch who fixed GPS used to be way fucking off. This guy Ron Hatch comes through, fixes it all up nice and neat, and now the shit works great. It's on point. You know what he did?
Took relativity out of it.
He got rid of all the relativistic effects.
Yep.
I mean, awkward.
Like, how is that not like a bigger story? You know, like how does that not come out and people look at it and wonder what's going on? You know, like the normal people, I guess, just don't even comprehend it. But you figure some physicists and scientists would at least talk about it. Kind of bizarre. But yeah, that presentation by Alan was pretty good. It was I didn't understand it the first like 2 times I was hearing about it, because I caught it like halfway through the first 2 times. But once I finally like sank my teeth into it and understood it, it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of crazy.
Man, this is the worst antipasto I've ever had. I don't know if they just gave up trying or what.
Well,
How do you fix GPS by getting rid of all the relativistic effects? That doesn't even make sense if you're a Glover.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know how they can.
The guy wrote a book called Escaping Einstein.
Yeah, Ron Hatch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. That's what I mean. Like, they had to bring him in. He had to fix it by literally ignoring the one thing that they thought was absolutely crucial when it comes to the GPS and how it works, you know? It's like an entire paradigm smash, you know? And it's just weird that not only do they not talk about it, but the anti-flat earthers in here apparently didn't even know about it, because they kept bringing up how awesome GPS is and how it proves relativity and all this.
I mean, I don't know if you remember Grimm, but he used to talk about this all the time. This Ron Hatch
Yeah, I remember
guy.
Grimm. Yeah,
Yeah.
where's he been?
I had to mod him one day. He got mad.
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah.
It's so funny with this whole thing too, with the GPS and with special relativity, because like we pointed out, because like the anti-flat earthers and Globers should look at it and be like, whoa, you know, like they should not be able to respond in a way that is satisfactory while maintaining their idea of their model. But from our side, like when I first heard of it, like it's not that I believed it or not at first, but the first thought that went into my head was yeah, like of course, relativity is wrong. Like it's not even a doubt in our heads on our side that relativity is just total trash. It
Yeah, I mean,
really
it
is
makes
like the
sense.
insane ramblings of a lunatic.
Yeah, he was friggin' nuts. He thought of some crazy shit in his mind, and everyone just went with it. Like, oh yeah, this is it. What the heck, dude? It makes sense for me that you tried to implement some relativistic effects and your shit didn't work because relativity is nonsense. But if you're a Glover, I don't know how you reconcile that.
Yeah, man, and the fact that they had to literally, like, Einstein was learned on Michelson-Morley, and it always bothered him growing up that it didn't work, and that's literally what spurred his like adventure into coming up with the theory of special relativity. Like that already right there is like a real life personified logical fallacy that he did, like he was basically trying to affirm the consequence, like beg the question of the whole theory just so it fits one observation. It's nutty.
Well, the observation was the sun's not orbiting, or the Earth isn't orbiting the sun. That was the real observation, but they ad hoc'd it to say, oh no, the Lorentz contraction or some shit.
Yeah, it's just crazy though, because now with Alan's new presentation, not that we didn't already have proof, but now we know without a shadow of a doubt that the Sagnac effect acts exactly the same as the setup in Michelson-Morley with the interferometry. So we know it works, right? We got a sidereal rotation, and every time they ran to Michelson-Morley, they only got a tiny little portion because they were only picking up the value of the sidereal rotation. It makes perfect sense, man. So it's just nuts that they decide to say no, instrumental error, and then they put it on the back burner for years until Einstein comes up with the most ludicrous excuse to try to get out of it ever, where it's literally trying to say that reality works like this fairy tale that I've conjured. It's insane. All the paths are straight, but they're curved because space time is bending them around. It's like, 4D space time. Like, I don't know, man.
No, they made an absolute mess out of gravity. And they had to think of something.
Yeah. And notice how they never really taught us the theories of relativity, like in school, like they mentioned them and then they just like dropped it. They didn't, they said like, you'll learn about this later if you go into physics. It's like, I wonder why they did that, because it's literally not coherent enough for the teachers themselves to understand, let alone the students.
Well, bro, they don't teach like, I work at a school and the earth science teacher, he teaches the Coriolis effect every year to his class. And he didn't know about the inertial and non-inertial reference frames. It's like they're not even scratching the surface of some of
Dude,
this
that's
shit.
crazy. So you talked to him about it?
Yeah, I was gonna get into like a kind of like a friendly debate kind of conversation thing. I work at the school. I was gonna go crazy at him, but Andy's an earth science teacher, so there's like NASA stickers all over his room. But yeah, I'm like, so I was like, the Coriolis effect, right? Because he's an earth science teacher. I'm like, he's got to know this shit. He's like, yeah, oh yeah, I teach it every year. I was like, okay, great. I was like, so you get the inertial and the non-inertial reference frame. He's like, hold on, what's that? And he was like, he like wrote it down. He was like, I'm gonna look into these frames here. I'm gonna look and see what it is.
Wow.
I was like, all
So
right.
a teacher who
It's only
teaches
high
the
school.
globe didn't know about
It's high
reference frames.
school.
Yeah, that's true. I guess reference frames really only going to come into it later. So that's a good point.
Bro, I couldn't even describe the Coriolis effect without using the word reference frames.
Yeah, that's true too.
How would you explain it?
You could just say, I mean, yeah, it's tough, but if you're not going to say anything about reference frames, I guess you could just broadly say that because the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles from the equator and slower tile that's moving, north and south it's going to move ahead of the curve because it had a lateral speed faster than the lateral speed at the latitude that it's entering. Like, I guess that's the only way you'd be able to do it.
Yeah. If you just wanted to actually like define it, though, you would actually need to know you'd actually need to say the word reference frame.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because it's
You're
a
like,
fictitious
what is
force,
the
you know?
Coriolis effect? If you're like, what is the Coriolis effect? You have to say the word reference frame. I don't know how. Like, can you define it without saying it?
No, because you would have to make it clear that it's a fictitious force and not a real force, and you'd have to explain what that means and what the difference is, and that's where reference frames would have to come in, you know?
If I were to define the Coriolis effect, I would say it's an apparent deviation from an object. It's an apparent deviation. Holy shit! Why can't I think of this? The Coriolis effect. It's a apparent deviation caused by someone viewing a moving object from a non-inertial reference point.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. And you're right. Like, you can't really do it without like what I did earlier was I kind of described how it would work on an Earth, but didn't define it. So you're exactly right. Like, if you define it, you definitely need to use reference frames in that definition.
You could say like
What I did
rotating
was
reference frame.
describe it, you know.
Yeah, maybe you can just say, instead of non-inertial, you could say rotating reference frame or rotating body, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you
Yeah,
could do it without saying reference frame.
well, I mean, you'd still have to specify, like, whether you're saying rotating frame or not, you're still saying it because you have to make that delineation between reference frames in order to accurately describe it. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. If you're defining it, man, like, you have no choice. You have to bring that up.
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy on this. I think you do have to bring it up because it's a fictitious force. It fictitious force directly ties into the whole inertial versus non-inertial.
Not necessarily, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if they teach that it's a fictitious force in high school, though. That might be one of those things where they just kind of do a broad thing in high school, and then they hold it off for like the whole relativity thing in college, you know. But I mean, I'm sure all schools are different anyway. But I know when I learned about Coriolis effect when I was in high school, I did not learn anything about reference frames. It was almost just described to me as far as its like utility, and not as what it actually is in their model, which is absurd, you know.
You don't have to use the word reference frame.
Yeah,
You can say rotating and non-rotating. Very simple.
Yeah, but that's
Right,
still
but rotating is a state of inertia, so that means
yeah,
You
like
can
I
use the
think that's
merry-go-round. Very simple. The
yeah,
merry-go-round is rotating, and the air above it is not. Very simple.
yeah, but you're still demarcating different reference frames. So if you don't mention it in the definition, it might be less clear or something, more ambiguity or something. But I agree, you can do it.
Inertia just goes back to that Newtonian thing, or something that stays in motion, or something that is in motion stays in motion, something that is in rest stays at rest, or whatever. So the moment you mention any sort of still or non-still, i.e., moving, then it automatically you're kind of referencing what inertia is as a concept. Right?
Wait,
you don't need to use.
did you get those backwards on? Did you get those backwards, Noah?
Well, it does. I said it. It doesn't really matter which way you can say rotating, non-rotating, non-rotating, rotating. It doesn't matter which order you say it in.
No, when you said inertial or an inertial reference frame, I thought you went on to describe them. I think I just heard you wrong.
Right. Well, yeah, I was just saying that inertia just goes back to that old Newtonian thing. It stays at rest. What is at rest stays at rest. What is in motion stays in motion. That's what inertia is. So anytime you
Yeah.
say rotation, rotation is a type of movement, right? And somebody say something still, that's non-movement, so that's pertaining to inertia.
Essie's right though, and I cleared it up at the end of what I said. You could do it. You could do it in the way Nate or Regis said, where you just say, oh, because the Earth moves like this, and then you could say when something's viewed from a rotating body or something.
Yeah, but I do think you're right. Like, you have to point out the fact that it's in different reference frames. You're not really explaining it all the way, you know?
No, it's
No,
just
you don't have
logical
to use
conclusion.
those terms. That's the whole idea. A reference frame is like a magic term. It's like mass, right? When you say reference frame, 95% of the people have no freaking clue what you're talking about.
It's just what's the point?
What's a reference
Yes.
frame? Can anybody define a reference frame?
It's a coordinate system.
The Coriolis is just
No?
you don't even need to describe it. You just need to say a ballistic moving on a rotating body will maintain its momentum. That's it. And then a globe is
Separate.
logical. And then the curve ahead is just a logical conclusion of the geometry of the sphere, because you have different surface speeds.
Well,
depending
technically, a
on the diameter
Coriolis.
of the globe.
Technically, a Coriolis could happen on any shape.
Right, that's what I said. It's just a rotating body, right? You just have different effects
Right,
depending on the shape
yeah.
of the rotating body and how it's rotating.
You said ballistic, which is very important, right? Because the ballistic indicates that it's when it's moving,
unpowered.
it's moving separate to the rotating body, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, no, whatever momentum it had when it left. When it started its trajectory, it's going to maintain that momentum. And
Now,
ballistic just means it's unpowered, right? It's whatever initial power given to it.
Isn't
Is it.
isn't a fictitious force? It's more of a question for anyone, but I don't know. But isn't a fictitious force indistinguishable from a normal force if you're in the non-inertial reference frame or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, when you see
Am I
it,
right about that, Jeremy?
when you see the ballistic, it'll look like it's turning. So that's why the only way something can change direction like that, change vector, would be as if a force is applied on it. That's why it's a fictitious force, because it's not actually curving.
Right, but what if it is a real force? What if the Coriolis isn't an actual force, and then they're telling
think
us
it's
it's a
an
fictitious force?
Yeah, I actually think it's an actual force
Then I guess
because they're not. Go ahead, Damon.
You just have to bring it to its logical conclusion. So if there is a force, you would have to figure out what it is, and like what it's caused by, and like how it happens, and you know what I mean. Like if you can come up with all those things, then then you can add it to your existing knowledge and make it work. If it doesn't, then you're on the wrong path.
You were right, Noah, though. From the rotating reference frame, you wouldn't know if it was fictitious or not. It could be a real force. It could be, like Damon said, you'd have to come up with a cause. But they don't have a cause for all their Coriolis force shit either, though. So
I just gave it to you. It's caused by the geometry of a rotating body, mainly a globe in this.
yeah, when we know. Yeah, when we can see it in both frames, but if you could only see it from the one frame, you wouldn't be able to tell. You could just start guessing about causes of why it's happening.
Sure. I mean, nothing's in a vacuum, right? So you have to have previous knowledge about how things work in that situation.
Or previous deception.
Well, hopefully it's not. I mean, hopefully you're actually learning real things in the world. I mean, if you're learning fake things, that sucks,
How do you know if you're learning fake stuff for real stuff?
Well, you have to just keep probing it. You have to don't just automatically assume you have the right answer.
What I know, but when do you have the right? Hold on. When do you have the right answer?
Well, I mean, there's certain amounts of confidence that I have in things, right? Like, but you should always leave, 0.0001% open, right? Like, no matter how confident you are.
There's some sort of quote or something that I'm not gonna misquote it, like war is power or something, and then someone said like, no, war is deception. Man who's more deceptive is a spy is more useful than a soldier. Or something.
Sounds like some Sun Tzu shit.
Well, you get 100 soldiers to die for nothing. You get one spy to work for Both sides, fucking A. You got 200 soldiers.
Why you guys so paranoid? I mean, not
Yeah.
everything. Sometimes a cake is just a cake. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that, man. What do you think? Why would a cake just be a cake?
Well, I mean, if I bake a cake for my kid's birthday, right? Then I baked him a cake, and so he's gonna eat a cake because I made him a cake.
Yeah.
There wasn't
listen,
any deception in it.
I'm not saying there's a deception in your fucking Betty Crocker, preparation for your child.
I make fresh cakes, man. I don't make
You're
no
not in a life
Crocker
or death inherent power. You're not in a life or death inherent power struggle with your son. Right?
Well, I mean, it depends on your.
Like what I referenced when I said deception was war, right? And I'm assuming you're not at war with your son, so like they kind of doesn't. I mean, I don't know about the other guys, but I'm just speaking for myself. It doesn't really
Okay.
apply.
All right.
I
So
took that as a metaphor, so I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
no, I think he might have metaphorically. So okay, so check it out. So we're at a war with who? Whom are we at war with?
Yeah.
No.
Me? Who are we at war with?
Yeah.
You won't like my answer.
Me? Bro, I'm a
Yeah.
flat earth. I'm an atheist flat earther. Do you think I wouldn't maybe appreciate
Yeah,
it?
I mean, yeah. I would say Satan or the devil, but you don't believe that exists. So, like,
I don't know. I mean, the stories seem to be really powerful stories. It's not that I don't believe that that's the stuff running shit right now. I just, I'm not going to worship either one.
but yeah, I mean,
Okay. I think
what
it's
was it
time for
like?
me to step
How
out.
did the conquistadors conquer South America or whatever? They just got the other South Americans to fight the main guys. They didn't even do anything. They just said like,
Bro, yeah, bro,
yeah,
I
we'll
think you're
just
right.
give you,
It was,
we'll give you
dude, it
land
was
and you go
apathy.
kill
They were like, yo, just be apathetic to the evil, and then all of a sudden you're in power. Whoops. You feel me? You hear what I'm saying?
Right. So if I was the enemy of mankind, I was some fucking serpent dragon thing, and I wanted to kill all of mankind. I hated them. I would just have them fight each other. And that's how I would take them.
Yeah, you let the monsters eat each other, usually. Well, and that's what we try to do with the globe earthers, but the problem is they're not going to accept that they're in the mire of scum. They won't ever admit that the world is not a globe.
The globe earthers will literally say one thing, and then their buddy will say the opposite, and then they'll agree with their buddy
And then they'll
to
just
win
go
an
with him.
argument in the moment.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's
I've seen
great.
it so many times where like left leaner Zanuck was saying something a couple of days ago, and someone comes in the VC and says the exact opposite, and then they'll when we're fucking shitting on them, they'll pipe in like, no, he's right, and it's like, you just said the opposite like 2 days ago. What do you mean
Dude,
he's
it's
right?
almost like they find the things that are most talked about, and then they just kind of gravitate, dare I say, gravitate towards like that being the popular topic, right? It's just a gossip scene here. I'm not sure if anybody actually is concerned with whether or not we live on a globe Earth. I think so much of this is drama. Not to say Noah that you were concerned with drama. I know you're a real bitch. There's a lot of real bitches out here, all right? Real motherfuckers. Even Globers, by the way. I can hear y'all. I can hear your voices. I can hear when you fucking know that you've been deceived and you're just hanging out with us because you're like, oh, I knew the whole time, I knew it was flat the whole time. But
Swear to God, that's Coach O. Swear to God.
Could be, man. I'm gonna bow out, you guys. I love you so much, man. This is Globers and flat earthers having a conversation about some shit. This is whether or not you know it, whether or not you're getting paid to be here, whatever, man. This is the most important conversation that's happened for so many hundreds of years, and y'all are right here at the cutting edge before they shut the fucking internet off. Y'all are right here with it. So, yeah.
Even the mention of ballistics, that's ballistic is an inertial object, right? So
So the reference frame bull, Jeremy, you're correct that it's a location, but it's a magical, mystical location when you say that reference frame, because then they're going to throw in time, and time differs in different reference frames. So when you say it like that, right? But when you say time for me is different than time for you over there, you sound like a lunatic, right? So that's where the reference frame, it's like mass, right? It's one of those words that they sneak in